first president of the United States, George Washington, was born on February 22, 1732 in Westmoreland County, Virginia. He was the first child of Augustine Washington and Mary Bull Washington, growing up on the family's tobacco plantation along the Potomac River. His father, a successful planter and ironworks owner, provided a modest but respectable life, though George's formal schooling ended around age 11 when Augustine died in 1743. Without his father's guidance, George was mentored by his older half-brother Lawrence, who had served in the British Royal Navy and married into the influential Fairfax family. Lawrence's connections opened doors for George that would shape his future. In his teens, George learned surveying, a practical trade, and in 1748, at just 16, he joined a surveying expedition into Virginia's western frontier. The next year he became the official surveyor of Culpeper County, gaining experience in wilderness travel, land management, and negotiation with settlers and native peoples. By age 20, Washington inherited Mount Vernon, Lawrence's estate along the Potomac. He also took on the responsibilities of a young Virginian gentleman planter, growing tobacco, managing enslaved workers, and participating in local politics. His growing stature led to his appointment in 1753 as a major in the Virginia militia. That same year, the French and Indian War loomed as France and Britain contested the Ohio Valley. In late 1753, the colonial governor sent the 21-year-old Washington on a dangerous diplomatic mission to demand French withdrawal from the region. He travelled hundreds of miles through freezing wilderness to deliver the ultimatum. The French refused, setting the stage for open conflict. In 1754, Washington returned as a lieutenant colonel to build a fort at the forks of the Ohio, but the French seized it first and renamed it Fort Duquesne. Washington's encounter with a French detachment led to the death of a French officer, sparking war. He hastily built Fort Necessity, where he and his men were forced to surrender to the French on July 3, 1754. Though technically a defeat, the skirmish made Washington known throughout the colonies and even in Britain. He returned to service under British General Edward Braddock in 1755, acting as an aide during Braddock's ill-fated expedition to capture Fort Duquesne. When Braddock was mortally wounded in an ambush, Washington helped organize the chaotic retreat, gaining fame for his bravery and calm under fire. Over the next few years, he commanded Virginia's colonial forces, defending the frontier against raids. He resigned his commission in 1758, frustrated by disputes over rank with British officers and by the constant demands of frontier war. Returning to civilian life, Washington married Martha Dandridge Custis on January 6, 1759. Martha was a wealthy widow with 2 children, and their marriage made Washington one of Virginia's richest planters. They did not have children of their own, but raised Martha's children at Mount Vernon. Washington expanded and modernized the estate, shifting away from tobacco to more diversified crops. In addition to his role as a planter, Washington served in the Virginia House of Burgesses from 1758 to 1774, where he built a reputation for integrity and a deep commitment to colonial rights. He supported protests against British taxes and policies, including the Stamp Act and the Townshend Acts. As tensions with Britain mounted, he attended the First Continental Congress in 1774 and then the Second in 1775. When the Revolutionary War began at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, Washington arrived at the Continental Congress in military uniform, a silent statement of readiness. On June 15, 1775, Congress appointed him Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army. He took command outside Boston in July 1775, drilling the ragtag colonial forces and organizing defenses. By March 1776, Washington forced the British to evacuate Boston after he fortified Dorchester Heights with captured artillery from Fort Ticonderoga. But the war would grow far more difficult. In the summer of 1776, the British captured New York City, defeating Washington's army in a series of battles. His retreat across New Jersey was grim, but he struck back brilliantly on Christmas night 1776, crossing the icy Delaware River to surprise Hessian forces at Trenton. This daring victory, followed by another at Princeton, revived American morale. Over the next years, Washington faced immense challenges, recruiting and supplying his army, managing rivalries among officers, and countering British strategy. He suffered defeats at Brandywine and Germantown in 1777, but held his army together at Valley Forge through the brutal winter of 1777 to 78, with help from foreign officers like Baron von Steuben, who drilled the soldiers into a more disciplined force. Washington's leadership was crucial in coordinating with French allies after 1778. In 1781, he combined forces with French General Rochambeau and Admiral de Grasse to trap the British at Yorktown, Virginia. The surrender of General Cornwallis's army in October 1781 effectively ended major fighting. After peace negotiations concluded with the 1783 Treaty of Paris, Washington did something extraordinary. On December 23, 1783, he resigned his military commission before Congress in Annapolis, voluntarily giving up power and returning to Mount Vernon. This act stunned the world and cemented his reputation as a modern Cincinnatus, a leader who would not become a dictator. Washington hoped for a quiet retirement, focusing on his plantation and innovations in farming. But the young nation was struggling. The Articles of Confederation created a weak central government unable to manage debts or maintain order. In 1787, Washington reluctantly agreed to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. Though he spoke little, his mere presence lent legitimacy to the gathering. The resulting constitution established a stronger federal government with a powerful executive. When it was ratified, there was little doubt whom the electors would choose. In 1789, Washington was unanimously elected the first president of the United States. He took the oath on April 30, 1789 in New York City. As president, Washington set vital precedents. He created a cabinet of advisers, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. He signed the Judiciary Act of 1789, establishing the federal court system. He supported Hamilton's financial program, which included federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, despite Jefferson's opposition. Washington struggled to maintain unity in the face of growing partisan conflict between Federalists and Democratic Republicans. He also dealt with crises like the 1794 Whiskey Rebellion, when farmers in western Pennsylvania violently protested an excise tax. Washington led troops partway to suppress the rebellion, demonstrating the new government's power and resolve. In foreign policy, he navigated difficult waters. The French Revolution divided Americans, with some favouring revolutionary France and others supporting Britain. Washington issued the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, refusing to take sides in European wars. In 1795, his administration negotiated Jay's Treaty with Britain to resolve lingering issues from the Revolution, a controversial move that angered Jeffersonians but avoided war. By 1796, exhausted and eager to retire, Washington declined to seek a third term. In his farewell address, one of the most famous speeches in American history, he warned against political factions and permanent foreign alliances, offering guidance for the new nation. He returned to Mount Vernon, resuming his life as a planter. But tensions with France led President John Adams to appoint him once more as commander of a provisional army in 1798. Though Washington accepted, he left active command to subordinates and stayed at Mount Vernon. On December 12, 1799, Washington rode through sleet inspecting his estate. He developed a sore throat that worsened rapidly. Despite the efforts of doctors who bled him repeatedly, a common but dangerous practice, he died at Mount Vernon on December 14, 1799, at age 67. His death brought national mourning. Eulogies hailed him as first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. His legacy became the foundation of American civic identity, a leader who fought for independence, held the new republic together, and showed the world that power could be relinquished peacefully in service to liberty. To this day, George Washington is remembered as the indispensable figure of the American founding, a model of civic virtue, leadership, and humility, who helped shape the nation's ideals and institutions. Next, we have the second president, John Adams. John Adams was born on October 30th, 1735 in Braintree, Massachusetts, today called Quincy, into a modest but respectable Puritan farming family. His father, also named John Adams, was a deacon in the local Congregational church, a farmer, and a town selectman, respected for his integrity and civic duty. Young John was the eldest of 3 sons, growing up with a strong sense of responsibility and a deep awareness of New England's traditions of self-government and moral seriousness. Though he often found farm chores tedious, his father valued education and sent John to local schools. A bright and curious boy, John was admitted to Harvard College at age 16 in 1751. There he read voraciously, studying classical history and philosophy, and began to see himself as a future man of letters or public service. Yet after graduating in 1755, he faced an uncertain path. He briefly taught school in Worcester, but found the work unsatisfying, and during that time began reading law with local attorney James Putnam. In 1758, Adams was admitted to the Massachusetts bar. He returned to Braintree to practice law, gaining a reputation for his sharp intellect and tireless work. Though initially shy and awkward in court, he developed into a formidable advocate, known for his clear logic and fierce independence. He soon became part of Boston's growing circle of lawyers and intellectuals. During these years, Adams also developed a lifelong commitment to moral and civic virtue. He was deeply influenced by classical Republican ideas, believing that liberty depended on the virtue of citizens. He began writing essays on law and government, including the famous Dissertation on the Canon and Feudal Law in 1765, which attacked tyranny and championed colonial rights. The Stamp Act crisis of 1765 was a turning point. Like many colonists, Adams saw Parliament's new taxes as a violation of fundamental rights. He emerged as an early and forceful critic of British policy, helping to organise opposition among Massachusetts lawyers and merchants. Yet Adams was not merely a firebrand. He believed in the rule of law and civic responsibility even for one's enemies. That principle was tested in 1770 after the Boston Massacre. On March 5th, British soldiers fired on a crowd, killing 5 colonists. Anti-British outrage exploded, but when the soldiers were tried for murder, Adams agreed to serve as their defence lawyer. He believed everyone deserved a fair trial and feared mob rule as much as tyranny. His eloquent defence secured acquittals for most of the soldiers and reduced charges for the rest. Though unpopular at the time, the case later enhanced his reputation for integrity and courage. Meanwhile, Adams' private life was a source of great strength. In 1764, he married Abigail Smith, the intelligent and spirited daughter of a Weymouth minister. Their marriage was famously affectionate and intellectually lively. Abigail was his closest confidant and advisor, and their prolific correspondence offers a remarkably detailed portrait of revolutionary America and the inner life of one of its leading families. By the early 1770s, Adams was firmly in the Patriot camp. He served in the Massachusetts House of Representatives and the Governor's Council, arguing against British authority and championing colonial self-government. In 1774, he was chosen as one of Massachusetts's delegates to the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia. There he met other colonial leaders and helped organize a united colonial response to the coercive acts. When the Second Continental Congress convened in 1775 after fighting began at Lexington and Concord, Adams was at the heart of the movement for independence. He nominated George Washington as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, recognizing the need for a Virginian to lead the United Colonies. Adams pushed forcefully for independence even as many delegates hesitated. In June 1776, he was appointed to the Committee of Five to draft a formal declaration. While Thomas Jefferson wrote the initial draft, Adams was its chief advocate on the floor of Congress, delivering powerful speeches in favor of breaking with Britain. On July 2nd, Congress voted for independence, and on July 4th, 1776, it approved the final text of the Declaration of Independence. Adams' work did not end there. During the war, he served on more than 90 committees, organizing military supplies, drafting laws, and overseeing diplomatic missions. In 1777, he was sent to France as a commissioner to help negotiate an alliance. Though overshadowed by Benjamin Franklin's popularity in Paris, Adams worked tirelessly, clashing at times with both the French and his fellow commissioners over strategy and transparency. After returning briefly to Massachusetts in 1779, where he helped draft the Massachusetts Constitution, which would become a model for later state constitutions and even the U.S. Constitution, he was again dispatched to Europe. This time, he negotiated loans and diplomatic support in the Netherlands, securing Dutch recognition of American independence and vital financial credit. In 1783, Adams, along with Franklin and John Jay, negotiated the Treaty of Paris, ending the Revolutionary War. He insisted on direct talks with Britain, bypassing French mediation, and secured highly favourable terms for the United States, including generous boundaries and fishing rights. After peace was secured, Adams was appointed the first American minister to Britain in 1785. This was a difficult assignment. Tensions between the new republic and its former ruler remained high. Adams faced cold receptions and lingering British disdain, but he worked to keep relations stable and dignified. Adams returned home in 1788, just as the new U.S. Constitution was being ratified. Though he had not participated directly in the Philadelphia Convention, his writings on Republican government had influenced many delegates. His Massachusetts Constitution, with its separation of powers and strong executive, served as a key model. In 1789, George Washington was unanimously elected the first president, and Adams received the next highest number of electoral votes, making him the first vice president of the United States. Though the Constitution gave the vice president few formal duties beyond presiding over the Senate, Adams took his role seriously. He cast numerous tie-breaking votes, often siding with Federalist positions favouring a strong national government. Yet Adams often felt marginalised and frustrated. Washington rarely consulted him, and political factions were hardening around Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton and Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson. Adams tried to stay above party rivalries, but he was seen as leaning toward the Federalists. When Washington declined a third term, Adams ran for president in the bitter election of 1796. He defeated Jefferson by a narrow margin in the Electoral College, becoming the second president of the United States, with Jefferson as his vice president under the original constitutional rules that awarded the vice presidency to the runner-up. Adams's presidency was dominated by foreign crises. France, angered by Jay's treaty with Britain, began seizing American ships. Adams sent envoys to negotiate, but the French agents demanded bribes to begin talks, a scandal that became known as the XYZ affair. Outrage swept the country, and cries of millions for defence but not 1 cent for tribute rallied support for Adams's tough stance. He strengthened the Navy, creating a Department of the Navy and launching a quasi-war, an undeclared naval conflict with France from 1798 to 1800. During this crisis, Federalists in Congress passed the Alien and Sedition Acts, intended to suppress dissent and weaken the Democratic Republicans. Though Adams signed them, they later damaged his reputation for supporting civil liberties. Despite Federalist pressure for a full-scale war with France, Adams believed peace was essential. In 1799, he shocked his own party by sending new envoys to France. Napoleon, newly in power, welcomed negotiations, and the Convention of 1800 ended the quasi-war and restored peace. Adams considered this the greatest achievement of his presidency. But his moderation split the Federalists. Hamilton and his faction turned on Adams, leading to a viciously divided party. In the 1800 election, Adams faced Jefferson again. The campaign was one of the ugliest in American history, with personal attacks and partisan newspapers stoking outrage. Adams lost the bitter contest, and Jefferson and his running mate Aaron Burr tied in the Electoral College, throwing the outcome to the House of Representatives. Adams quietly left Washington before dawn on March 4, 1801, avoiding Jefferson's inauguration. He was the first president to peacefully surrender power to a rival, setting a vital precedent for Republican government. Adams returned to Quincy, Massachusetts, hurt by defeat and angry at former allies like Hamilton. He largely withdrew from public life, devoting himself to farming, family, and writing. Over time, he reconciled with old enemies. In 1812, he resumed a remarkable correspondence with Jefferson, exchanging dozens of eloquent letters on philosophy, history, and the meaning of the revolution they had helped make. Adams lived to see his son, John Quincy Adams, elected president in 1824, a rare dynastic moment in early American history. He followed public affairs with keen interest, offering guidance and commentary even in his old age. On July 4, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, John Adams died at home in Quincy at age 90. His last words were reportedly, "Thomas Jefferson survives," unaware that Jefferson had died a few hours earlier the same day. Adams' legacy is that of a principled, stubborn, fiercely independent patriot who championed American independence, helped shape the new republic, and preserved its fragile peace in the face of war. Though often overshadowed by Washington and Jefferson, he remains one of the essential architects of American liberty, remembered for his commitment to law, civic virtue, and the difficult work of statesmanship in revolutionary times. Next, the third President of the United States, Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson was born on April 13, 1743 at Shadwell, his family's plantation in the rolling foothills of central Virginia. He was the third of 10 children born to Peter Jefferson, a self-taught surveyor, planter, and cartographer, and Jane Randolph Jefferson, who came from one of Virginia's most prominent families. His father's stature gave young Thomas an early exposure to the responsibilities of land ownership and leadership in colonial society. Jefferson's childhood blended privilege with rigorous expectations. He roamed the woods and fields of Shadwell, developing a lifelong love of nature, but he was also put to serious study early. He began his education at age 5 with tutors, learning Latin, Greek, and French. When his father died in 1757, Thomas was just 14, inheriting thousands of acres and dozens of enslaved people. He attended a local school run by the scholarly Anglican minister James Morey, who introduced him to Enlightenment thought. In 1760, at age 16, Jefferson entered the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. There, he was known for his insatiable appetite for books. He would study up to 15 hours a day, mastering mathematics, philosophy, science, and law. He also fell under the influence of Professor William Small, who expanded his horizons with European ideas, and George Wythe, Virginia's leading legal mind, who became his mentor in law. By 1767, Jefferson was admitted to the Virginia bar and began practicing law. His reputation grew quickly, marked by his meticulous preparation and clear reasoning. Meanwhile, he oversaw improvements at his inherited lands. In the early 1770s, he began designing and building Monticello on a mountain top near Charlottesville, a neoclassical home that reflected his love of architecture and Enlightenment ideals of order and beauty. Jefferson entered public life in 1769 as a member of the Virginia House of Burgesses. There he joined the growing chorus of colonial leaders opposing British taxation and interference. In 1774, he wrote A Summary View of the Rights of British America, which argued that Parliament had no authority over the colonies, a bold and radical stance for its time. This pamphlet made Jefferson's name known beyond Virginia as a thoughtful and forceful defender of American rights. When war approached, Jefferson was chosen in 1775 as a delegate to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. Although he was shy in debate, his colleagues quickly recognized his writing talent. In June 1776, he was selected to draft the Declaration of Independence. Working in a rented room surrounded by books and notes, he crafted the eloquent indictment of King George III and a ringing statement of universal human rights. The document's assertion that all men are created equal would resonate through centuries, even as Jefferson himself owned enslaved people. After signing the Declaration, Jefferson returned to Virginia in 1776 to help shape the new state government. He served in the Virginia House of Delegates, working to reform colonial laws. His most famous legislative effort was the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, which disestablished the Anglican Church and guaranteed freedom of conscience, passed in 1786 after years of debate. Jefferson considered it one of his greatest achievements. In 1779, Jefferson was elected governor of Virginia during the Revolutionary War, a difficult period marked by British invasions. His governorship was controversial. He struggled to defend the state and had to flee Richmond when British forces under Benedict Arnold advanced. He declined re-election in 1781, criticised for perceived inaction, and retired temporarily to Monticello, disillusioned and exhausted. During this period of retreat, Jefferson suffered personal tragedy. His wife, Martha Wales Skelton Jefferson, whom he had married in 1772, died in 1782 after years of poor health. They had 6 children together, but only 2 daughters, Martha and Mary, survived to adulthood. Jefferson was devastated, reportedly promising Martha on her deathbed that he would never remarry. After her death, Jefferson immersed himself in study and improvement of Monticello, but public service soon called again. In 1783 he returned to the Continental Congress, where he helped organize the new nation's western territories through the Land Ordinance of 1784. In 1785 he was appointed as minister to France, succeeding Benjamin Franklin. Arriving in Paris, Jefferson was delighted by Enlightenment culture. He admired French art, architecture and science, and built friendships with leading intellectuals. But he also witnessed the early rumblings of revolution. While in France, he expanded Monticello's design ideas, importing European plants and architectural concepts. He maintained a close correspondence with American leaders, notably James Madison, with whom he shared ideas about Republican government and the dangers of centralized power. Jefferson returned to the United States in late 1789. Just as the new federal government was forming under the Constitution, he had not helped draft but generally supported. President George Washington appointed him the first Secretary of State in 1790. In Washington's cabinet, Jefferson clashed with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. Jefferson championed limited federal power, agrarian democracy, and support for France in its revolutionary struggle. Hamilton favoured a strong central government, a national bank, and close ties to Britain. Their rivalry contributed to the emergence of America's first political parties, Jefferson's Democratic Republicans and Hamilton's Federalists. By 1793, frustrated by cabinet conflicts and convinced Hamilton's influence was too great, Jefferson resigned. He returned to Monticello, focusing on farming innovations and redesigning his home with an expanded neoclassical dome. Yet he remained politically active through correspondence and organising opposition to Federalist policies. In 1796, Jefferson ran for president as the Democratic-Republican candidate, but lost narrowly to John Adams. Under the original constitutional rules, he became vice president. Their relationship was awkward. Adams tried to maintain Jefferson's confidence, but their political differences were stark. During Adams's presidency, Jefferson increasingly opposed Federalist measures like the Alien and Sedition Acts, which he viewed as tyrannical. He secretly drafted the Kentucky Resolutions, arguing that states could nullify unconstitutional federal laws, a precedent for later states' rights debates. The election of 1800 was among the most bitter in US history, with personal attacks and fierce partisan divisions. Jefferson and Aaron Burr tied in the Electoral College, throwing the decision to the House of Representatives. After tense balloting and political manoeuvring, including the influence of Hamilton, who distrusted Burr more than Jefferson, Jefferson was finally elected the third President of the United States. His inauguration on March 4, 1801, marked the first peaceful transfer of power between rival parties in US history, a moment Jefferson called the Revolution of 1800. He walked to the ceremony rather than ride in a carriage, emphasizing Republican simplicity. As president, Jefferson worked to reduce the size and expense of the federal government. He cut military spending, eliminated internal taxes, and worked to pay down the national debt. He also sought national unity, declaring in his inaugural address, "We're all Republicans, we're all Federalists." His most significant achievement was the 1803 Louisiana Purchase. When France offered to sell the vast Louisiana territory for $15 million, Jefferson seized the opportunity, doubling the size of the United States. Though he worried the Constitution did not explicitly authorize such a purchase, he justified it as necessary for the nation's security and future growth. He dispatched the Lewis and Clark expedition to explore the new lands, seeking scientific knowledge and routes to the Pacific. Jefferson's second term was more troubled. International tensions mounted as Britain and France waged the Napoleonic Wars, interfering with American shipping. In response to British impressment of American sailors and attacks on neutral trade, Jefferson pushed the Embargo Act of 1807, halting all US exports. He hoped economic pressure would avoid war, but the embargo devastated American merchants and provoked fierce opposition. By 1808, weary and unpopular over the embargo, Jefferson declined to run for a third term, honouring the two-term tradition he believed essential for Republican government. He retired to Monticello in 1809, succeeded by his friend and ally James Madison. In retirement, Jefferson focused on his beloved estate, experimenting with new crops and architectural improvements. He corresponded widely with old friends and rivals alike, including John Adams, with whom he reconciled after years of estrangement. Their letters are among the richest documents of early American political thought and personal reflection. Jefferson's final public project was founding the University of Virginia. He designed its grounds, planned its curriculum, and championed its secular modern approach to education. He called it the hobby of my old age, seeing it as a gift to future generations and a cornerstone of an enlightened republic. Jefferson struggled with debt throughout his life, partly from lavish building projects and changes in agriculture that reduced profits. He relied on enslaved labor at Monticello, and though he wrote eloquently against slavery, he freed only a handful of people in his lifetime, including members of the Hemings family. His relationship with Sally Hemings, an enslaved woman who bore him multiple children, remains one of the most scrutinized and debated aspects of his life. On July 4th, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, Jefferson died at Monticello at age 83. He and John Adams died on the same day, a coincidence that struck Americans as an almost providential closure to the revolutionary generation. Jefferson left instructions that his grave marker list only 3 accomplishments: author of the Declaration of American Independence, author of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia. He believed these captured his deepest commitments to liberty, reason, and the education of free citizens. Today, Thomas Jefferson is remembered as one of America's most complex founders, a champion of liberty who expanded the nation and articulated its highest ideals, yet also a man whose personal life reflected the deep contradictions of a slaveholding republic he helped create. His words continue to inspire debates about freedom, equality, and the meaning of American democracy. Now we have the 4th President of the United States, James Madison. James Madison was born on March 16, 1751, at Belle Grove Plantation in Port Conway, Virginia, but he was raised at Montpelier, his family's estate in the rolling Piedmont region of Orange County. He was the eldest of 12 children born to James Madison Sr., a successful and respected planter, and Nellie Conway Madison, who came from a prominent Virginia family. Their wealth and social standing rested on tobacco cultivation, sustained by the labor of enslaved people. From an early age, Madison showed intellectual curiosity and a serious demeanor. Frail in health, prone to bouts of illness, and what may have been epileptic seizures, he spent long hours reading and studying. He received his earliest education from tutors and at a local school run by Donald Robertson, a Scottish teacher who introduced him to classical languages and Enlightenment thought. At age 16, Madison attended the College of New Jersey, now Princeton University, then known for its rigorous curriculum and Presbyterian influence. Arriving in 1769, he immersed himself in Greek, Latin, philosophy, mathematics, and political theory. He completed the standard 4-year course in just 2 years through relentless study. Under President John Witherspoon's mentorship, he absorbed Enlightenment ideals of natural rights, constitutionalism, and civic virtue. Graduating in 1771, Madison stayed an extra year to continue advanced studies in Hebrew and political philosophy. Returning to Montpelier, he found himself restless, caught between family obligations and the rising tensions between Britain and the colonies. He suffered health setbacks, but also dedicated himself to intensive reading on government and history. By 1774, as colonial protests escalated into open conflict, Madison joined the Orange County Committee of Safety, enforcing non-importation agreements against British goods. He soon emerged as a local leader committed to resistance. In 1776, at age 25, he was elected to the Virginia Convention that declared independence and drafted a new state constitution. Madison played a vital role in that convention, helping write Virginia's Declaration of Rights with George Mason. Though Mason's draft was already powerful, Madison sought to expand religious freedom protections, an early sign of his lifelong commitment to liberty of conscience. After independence, Madison served in Virginia's House of Delegates from 1776 to 1777. His quiet demeanor and small stature masked a sharp intellect and firm principles. He resisted pressure to fund established churches through public taxes, helping lay groundwork for Jefferson's later statute for religious freedom. In 1780, Madison was appointed to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. There he proved a tireless worker, serving on numerous committees and grappling with the weakness of the Articles of Confederation. The national government had no reliable revenue, no power to enforce decisions, and could not coordinate states effectively in war or diplomacy. Madison concluded that reform was essential to preserve the Union. Returning to Virginia in 1784, Madison again served in the House of Delegates. He championed bills to establish religious freedom, defeating repeated efforts to fund clergy through taxes. In his famous Memorial and Remonstrance against religious assessments, Madison argued passionately that true religious liberty required government neutrality. By the mid-1780s, the Confederation was near collapse, with states pursuing conflicting trade policies, issuing unstable currencies, and ignoring Congress's requests for funds. Madison worked with other nationalists to plan a constitutional overhaul. He helped organize the Annapolis Convention in 1786, which issued a call for a broader meeting to address the crisis. That call led to the Philadelphia Convention of 1787. Madison arrived with a plan, the Virginia Plan, which proposed a strong national government with a bicameral legislature based on population. Though the final constitution differed in many details, Madison's ideas shaped the debates profoundly. At the convention, Madison was one of its most active and influential delegates. He spoke over 150 times, took exhaustive notes that remain our most important record of the debates, and helped broker key compromises. Though he initially favoured proportional representation in both houses of Congress, he accepted the Great Compromise, creating a Senate with equal state representation. After the convention produced the Constitution, Madison returned to Virginia to secure its ratification. He faced fierce opposition from anti-federalists like Patrick Henry and George Mason, who feared centralized power and the absence of a Bill of Rights. In 1788, Madison and his friend Thomas Jefferson exchanged anxious letters about this struggle. To defend the new Constitution, Madison joined Alexander Hamilton and John Jay in writing the Federalist Papers. Madison's essays, including Federalist No. 10 on controlling factions and Federalist No. 51 on checks and balances, are considered masterpieces of political theory. At Virginia's ratifying convention in June 1788, Madison delivered calm, persuasive arguments, countering Patrick Henry's fiery rhetoric. Virginia narrowly ratified the Constitution, and Madison's leadership was decisive. Elected to the first U.S. House of Representatives in 1789, Madison again played a central role. Though he had initially believed a Bill of Rights was unnecessary, he listened to anti-federalist fears and became the chief author of the first 10 amendments. Drawing on state declarations of rights and his own principles of individual liberty, he carefully drafted and steered them through Congress. During President George Washington's administration, Madison was a key ally in Congress, supporting Hamilton's early financial proposals to strengthen the federal government. But over time, Madison grew alarmed at what he saw as Hamilton's consolidation of power and pro-British leanings. By the early 1790s, Madison joined Jefferson in organizing the Democratic-Republican Party, opposing the Federalist centralized vision. He argued for a limited federal government, an agricultural republic, and closer ties to revolutionary France. This emerging two-party system reflected deep philosophical divisions about the meaning of the Revolution. When John Adams became president in 1797, tensions with France led to the undeclared Quasi-War. The Federalist-controlled Congress passed the Alien and Sedition Acts to silence dissent. Madison, alarmed by these laws' attack on civil liberties, secretly drafted the Virginia Resolutions of 1798, arguing that states could interpose to stop unconstitutional federal measures. Jefferson drafted the parallel Kentucky Resolutions, Despite these bold claims, Madison would later argue that interposition was a constitutional protest, not a call for secession. Still, the resolutions became a touchstone for later states' rights arguments. In 1800, Madison worked behind the scenes to help elect Jefferson president in a bitterly contested campaign. With Jefferson's victory, the so-called Revolution of 1800 marked the first peaceful transfer of power between rival parties, a milestone in Republican governance. Jefferson appointed Madison as Secretary of State in 1801. In that role, Madison was Jefferson's most trusted advisor. He oversaw the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, doubling the nation's territory and securing control of the Mississippi River. Though the Constitution didn't explicitly authorize such a purchase, Madison and Jefferson justified it as vital to the nation's future. Madison also grappled with the Napoleonic War's impact on American trade. Britain and France attacked neutral shipping, with Britain impressing American sailors. Jefferson's Embargo Act of 1807, intended as peaceful coercion, hurt American commerce badly. Madison reluctantly enforced it, though he privately doubted its effectiveness. In 1808, with Jefferson stepping down, Madison became the Democratic-Republican nominee for president. He defeated Federalist Charles Cotesworth Pinckney handily. Madison's presidency, 1809 to 1817, was dominated by foreign crises. He repealed the unpopular embargo, replacing it with less restrictive measures, but tensions with Britain continued. British support for Native American resistance in the Northwest and continued impressment of American sailors fueled calls for war. Yielding to war hawks like Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun, Madison asked Congress for a declaration of war in June 1812. The War of 1812 was fraught with difficulties. A small, poorly prepared military, divided public opinion, and invasions of Canada that failed. In August 1814, British forces captured Washington, D.C., burning the White House and Capitol. Madison and Dolly Madison were forced to flee the city. Despite this humiliation, the war inspired national pride through victories like the defense of Fort McHenry and Andrew Jackson's triumph at New Orleans. The 1814 Treaty of Ghent ended the war with no territorial changes, but the conflict boosted American nationalism and weakened native resistance in the Northwest. Madison's second term also saw the decline of the Federalist Party, which had opposed the war so strongly that its Hartford Convention was seen as disloyal. After leaving office in 1817, Madison retired to Montpelier with his beloved wife, Dolly Madison, who'd been an enormously popular First Lady. Madison focused on farming, battling soil depletion and debt. He served as rector of the University of Virginia, Jefferson's cherished project, helping shape its early governance. He continued to correspond with leading figures, offering advice on constitutional interpretation. Though famous for advocating limited government, Madison defended the Union's permanence and rejected nullification theories that would later be used to justify secession. Madison's later years were marked by financial strain as his plantation economy struggled. He remained admired as the father of the Constitution, and visitors came to seek his wisdom on the founding era. James Madison died at Montpelier on June 28, 1836, at age 85. He was the last surviving major framer of the Constitution and the last of the revolutionary generation to serve as president. His legacy endures as the careful architect of the American constitutional system, a man of deep learning, reasoned compromise, and passionate commitment to civil liberties and republican government, even as he wrestled with the contradictions of a nation built on both freedom and slavery. Next, we have James Monroe, the fifth President of the United States. James Monroe was born on April 28, 1758, in Westmoreland County, Virginia, among the rolling fields and tidal rivers of the Northern Neck. He was the eldest son of Spence Monroe, a moderately prosperous planter and carpenter, and Elizabeth Jones Monroe. Their family worked the land with enslaved labour, typical of Virginia's plantation society. Monroe's early childhood was shaped by the rhythms of rural life, but tragedy struck when he was just 16. Both his parents died in 1774, leaving him head of the family and responsible for his younger siblings. Despite the hardship, he had already shown academic promise. He attended the Campbelltown Academy, a respected local school run by Reverend Archibald Campbell, where he studied Latin and mathematics, laying the foundation for further learning. In 1774, Monroe enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, but his studies were cut short by the American Revolution. Inspired by the revolutionary fervour sweeping Virginia, Monroe joined the militia in 1775. In early 1776, at just 18, he left college entirely to enlist in the Continental Army. That spring he was commissioned as lieutenant in the 3rd Virginia Regiment. He soon found himself in the thick of war. Monroe fought under General George Washington in the famous crossing of the Delaware River on Christmas night, 1776. He was severely wounded at the Battle of Trenton while leading a charge against Hessian artillery. A musket ball sliced through his shoulder, nearly killing him. He carried the scar for the rest of his life, a badge of his commitment to the American cause. After recovering, Monroe continued to serve, reaching the rank of major. He spent time recruiting troops in Virginia, then joined the staff of General William Alexander, Lord Stirling. He wintered at Valley Forge in 1777–78, witnessing firsthand the dire conditions that tested the Continental Army's resolve. Though eager for field command, a shortage of posts and the Continental Congress's financial constraints left Monroe frustrated. He returned to Virginia in 1779 to help raise troops for the faltering Southern campaign. In 1780, Monroe began reading law under Thomas Jefferson, then Governor of Virginia. This apprenticeship cemented a lifelong friendship and political alliance. Jefferson's Enlightenment ideals, liberty, republicanism, and religious freedom deeply influenced the young Monroe. After the war, Monroe entered politics. In 1782, he was elected to the Virginia House of Delegates, demonstrating a practical command of policy and negotiation. A year later, he joined the Continental Congress, where he served from 1783 to 1786. There he advocated for Western land policies to help pay national debts and ease settlement. He supported the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, which set rules for creating new states and prohibited slavery north of the Ohio River, one of the most important achievements of the Confederation Congress. In 1786, Monroe married Elizabeth Cartwright, the spirited and graceful 17-year-old daughter of a prominent New York merchant. Their marriage was notably affectionate and enduring. The couple would go on to have several children, though only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Returning to Virginia, Monroe was chosen as a delegate to the 1788 convention to consider ratifying the new U.S. Constitution. Despite close friendships with Madison and Jefferson, he sided with the anti-federalists, arguing the document gave too much power to the central government and lacked a Bill of Rights. His opposition was principled rather than purely partisan, rooted in fear of recreating British-style tyranny. Though the Constitution was ratified, Monroe remained politically active. He won election to the first U.S. Senate in 1790 as a Democratic Republican. In the Senate, he allied with Jefferson and Madison against Federalist policies like the assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank. He opposed the Jay Treaty with Britain in 1794, believing it favoured former enemies at the expense of revolutionary France. In 1794, President Washington appointed Monroe as minister to France, hoping his Republican sympathies would smooth strained relations. Monroe was warmly received in Paris, given France's revolutionary government viewed him as a friend of liberty. but his overt enthusiasm for France's cause, public speeches celebrating Franco-American friendship, worried Washington and his cabinet, who wanted a more neutral stance. In 1796, Monroe was recalled and returned home feeling betrayed, publishing a lengthy defense of his conduct that criticized Federalist foreign policy. Despite this setback, Monroe remained a leading figure in Virginia politics. In 1799, he was elected governor of Virginia, serving 3 one-year terms. As governor, he reformed the state militia, improved defenses, and maintained a reputation for integrity and practicality. Monroe's career advanced again under Jefferson, who became president in 1801. In 1803, Jefferson sent him to France as a special envoy to help negotiate the purchase of New Orleans. To Monroe's astonishment, the French offered the entire Louisiana territory. He and Robert Livingston concluded the Louisiana purchase for $15 million, doubling the size of the United States. Jefferson next dispatched Monroe to Britain as minister to resolve tensions over maritime rights and trade restrictions. He negotiated the Monroe-Pinckney Treaty in 1806, but Jefferson rejected it for failing to stop British impressment of American sailors. Though disappointed, Monroe retained public respect for his diplomatic skill. Monroe ran for president in 1808, but lost the Democratic-Republican nomination to James Madison. Despite this rivalry, Madison valued Monroe's abilities and in 1811 appointed him Secretary of State. Monroe quickly became Madison's closest advisor during a difficult presidency dominated by the War of 1812. During the war's crisis point in 1814, after British forces burned Washington, Madison also made Monroe Secretary of War. Monroe energetically reorganized the army, fortifications and supply lines, helping restore American defenses. He held both cabinet posts briefly, a testament to Madison's trust in his competence. With the war's end and the nation's morale restored by Andrew Jackson's victory at New Orleans, Monroe emerged as the leading Democratic Republican to succeed Madison. In 1816, Monroe was elected the 5th President of the United States, easily defeating Federalist Rufus King. His presidency marked the so-called Era of Good Feelings, a period of relative political harmony after the Federalists faded as a national force. Monroe toured the country widely, even in Federalist New England, promoting unity and national pride. His first term saw the Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 demilitarize the Great Lakes, reducing tensions with Britain, and the Convention of 1818, which fixed the US-Canada boundary at the 49th parallel. But the period also had serious challenges. In 1819, the Panic of 1819 struck, the nation's first major financial crisis. Banks failed, foreclosures spread, and farmers went bankrupt. Monroe was criticized for lacking solutions, though he believed limited federal power constrained his options. The most explosive issue was slavery. In 1820, Missouri sought admission as a slave state, threatening the balance between free and slave states. The Missouri Compromise, crafted with Monroe's support, admitted Missouri as slave and Maine as free, while banning slavery north of the 3630 line in the Louisiana Territory. Monroe signed it, preserving sectional balance but postponing the deeper conflict. Monroe's greatest foreign policy legacy came in 1823 with the Monroe Doctrine. Written largely by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams, it declared that the Western Hemisphere was closed to further European colonization, and that the US would oppose European interference in independent American nations. Though the US lacked the military power to enforce it fully, the doctrine signaled the country's growing confidence and set a cornerstone of American foreign policy. Monroe was re-elected almost unopposed in 1820, receiving every electoral vote but one. His second term was quieter, but included managing continued disputes over Florida. The Adams-Honest Treaty of 1819 with Spain ceded Florida to the US in exchange for settling border disputes in the West, completing the country's acquisition of the Gulf Coast. Leaving office in March 1825, Monroe retired to his estate at Oak Hill in Virginia. He struggled financially, burdened by debts from years of public service and declining plantation profits. In 1830, after Elizabeth's death, Monroe moved to New York City to live with his daughter, Maria Hester, Monroe Gouverneur. His health declining, he died on July 4, 1831, at age 73, the third president to die on Independence Day, after Jefferson and Adams 5 years earlier. Monroe left behind a reputation as a steady, pragmatic leader who presided over national expansion and worked to keep the fractious young republic united. Though not as brilliant a writer or theorist as Jefferson or Madison, he was a soldier-statesman who helped win independence, expand the nation's territory, and set principles that guided American policy for generations. His simple style, quiet dignity, and unifying approach made him one of the last of the revolutionary generation to hold the presidency, a link between the founding era's ideals and the turbulent decades that would follow. Next up, we have the sixth president, John Quincy Adams. John Quincy Adams was born on July 11, 1767, in Braintree, Massachusetts, today known as Quincy, into one of the most storied families of the American Revolution. He was the son of John Adams, the fiery lawyer, revolutionary leader, and future second president of the United States, and Abigail Smith Adams, one of the most intelligent and influential women of her era. From birth, John Quincy was immersed in the world of politics, revolution, and ideas. As a boy, he watched the Battle of Bunker Hill from a nearby hilltop and heard the debates about independence around his family's hearth. His parents believed fiercely in education and moral responsibility. Abigail in particular pushed him to read widely and think deeply about virtue and duty. His education was anything but ordinary. At age 10, in 1778, he travelled with his father to Europe as John Adams served as a diplomatic envoy. In Paris and then the Netherlands, John Quincy attended schools and studied languages, becoming fluent in French and conversant in Dutch and other tongues. He was exposed to European courts, culture and diplomacy, giving him a worldview rare among Americans of his generation. In 1780, just 13 years old, John Quincy served as secretary and interpreter for Francis Dana, the American minister to Russia. He accompanied Dana to St. Petersburg, navigating the complexities of European power politics and enduring Russia's harsh climate and formality. This early diplomatic service made him a seasoned observer before he was even a man. Returning to the United States in 1785, he entered Harvard College at age 18 and graduated in 1787. He then read law in Newburyport under Theophilus Parsons, one of Massachusetts's leading legal minds. In 1790 he was admitted to the bar and began practicing law in Boston, but his heart remained in public service. Adams soon began writing essays defending George Washington's administration against critics like Thomas Paine. His Publicola letters in 1791 won him recognition as a talented political thinker. Washington took notice, appointing him in 1794 as U.S. Minister to the Netherlands. There he gathered intelligence on European affairs during the French Revolutionary Wars. In 1797, Adams was promoted to Minister to Prussia. During his posting in Berlin, he negotiated a commercial treaty that expanded American trade opportunities. His dispatches home impressed President Washington, who called him the most valuable public character we have abroad. Even Thomas Jefferson, a political opponent of his father, praised John Quincy's diplomatic skill. Meanwhile, in 1797, John Adams had become president. Critics charged him with nepotism for keeping his son in diplomatic service, but John Quincy's achievements largely silenced such accusations. In 1701, with Jefferson's victory and the triumph of the Democratic Republicans, Adams was recalled. Returning to Boston, he resumed practicing law. That same year, he married Louisa Catherine Johnson, the London-born daughter of an American merchant. She would become the first foreign-born First Lady. They had several children, but only one son, Charles Francis Adams, survived to carry on the family's political legacy. In 1802, Adams ran for the U.S. House of Representatives but lost. A year later, he was elected to the Massachusetts State Senate, and then, in 1803, to the U.S. Senate as a Federalist. He initially supported President Jefferson's Louisiana Purchase, recognizing its strategic value despite Federalist opposition. But he soon found himself increasingly at odds with his own party. Adams prioritized national interest over party loyalty. He supported Jefferson's Embargo Act of 1807 to pressure Britain and France to respect American neutrality, a stance that enraged New England Federalists whose economy depended on trade. Facing party backlash, he resigned his Senate seat in 1808, rather than serve as a lame duck with no support. Jefferson's successor, James Madison, recognizing Adams' integrity and ability, appointed him as the first U.S. minister to Russia in 1809. Arriving in St. Petersburg with Louisa and their children, Adams built a cordial relationship with Tsar Alexander I. He reported on Russia's shifting alliances during the Napoleonic Wars and sought openings for U.S. trade. In 1814, Adams was called to Ghent, Belgium, to negotiate the end of the War of 1812. As chief negotiator alongside Henry Clay and Albert Gallatin, he argued fiercely with his colleagues but held firm against British demands for territorial concessions. The Treaty of Ghent restored pre-war borders and ended the conflict without resolving all issues, but it was seen as a diplomatic success that salvaged American honour. After the treaty, Adams was appointed minister to Britain in 1815, smoothing relations in the war's aftermath. He developed a strong working relationship with British officials, helping stabilise Anglo-American ties. In 1817, President James Monroe appointed Adams Secretary of State, the highest-ranking cabinet post. In this role, Adams became the chief architect of what many call the era of good feelings in foreign policy. He negotiated the Adams-Honest Treaty with Spain in 1819, acquiring Florida and fixing the western boundary of the Louisiana Purchase all the way to the Pacific. He also helped formalize the Monroe Doctrine of 1823, warning European powers against colonizing or interfering in the Americas. Though the doctrine bore Monroe's name, its language and reasoning were largely Adams's work. Adams also advanced American interests in the Pacific Northwest, establishing joint occupation of Oregon with Britain. He insisted on clear boundaries and legal precision in treaties, guided by a vision of continental expansion balanced with diplomatic stability. By 1824, Adams was the leading candidate of the northern wing of the Democratic-Republican Party to succeed Monroe. The 1824 election was chaotic and fragmented. No candidate, Adams, Andrew Jackson, Henry Clay, or William Crawford, secured an electoral majority, sending the decision to the House of Representatives. Henry Clay, Speaker of the House and out of contention, backed Adams, who was elected president on February 9, 1825. Jackson's supporters denounced the outcome as a corrupt bargain, especially when Adams appointed Clay Secretary of State. This accusation dogged Adams's presidency from the start. As president, John Quincy Adams envisioned a bold national program of internal improvements, roads, canals, scientific institutions, and even a national university. He believed the federal government had a duty to promote knowledge, commerce, and unity. But Congress, dominated increasingly by Jacksonian Democrats, resisted his agenda. His high-minded proposals clashed with the rise of populist anti-elitist politics. He refused to engage in the spoils system or partisan favours, seeing them as corrupt. His principled but aloof style alienated many allies, and his administration was marked by gridlock. Adams also faced political attacks over tariffs, regional tensions, and questions about federal power. The 1828 election became one of the nastiest in American history, with mudslinging on both sides. Jackson supporters cast Adams as an out-of-touch aristocrat, while Adams's allies painted Jackson as a violent, unfit demagogue. Jackson won in a landslide. Adams, deeply wounded but dignified, refused to attend Jackson's inauguration, quietly returning to Massachusetts in March 1829. But John Quincy Adams's public career was far from over. In 1830, the people of Plymouth elected him to the U.S. House of Representatives, the only former president ever to serve in Congress. He remained in the House for 17 years, transforming himself from an unpopular ex-president into a revered elder statesman. As a congressman, Adams became a fierce defender of civil liberties, constitutional principles, and above all, opposition to slavery. He battled the infamous gag rule that barred anti-slavery petitions from being read or discussed in the House. Again and again he rose to challenge it, arguing that it violated the First Amendment. His defiance earned him the nickname Old Man Eloquent. In 1841, Adams appeared before the U.S. Supreme Court to argue the Amistad case. He defended a group of African captives who had rebelled aboard the Spanish ship La Amistad. Adams delivered a passionate, hours-long argument, appealing to the principles of the Declaration of Independence and natural law. The court ruled in favour of the captives, freeing them, a triumph Adams saw as one of the proudest moments of his life. Adams continued to serve in Congress until his death. On February 21st, 1848, at age 80, he collapsed on the House floor after suffering a massive cerebral hemorrhage. He was taken to the Speaker's office, where he lingered for 2 days. His last words were reported as, "This is the last of earth. I am content." John Quincy Adams was buried in Quincy, Massachusetts, alongside his parents. His legacy is that of a lifelong public servant, a brilliant diplomat, principled statesman, and fierce advocate of constitutional liberty. Though his presidency was marked by frustration and political defeat, his post-presidential career as an abolitionist champion ensured his place among the nation's most respected moral leaders. His life traced the arc of the early American Republic, from revolutionary child to elder statesman who held fast to the founding principles of freedom and justice. Next, we have Andrew Jackson, the 7th President of the United States. Andrew Jackson was born on March 15, 1767, in the Waxhaws region along the border between North and South Carolina. His exact birthplace is disputed, but he always claimed South Carolina as home. He was the 3rd son of Scots-Irish immigrants, Andrew and Elizabeth Hutchinson Jackson, who had come to the Carolinas seeking opportunity. Just weeks before he was born, his father died in a logging accident, leaving Elizabeth to raise 3 young sons alone in a rugged frontier environment. Jackson's childhood was marked by hardship and the growing tension of the American Revolution. When the war broke out, the back country became a bitterly contested zone between patriots and loyalists. By 1780, at just 13, Jackson and his older brothers Hugh and Robert joined the local militia to resist British forces. That same year, his eldest brother Hugh died of heat exhaustion after the Battle of Stono Ferry. In 1781, Andrew and Robert were captured by British dragoons. While imprisoned, a British officer ordered Jackson to clean his boots. Jackson refused, and the officer slashed him with a sword, leaving lifelong scars on his hand and head. Both boys contracted smallpox in prison. Robert died shortly after their release, and Andrew barely survived. His mother, Elizabeth, nursed wounded soldiers and died later that year of cholera while tending to prisoners of war in Charleston Harbor. By the end of the Revolution, teenage Andrew Jackson was an orphan, embittered by British cruelty and hardened by personal loss. He wandered for a time, working various jobs in the Waxhaws. Despite little formal education, he apprenticed in a Salisbury, North Carolina law office and gained admission to the bar in 1787. At 21, he rode west to the Tennessee frontier, settling in the rough new town of Nashville. Jackson's ambition and charisma quickly won him clients and allies. He became the region's public prosecutor, enforcing frontier justice in a wild and violent setting. He acquired land and enslaved workers, building wealth through speculation and plantation agriculture. His fiery temper and sense of honour led to brawls and duels. Most famously, in 1806 he killed Charles Dickinson in a duel after Dickinson insulted Jackson's wife. That marriage was itself controversial. Rachel Donaldson Robards was initially married to another man. Believing her first husband had secured a divorce, Rachel and Jackson wed in 1791, only to discover the divorce hadn't been finalised. They remarried legally in 1794, but accusations of adultery and bigamy haunted them for decades. Jackson's fierce defence of Rachel's honour was legendary. He blamed her death in 1828 in part on the brutal campaign attacks against her. Politically, Jackson rose as Tennessee was carved from the frontier. He participated in its constitutional convention in 1796 and became the state's first representative in the U.S. House. He briefly served in the U.S. Senate but resigned in 1798, returning to Nashville as a judge on the Tennessee Supreme Court. Jackson was also a major general in the Tennessee militia. His military career made him famous far beyond Tennessee. In 1813, during the War of 1812, he led forces against the Creek Nation in the southeastern U.S. After the Fort Mims massacre, Jackson led a punishing campaign, culminating in the Battle of Horseshoe Bend in 1814. There he decisively defeated the Red Stick faction of the Creeks, forcing them to cede millions of acres to the United States. His reputation soared further with his defense of New Orleans. In late 1814, with the British threatening to seize the key port city, Jackson was given command. He declared martial law, recruited militias, free black soldiers, native allies, and pirates under Jean Lafitte. On January 8, 1815, Jackson's outnumbered forces dealt a stunning defeat to the British, killing over 2,000 while suffering minimal American losses. Though the Treaty of Ghent had already been signed, ending the war, news hadn't reached the battlefield, making the victory symbolic and electrifying. Jackson emerged as a national hero. Old Hickory, known for toughness and frontier authenticity. After the war, Jackson commanded U.S. forces in the South. In 1817 to 1818, he led an unauthorized invasion of Spanish Florida during the First Seminole War, pursuing Seminole and runaway enslaved people. He captured Spanish forts and executed 2 British subjects accused of inciting native resistance. Though controversial, sparking international tensions, his actions helped convince Spain to negotiate. The Adams-Honest Treaty of 1819 ceded Florida to the U.S. Jackson briefly served as Florida's military governor in 1821 but resigned in frustration over bureaucracy. He returned to Tennessee in semi-retirement at his plantation, the Hermitage, near Nashville. There he oversaw a growing estate worked by enslaved people, developing it into a major cotton operation. Politics soon beckoned again. By the 1820s, the era of good feelings was fracturing. Democratic Republicans split into factions, and populist calls for expanded white male suffrage reshaped American democracy. Jackson's fame and image as a man of the people propelled him to run for president in 1824. The 1824 election was chaotic. Jackson won a plurality of popular and electoral votes, but not a majority. The House of Representatives chose John Quincy Adams, who was supported by Henry Clay. When Adams appointed Clay as Secretary of State, Jackson's supporters cried "corrupt bargain," claiming elites had stolen the presidency. Jackson spent the next 4 years campaigning relentlessly. He built a new Democratic Party rooted in popular democracy, attacking elitism and calling for the will of the people to prevail. In 1828, he defeated Adams decisively in a bitter, personal and often vicious campaign. Rachel Jackson died before he took office, devastated by accusations against her, leaving Jackson grief-stricken and vengeful toward his enemies. In March 1829, Jackson became the 7th President of the United States. His inauguration drew thousands of ordinary citizens to Washington, symbolizing a shift in American politics toward mass participation. Critics dubbed it mob rule, but supporters saw it as democracy fulfilled. Jackson's presidency was marked by fierce conflicts. He was determined to act as the direct representative of the people, challenging Congress and the Supreme Court alike. His use of the presidential veto was unprecedented in scope, blocking legislation he saw as harmful or unconstitutional, even when Congress supported it. One of his signature battles was against the Second Bank of the United States, which he viewed as an instrument of elite privilege and corruption. When Congress renewed the bank's charter in 1832, Jackson vetoed it with a dramatic message condemning monopolies. He then ordered federal deposits withdrawn, crippling the bank and shifting funds to state pet banks, fueling a speculative boom and later a financial panic. Jackson also faced the nullification crisis with South Carolina. In 1832, the state declared federal tariffs null and void, threatening secession. Though a Southerner and slaveholder, Jackson staunchly defended federal authority. He issued a fiery proclamation rejecting nullification and sought congressional approval for a force bill to compel obedience. A negotiated compromise tariff diffused the crisis, but Jackson's firmness preserved the Union. Perhaps the darkest chapter of his presidency was Indian removal. Jackson had long championed removing native peoples from the southeastern United States to lands west of the Mississippi, claiming it was the only way to save them from extinction amid white settlement. The Indian Removal Act of 1830, which he signed, authorized the forced relocation of tens of thousands of Native Americans. The policy led to immense suffering and death, most notoriously in the Trail of Tears under his successor. Despite controversies, Jackson remained highly popular. He was re-elected in 1832 in a landslide over Henry Clay, seeing his victory as a mandate for his policies. His second term focused on dismantling the bank, paying down the national debt and enforcing federal supremacy. Jackson retired in March 1837, leaving office with strong approval among his supporters but fierce hatred from his enemies. His vice president and chosen successor, Martin Van Buren, inherited the economic turmoil that Jackson's banking policies had helped trigger. Back at the Hermitage, Jackson remained a dominant figure in Democratic politics. He corresponded widely, advised allies, and helped shape the party's identity. His health declined, weakened by old war wounds, tuberculosis and dropsy. He died on June 8, 1845, at age 78, surrounded by family and enslaved workers who had served him for decades. He was buried at the Hermitage, where his grave remains a place of historical reflection and debate. Andrew Jackson's legacy is among the most contested in American history. To admirers, he was the champion of the common man, the founder of modern democracy, and the fierce defender of the Union. To critics, he was an autocrat who expanded executive power, fueled financial chaos, and presided over the brutal dispossession and death of Native Americans. He reshaped the presidency, making it a powerful voice for popular will. His image as Old Hickory, tough and unyielding, defined an era of American politics, and his contradictions continue to shape debates about democracy, power and justice in the United States. Next up, Martin Van Buren, the 8th President of the United States. Martin Van Buren was born on December 5, 1782, in the small village of Kinderhook, New York. He was the third of 5 children born to Abraham Van Buren and Maria Hose Van Buren. His family was of Dutch descent, and Martin grew up speaking Dutch as his first language, only learning English at school. Kinderhook was a tight-knit Dutch-American community along the Hudson River, and this heritage would remain a source of pride throughout his life. Van Buren's father was a tavern keeper and farmer, owning a modest inn that served as a gathering place for local farmers and travellers. Young Martin spent countless hours listening to political talk in the tavern's common room. Here he absorbed the art of persuasion, storytelling and negotiation, developing a sharp mind for politics from an early age. He received a basic education at the village school but showed early brilliance. At age 14, after his formal schooling ended, he began reading law in the office of Francis Sylvester, a respected Kinderhook attorney. In those days there were no law schools, so Van Buren learned through apprenticeship, copying documents and mastering legal forms. In 1799, at just 17, he moved to New York City to study further under William P. Van Ness, an influential lawyer and political ally of Aaron Burr. He returned to Kinderhook in 1803 and was admitted to the New York bar at age 21. He set up practice with his half-brother James Van Allen. Van Buren quickly gained a reputation for careful preparation, sharp cross-examinations and persuasive arguments before juries. He was small in stature but radiated energy and confidence, earning him the nickname Little Magician for his skill in political maneuvering. From early on, Van Buren aligned with the Democratic-Republican Party of Thomas Jefferson, which opposed the Federalist Party's centralizing tendencies. He threw himself into state politics, joining the Albany Regency, a powerful political organization in New York that enforced party discipline and rewarded loyalists with patronage. Under Van Buren's guidance, it became one of the earliest examples of an organized political machine in American history. In 1707, Van Buren married his childhood sweetheart and first cousin, Hannah Hose. Their marriage was affectionate but short-lived. They had 4 sons before Hannah died of tuberculosis in 1819 at age 35. Van Buren never remarried, and her death cast a long shadow over his personal life. His political career accelerated quickly. In 1812, at just 30 years old, he was elected to the New York State Senate. He also served as the state's Attorney General from 1815 to 1819. During these years, he refined his mastery of party politics, building coalitions, rewarding allies, and punishing rivals with precise, often ruthless effectiveness. In 1821, Van Buren was elected to the U.S. Senate. There he emerged as a leading voice for states' rights and strict constitutional construction, opposing what he saw as dangerous expansions of federal power. He opposed federal funding for internal improvements and was skeptical of the Bank of the United States. But Van Buren was also a pragmatist. He believed in a strong, disciplined party system to manage conflict in a diverse republic. He saw parties not as dangerous factions, as many of the founders feared, but as necessary instruments for democratic stability. This vision made him the architect of the modern Democratic Party. During the contentious 1824 presidential election, the Democratic-Republican Party split into factions. Van Buren backed William Crawford, but soon recognized the rising popularity of Andrew Jackson. After John Quincy Adams won the disputed election in what Jackson supporters called the corrupt bargain, Van Buren moved decisively to unite Jackson's followers into a new political coalition. He worked tirelessly to build a national Democratic Party that combined Northern workingmen, Southern planters, and Western settlers. He mastered patronage networks and campaign organization, forging alliances across sectional lines. His success helped Jackson win a sweeping victory in the 1828 election. Jackson rewarded Van Buren's loyalty by appointing him Secretary of State in 1829. In that role, Van Buren carefully managed foreign relations, settling disputes with Britain over trade and avoiding war with Mexico over Texas. But his most important work was behind the scenes, advising Jackson and helping to manage his administration's fierce internal battles. One such battle was the so-called Petticoat Affair, a scandal over the social ostracism of Peggy Eaton, wife of Secretary of War John Eaton. When Vice President John C. Calhoun's wife led the snubbing of Mrs. Eaton, Jackson was enraged, seeing it as an insult to his friend. Van Buren cleverly sided with Jackson, offering to resign along with the entire cabinet. This maneuver isolated Calhoun and cemented Van Buren as Jackson's trusted heir. In 1832, Jackson chose Van Buren as his running mate. The Jackson-Van Buren ticket won easily, and Van Buren served as vice president from 1833 to 1837. He loyally supported Jackson's policies, including the Bank War, Jackson's battle to destroy the Second Bank of the United States, and Jackson's forceful stance against South Carolina's nullification threat. As Jackson's second term wound down, Van Buren was the clear choice to succeed him. In 1836, he was elected the 8th President of the United States, running as the hand-picked leader of the Democratic Party and promising to continue Jackson's policies. But Van Buren's presidency was immediately engulfed in crisis. In 1837, just weeks after he took office, the nation was plunged into the Panic of 1837, a severe economic depression. The collapse was triggered by the bursting of land speculation bubbles, the failure of state banks, and Jackson's earlier move to withdraw federal funds from the Bank of the United States. Van Buren, a firm believer in limited government, refused calls for federal intervention to rescue failing banks or provide direct relief. He argued that government aid would encourage dangerous speculation and corruption. Instead, he championed the independent treasury system, a plan to keep federal funds out of private banks entirely and store them in government vaults. This system was controversial, but eventually became law in 1840. The economic depression devastated Van Buren's popularity. Unemployment soared, businesses failed, and farmers lost their land. Political opponents mocked him as Martin Van Ruin, claiming he was indifferent to the suffering of ordinary Americans. His troubles were compounded by continued conflicts over slavery. In 1837, during a diplomatic dispute over the destruction of the American ship Caroline by British forces in Canada, Van Buren worked carefully to avoid war, maintaining peace but irritating some who wanted a stronger response. Most consequentially, Van Buren opposed the immediate annexation of Texas, fearing it would inflame sectional tensions over slavery and provoke war with Mexico. This stance cost him Southern support, as pro-slavery expansionists favoured annexation. In 1840, Van Buren sought re-election but faced a resurgent Whig party, united behind William Henry Harrison. The Whigs ran a populist log cabin and hard cider campaign, mocking Van Buren as an out-of-touch aristocrat who wore fancy clothes and drank fine wine. Despite being a man of modest origins, Van Buren struggled to shake this image. Harrison won in a landslide. Van Buren retired to his estate at Lindenwold in Kinderhook, but remained deeply involved in politics. In 1844, he sought the Democratic nomination again but lost to James K. Polk, largely because of his opposition to Texas annexation. In 1848, Van Buren ran for president as the candidate of the Free Soil Party, opposing the expansion of slavery into the Western Territories. Though he knew he couldn't win, he hoped to send a clear message that slavery should not spread. His candidacy split the Democratic vote and helped elect the Whig Zachary Taylor, but it also marked one of the first major anti-slavery challenges in national politics. Van Buren spent his final years writing his autobiography and receiving visitors at Lindenwold. Though his health declined, he remained alert and engaged with the issues of the day. He died on July 24, 1862, at age 79, as the Civil War raged, a war over the very sectional tensions he had tried to manage and contain during his long political career. He was buried in the Kinderhook Reformed Cemetery, not far from where he'd been born. Martin Van Buren's legacy is complex. He was a brilliant organizer who built the modern Democratic Party and championed the idea of strong, disciplined political parties as necessary for democracy. He defended limited government and states' rights, but also took principled stands against expanding slavery into new territories. Though his presidency was overshadowed by economic disaster, his impact on American political development was profound. He remains remembered as the little magician, clever, ambitious, and one of the most skillful politicians of his age. Next, we have William Henry Harrison, the 9th President of the United States. William Henry Harrison was born on February 9, 1773, at Berkeley Plantation in Charles City County, Virginia. He was the youngest of 7 children in one of Virginia's most distinguished families. His father, Benjamin Harrison V, was a wealthy planter, a prominent member of the Virginia aristocracy, and a signer of the Declaration of Independence who later served as governor of Virginia. Growing up at Berkeley, young William absorbed the ideals of the American Revolution while enjoying the privileges of elite colonial society. Harrison's early education was shaped by private tutors and the expectations of a political dynasty. He was sent to Hampton Sidney College in 1787, studying classics and philosophy. Though a diligent student, his education was interrupted by family tragedy when his father died in 1791. At that moment, the family's fortune was precarious, and William, then 18, lost much of his expected inheritance. Originally intended for medicine, Harrison had begun medical studies in Richmond and briefly at the University of Pennsylvania under Dr. Benjamin Rush, one of the nation's leading physicians. But the death of his father, dwindling funds, and a restless spirit pushed him in another direction. In 1791, Harrison left medical school to join the army, a choice that launched his long public career. He received a commission as an ensign in the U.S. Army, assigned to the Northwest Territory, a vast and often lawless frontier region where the United States was battling native confederacies resisting white settlement. Harrison served under General Mad Anthony Wayne, who was charged with subduing native resistance after disastrous defeats, like St. Clair's in 1791. Harrison proved himself a brave and reliable junior officer. He participated in the decisive Battle of Fallen Timbers in 1794, which broke the power of the Western Confederacy of Native Nations. The subsequent Treaty of Greenville in 1795 opened much of present-day Ohio to white settlement. Harrison's frontier service made him a familiar figure in the West and skilled in its brutal politics. In 1795 he resigned from the army and was appointed Secretary of the Northwest Territory by President Washington. By 1799 he was elected as the territory's delegate to Congress, a non-voting seat but one that gave him visibility in the nation's capital. In Congress, Harrison championed policies encouraging Western migration, including liberal land purchase terms. His efforts won him the gratitude of settlers and the support of influential politicians. In 1800, President John Adams appointed him the first governor of the newly created Indiana Territory, which included not just present-day Indiana but also Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, and parts of Minnesota. As governor from 1801 to 1812, Harrison wielded extraordinary power. He oversaw land sales, territorial legislation, and relations with native nations. Harrison negotiated numerous treaties, often using pressure, manipulation, and gifts that transferred millions of acres of native land to the United States. These treaties fueled white settlement, but sowed deep resentment among native peoples. The most famous of these conflicts arose with Tecumseh, the Shawnee leader, who, along with his brother Tenskwatawa, the prophet, forged a pan-Indian resistance movement. Tecumseh argued that no single tribe could sell land without the consent of all native nations. Harrison rejected this doctrine and moved aggressively to undercut Tecumseh's Confederacy. In 1811, with Tecumseh away recruiting allies in the South, Harrison led about 1,000 troops to Prophetstown, the settlement at the junction of the Tippecanoe and Wabash rivers. On November 7th, 1811, Tenskwatawa launched a pre-dawn attack. Harrison's forces repelled the assault in what became known as the Battle of Tippecanoe. Though costly and tactically inconclusive, Harrison burned Prophetstown, declaring victory. This battle made Harrison a national hero to many Americans and earned him the nickname Old Tippecanoe, though it further inflamed native resistance. When the War of 1812 broke out with Britain, Harrison was commissioned a major general in the U.S. Army and given command in the Northwest. His mission was to defend the frontier and recapture Detroit, which had fallen to British and native forces under General Isaac Brock and Tecumseh. Harrison built a network of forts and supply lines in Ohio and Indiana, gradually reclaiming territory. In 1813, after Oliver Hazard Perry's naval victory on Lake Erie secured American control of the lake, Harrison invaded Canada. At the Battle of the Thames on October 5, 1813, Harrison's forces decisively defeated British and native troops. Tecumseh was killed in the battle, shattering his Confederacy and ending serious native military resistance in the Old Northwest. Harrison emerged from the war as a celebrated hero. His popularity carried him into politics once again. In 1816, he was elected to Congress from Ohio, serving a single term where he advocated for veterans and Western development. He then served in the Ohio State Senate and was briefly appointed U.S. Minister to Gran Colombia in 1828 by President John Quincy Adams. His time in South America was rocky. He wrote a controversial letter criticizing Simón Bolívar for drifting toward dictatorship, reflecting Harrison's deep belief in republican government and suspicion of concentrated power. Bolívar bristled at the criticism, and Harrison's tenure ended after a year. Returning to Ohio, Harrison found himself courted by the new Whig Party, which was forming in opposition to President Andrew Jackson's strong executive leadership. The Whigs sought a war hero who could match Jackson's appeal, and Harrison, with his frontier credentials and military record, was an ideal figure. In 1836, Harrison ran as one of several Whig candidates in a divided field meant to throw the election into the House of Representatives. Though he won electoral votes in several states, Democrat Martin Van Buren carried enough to win outright. Undeterred, Harrison and the Whigs prepared for 1840. This time they united fully behind him, launching one of the most memorable campaigns in U.S. history. They cast Harrison as the humble, cider-drinking, log cabin man of the people, even though he was born on a Virginia plantation and lived in a comfortable Ohio house. Van Buren, by contrast, was painted as an out-of-touch aristocrat. The 1840 campaign featured rallies, songs, banners and slogans like Tippecanoe and Tyler too, referring to Harrison and his running mate John Tyler. The strategy worked spectacularly. Harrison won a massive popular vote and electoral college victory, buoyed by economic distress from the Panic of 1837 and popular disgust with Van Buren. At age 68, Harrison was the oldest man elected president up to that point. He gave the longest inaugural address in U.S. history on March 4, 1841, delivering nearly 2 hours of oratory in cold, wet weather without a hat or overcoat. He sought to show vigour and toughness, but the choice proved fatal. Shortly after taking office, Harrison developed a bad cold that turned into pneumonia. Despite the best efforts of 19th century medicine, bloodletting, opium poultices, his condition worsened. On April 4th, 1841, just 31 days after his inauguration, Harrison died. He was the first US president to die in office, plunging the young republic into uncertainty over succession. His death created a constitutional crisis that ultimately resolved in Vice President John Tyler assuming the full powers of the presidency, setting an essential precedent for presidential succession. Harrison's legacy is paradoxical. Despite decades of military service, territorial expansion, and political experience, his presidency was the shortest in American history and left no formal policies or major acts. Yet his 1840 campaign transformed American electoral politics, pioneering mass rallies, slogans and imagery that set the tone for modern campaigning. William Henry Harrison is remembered as the hero of Tippecanoe and the first president to die in office, a man who embodied both the promise and fragility of the early American Republic. His life told the story of a restless nation pushing westward, confident in its destiny but marked by conflict, conquest and rapid change. Next, we have John Tyler, who, as mentioned earlier, became the 10th President of the United States after the passing of William Henry Harrison while in office. John Tyler was born on March 29, 1790, at Greenway Plantation in Charles City County, Virginia. He was born into the world of Virginia's tidewater aristocracy, the son of John Tyler Sr., a prominent planter, judge, and Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates who later served as governor. Tyler's mother, Mary Marott Armistead Tyler, died when he was only 7, leaving his father to shape much of his upbringing. Tyler's childhood was spent on the family's plantation, surrounded by enslaved labor that sustained the wealth and lifestyle of Virginia's elite. From an early age he showed intelligence, independence, and a stubborn will. He received rigorous private tutoring, studying Latin, Greek, and classic literature, instilling in him a lifelong love of learning and eloquence. At 12, Tyler entered the preparatory department of the College of William and Mary, following in his father's footsteps. He enrolled in the college proper at age 14, demonstrating remarkable precocity. He was known for his quick wit, mastery of classical rhetoric, and deep grounding in Enlightenment political philosophy. He graduated in 1807 at 17, one of the youngest in his class. After college, Tyler read law with his father, who was a respected judge. Admitted to the Virginia bar at 19, he set up practice in Richmond. He soon built a reputation as a persuasive advocate, admired for his graceful language and precise logic. But Tyler was drawn to politics even more than law. In 1811, at just 21, he was elected to the Virginia House of Delegates. He quickly established himself as an ardent defender of states' rights and a critic of federal overreach. In the War of 1812, though he opposed much about President Madison's policies, he voted to support the war effort when Britain's aggression left no choice. He also served briefly as captain of a militia company he helped organize, though he saw no combat. Tyler's oratory in the legislature and his skill at behind-the-scenes negotiation advanced his reputation. He was a rising young star in Virginia's Jeffersonian Republican ranks. In 1813, at 23, Tyler married Letitia Christian, the shy, devout daughter of a neighboring planter. Their marriage was traditional and reserved but affectionate. They would eventually have 8 children together. Tyler's political ascent continued. In 1816, he was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. As a congressman, he fiercely opposed nationalist economic programs like the National Bank and federally funded internal improvements. He feared they would concentrate power in Washington and burden southern states. He also opposed protective tariffs, aligning himself with the strict constructionist wing of the Jeffersonian tradition. After declining re-election in 1820 due to poor health and personal debts, Tyler returned to Virginia. But he couldn't stay out of politics for long. He served again in the Virginia House of Delegates and was elected governor of Virginia in 1825. As governor, he pushed for prison reform and internal improvements under state, not federal control, and worked to strengthen Virginia's militia system. In 1827, Tyler was elected to the U.S. Senate by the Virginia legislature. He went to Washington as a staunch advocate of states' rights and limited government, quickly clashing with President John Quincy Adams's nationalist policies. Tyler became a strong ally of Andrew Jackson early on, helping to secure Jackson's election in 1828. But Tyler's loyalty to Jackson did not last. Though he agreed with Jackson's opposition to the Bank of the United States, he recoiled at Jackson's aggressive use of executive power. The breaking point came in 1834 when Jackson refused to release Treasury documents to the Senate after removing federal deposits from the bank. The Senate censured Jackson. Tyler, defying party pressure, sided with the censure and broke with the Democrats. Tyler resigned his Senate seat in 1836 rather than follow new instructions from the Virginia legislature to vote to expunge Jackson's censure. He returned to state politics, increasingly associated with the new Whig Party, a diverse coalition united mainly by opposition to Jackson's executive tyranny. In 1836, Tyler was nominated for vice president by a dissident group of Southern Whigs, hoping to deny Democrat Martin Van Buren an electoral college majority. The strategy failed. But Tyler's name remained in Whig circles, especially among Southern states' rights supporters who were uneasy about the Whigs' nationalist tendencies under Henry Clay. By 1840, the Whigs needed a unified ticket to defeat Van Buren. They chose the popular war hero William Henry Harrison as their presidential candidate and Tyler as his running mate, hoping to balance Harrison's northern appeal with a Southern states' rights man. Their slogan, Tippecanoe and Tyler too, became one of the most famous in American political history. The Whigs ran a populist campaign blaming Van Buren for the Panic of 1837's economic misery. Harrison and Tyler won a resounding victory. At Tyler's inauguration as vice president on March 4, 1841, he delivered a brief formal address that few noticed, overshadowed entirely by Harrison's marathon speech in freezing weather. Just a month later, everything changed. President Harrison died of pneumonia on April 4, 1841, the first U.S. president to die in office. A constitutional crisis loomed. The Constitution said the vice president would assume the powers and duties of the presidency, but did not explicitly say he became president. Tyler boldly declared he was the president in full, not merely acting president. He took the presidential oath, moved into the White House, and insisted on full presidential authority. Though controversial, his precedent set the standard for future successions. Congress reluctantly accepted it, though many Whigs grumbled, calling him his accidency. Tyler's relationship with the Whig Party quickly soured. Though he shared their opposition to Jackson's use of executive power, he remained committed to strict constitutional limits on federal authority. Henry Clay, the Whigs' congressional leader, expected Tyler to rubber stamp their nationalist program, including a new national bank. When Clay's bank bills reached his desk, Tyler vetoed them, twice. He argued they violated the Constitution and states' rights. Furious Whigs expelled him from the party, and nearly his entire cabinet resigned in protest, except Secretary of State Daniel Webster, who remained temporarily to complete negotiations with Britain. Isolated, Tyler tried to govern without a party. He faced multiple impeachment attempts in the Whig-controlled House, though none succeeded. He earned the enmity of both major parties, but persisted in promoting what he saw as principled constitutional conservatism. Tyler's presidency did see successes in foreign affairs. His administration concluded the Webster-Ashburton Treaty in 1842 with Britain, settling the main Canada boundary and reducing tensions along the northern border. He also began serious negotiations over Texas. Texas had won independence from Mexico in 1836 and sought U.S. annexation. Tyler saw this as a chance to expand the Union and secure Southern support. But annexation was explosive, as it would expand slavery and risk war with Mexico. After failing to get a treaty through the Senate in 1844, Tyler pressed for annexation by joint resolution, which required only a majority in both houses. The 1844 election changed the political landscape. Democrat James K. Polk ran on a platform of reannexation of Texas and reoccupation of Oregon. Tyler, seeing an opportunity, withdrew from his own quixotic re-election bid and endorsed Polk, helping to split Whig opposition. In his final days in office, Tyler signed the joint resolution offering annexation to Texas, laying the groundwork for its entry as a state in 1845. Though he left office in March 1845 deeply unpopular, he considered annexing Texas his crowning achievement. Returning to Sherwood Forest, his Virginia plantation, Tyler retired from national politics. He managed the estate with enslaved labor and remained a staunch defender of slavery and states' rights, as sectional tensions deepened in the 1850s. When Southern states began seceding after Abraham Lincoln's election, Tyler re-emerged. In 1861 he presided over the Virginia Peace Conference in Washington, a last-ditch effort to avoid war. When compromise failed, Tyler sided with the Confederacy, seeing secession as Virginia's right. He was elected to the Confederate House of Representatives, but died before taking his seat. John Tyler died on January 18, 1862, at age 71. His death was largely ignored in the Union, which did not officially mourn him because he had sided with the Confederacy. He was buried at Hollywood Cemetery in Richmond, draped in the Confederate flag. Tyler's legacy is complex. He set the precedent for presidential succession that preserved constitutional stability. Yet he was a president without a party, whose stubborn adherence to states' rights alienated Whigs and Democrats alike. His support for slavery in the Confederacy places him among the most controversial of the early presidents, but his insistence on constitutional principle, even at the cost of political isolation, marks him as one of the most independent and unpredictable figures ever to occupy the presidency. Next, we have James K. Polk, the 11th President of the United States. James Knox Polk was born on November 2, 1795, in a log cabin in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. He was the first of 10 children born to Samuel Polk, a prosperous farmer and surveyor, and Jane Knox Polk, whose Scots-Irish Presbyterian faith and stern moral code shaped young James profoundly. His early childhood was marked by the spirit of frontier life, a mix of rough independence, hard work, and religious devotion. In 1806, when James was 11, the Polk family migrated west to the rich, unsettled lands of Tennessee, part of the expanding American frontier. They settled in Maury County, south of Nashville, where Samuel Polk acquired large tracts of land and became a successful planter. Young James helped with farm work, including tending to enslaved laborers the family owned, and he absorbed the political talk that filled his father's house. Polk was a frail, sickly child, plagued by gallstones and other ailments. In 1812, at age 17, he underwent a painful surgery without anesthesia to remove urinary stones, performed by the famed Kentucky surgeon Ephraim McDowell. The experience left him permanently childless, but may have saved his life. Though he started formal schooling later than many peers, Polk excelled once he began. He studied at a local academy and then at Zion Church Academy in Maury County, displaying a natural talent for memorization and logic. In 1816, he entered the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. At Chapel Hill, Polk immersed himself in classical studies, rhetoric, and moral philosophy. He joined the Dialectic Society, honing his debating skills and forming lifelong friendships. He graduated with honours in 1818, recognised as one of the top students in his class. Returning to Tennessee, Polk read law under Felix Grundy, a prominent Nashville attorney and political figure. Admitted to the bar in 1820, he established a practice in Columbia, Tennessee. His legal work quickly brought him local respect, but politics was his true passion. Polk entered public life in 1823 when he was elected to the Tennessee House of Representatives. He was an ardent supporter of Andrew Jackson, who was already a towering figure in Tennessee politics. Polk earned the nickname Young Hickory, signalling both his loyalty to Jackson, Old Hickory, and his own toughness and discipline. In 1825, at just 29 years old, Polk was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. He would serve 7 consecutive terms, quickly rising through the ranks. A staunch Jacksonian Democrat, he supported Jackson's war against the Second Bank of the United States and opposed federal funding for internal improvements that he believed favoured certain regions at the expense of others. Polk's mastery of parliamentary procedure, relentless work ethic, and fierce partisanship made him a key lieutenant in Jackson's Democratic coalition. In 1835, he was elected Speaker of the House, the first and only future president to hold that position. As Speaker, he enforced strict party discipline, supporting Jackson's policies and ensuring the House remained loyal to the Democratic agenda. In 1839, Polk returned to Tennessee to run for governor, defeating the incumbent Whig Newton Cannon in a hard-fought campaign. His victory was a personal triumph and a testament to his political skill. As governor, he supported democratic principles of limited government and hard money over paper currency, while facing rising Whig strength in the state. Despite his personal popularity, Polk struggled politically as Tennessee shifted toward the Whigs under the appeal of national figures like Henry Clay and local heroes like Sam Houston. He lost re-election in 1841 and again in 1843, seemingly ending his political career. But in 1844, national politics offered Polk an unexpected path. The Democratic Party was divided over the annexation of Texas, with many expansionists clamoring for it, while others feared it would provoke war with Mexico and exacerbate sectional tensions over slavery. At the Democratic Convention in Baltimore, former President Martin Van Buren failed to secure the necessary 2/3 majority because of his cautious stance on Texas. Polk emerged as a compromise candidate. He was a loyal Jacksonian, an ardent expansionist who favoured annexing Texas and claiming all of Oregon, and acceptable to both Northern and Southern Democrats. He became the first dark horse nominee in U.S. presidential history. In the general election, Polk ran as the candidate of Manifest Destiny, promising to annex Texas, claim Oregon up to the 54-40 line, and expand American democracy across the continent. His opponent, Whig Henry Clay, wavered on Texas annexation, losing crucial votes in the North. Polk narrowly won both the popular and electoral vote. Polk's presidency was among the most consequential single terms in American history. Before taking office, he made a clear private list of goals: reduce the tariff, re-establish an independent treasury, settle the Oregon boundary dispute, and acquire California and New Mexico from Mexico. Polk approached these goals with single-minded determination. He succeeded in lowering tariffs with the Walker Tariff of 1846, pleasing Southern and Western farmers while angering Northern manufacturers. He re-established the independent treasury system, separating government finances from private banks and repealing Whig economic policies. On Oregon, Polk negotiated with Britain to avoid war. Though his campaign slogan threatened to take all of Oregon country up to 54 degrees 40 minutes, In office, he compromised, settling the boundary at the 49th parallel in 1846. This deal secured the modern borders of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and parts of Montana and Wyoming without bloodshed. But his biggest and most controversial achievement was war with Mexico. When Texas accepted U.S. annexation in 1845, Mexico severed diplomatic ties. Polk sent emissary John Slidell to negotiate purchase in California and settling the Texas border, but Mexico refused. Polk then ordered General Zachary Taylor to the disputed territory between the Nueces River and the Rio Grande. When Mexican forces attacked Taylor's troops in April 1846, Polk declared that Mexico had shed American blood upon American soil, and Congress declared war. The Mexican-American War was brutal and divisive. Whigs like Abraham Lincoln questioned Polk's justification and accused him of provoking war to expand slavery. But American forces won decisive victories. Taylor triumphed in northern Mexico, while General Winfield Scott captured Mexico City in 1847. Meanwhile, a naval expedition under Commodore John D. Sloat and land forces under Stephen Kearny secured California. In the 1848 Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, Mexico ceded vast territories to the United States: California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, and parts of Colorado and Wyoming. The US paid $15 million and assumed some Mexican debts. Polk's territorial acquisitions completed the vision of Manifest Destiny, but inflamed sectional conflict over whether slavery would expand into these new lands. Polk was a micromanager, overseeing his administration's details relentlessly. He worked so obsessively that his health deteriorated during his presidency. True to his pledge, he did not seek a second term. In March 1849, he left office satisfied that he had accomplished his goals. He retired to his newly purchased home in Nashville, Tennessee, called Polk Place. But his health was broken. Just 3 months after leaving office, he died of cholera on June 15, 1849, at age 53. His wife, Sarah Childress Polk, survived him by over 40 years, becoming a revered figure in Nashville society. Polk was buried in Nashville, where his tomb still stands on the grounds of the Tennessee state capitol. James K. Polk's legacy is striking. He transformed the United States into a continental power, expanding its territory by over 1 million square miles. Yet his successes helped sow the seeds of the Civil War by reopening the fierce debate over slavery's expansion. Critics see him as an aggressive expansionist whose policies provoked war and deepened sectional divides. Admirers credit him as one of the most effective one-term presidents, a leader who set clear goals and achieved them all. Polk remains a study in contrasts, austere yet ambitious, deeply partisan yet intensely focused on national growth, a president who embodied both the promise and the perils of America's relentless drive to fulfill its manifest destiny. Next, we have Zachary Taylor, the 12th President of the United States. Zachary Taylor was born on November 24, 1784, in a log cabin on the frontier of Orange County, Virginia. He was the third of 9 children born to Richard Taylor, a Revolutionary War officer, and Sarah Dabney Strother Taylor. The Taylors were a prominent family of planters and soldiers with roots in the colonial gentry of Virginia, steeped in traditions of land ownership, slavery, and public service. When Zachary was still a young boy, his family joined the westward migration that was transforming the new United States. In 1785, they moved to the Kentucky frontier, settling near present-day Louisville. Richard Taylor became a wealthy planter, acquiring thousands of acres and enslaved workers who cultivated tobacco and other crops. Life on the frontier was harsh and dangerous, with the constant threat of attacks from native nations defending their lands. Taylor's formal schooling was minimal. He attended sporadic classes with travelling tutors or small local schools. His handwriting remained poor all his life, and he was never known for eloquent speech or polished manners. Instead, he developed practical skills suited to the frontier: horsemanship, marksmanship, physical endurance, and the habits of command. In 1808, at age 23, Taylor joined the U.S. Army as a first lieutenant, beginning a military career that would span 4 decades. The young republic was small, its army underfunded and scattered across distant posts. Taylor was stationed at various forts along the western frontier, charged with protecting settlers and enforcing treaties with native nations. He married Margaret McCall Smith in 1810, the daughter of a prominent Maryland planter. Their marriage was a stable and affectionate one, producing 6 children. Margaret, known as Peggy, disliked military life and often stayed away from the posts, living instead with relatives in more settled areas. Taylor's early military years were marked by constant movement. During the War of 1812, he was promoted to major and given command of Fort Harrison in Indiana Territory. In September 1812, the fort was attacked by a large force of native warriors allied with the British. Taylor's determined defence, despite fire-consuming parts of the stockade and short supplies, won him a reputation for courage and earned him a brevet promotion to lieutenant colonel. After the war, Taylor remained in the army during the long and uneasy peace that followed. He served in scattered frontier posts from Wisconsin to Louisiana. His life became a monotonous cycle of garrison duty, building forts, and occasional skirmishes with native groups resisting removal from their lands. He gained respect as a stern but fair officer, known for his plain dress, informal manner, and practical leadership. He earned the nickname Old Rough and Ready for his willingness to share hardships with his men, sleep on the ground, and eat army rations without complaint. Taylor's military career intersected with the tragic policy of Indian removal. In the 1830s, during the Black Hawk War, he commanded troops pursuing the Sauk leader Black Hawk after he returned to reclaim his ancestral lands in Illinois. Later, during the Second Seminole War in Florida, Taylor led U.S. forces in a brutal campaign to expel the Seminole people from their lands. In December 1837, Taylor won a hard-fought victory at the Battle of Lake Okeechobee. Though the Seminole escaped to fight on, the battle was touted as a triumph, and Taylor was promoted to brigadier general. His Florida service, like much of his career, was defined by grueling marches through swamps, relentless pursuit of elusive enemies, and harsh conditions. By the 1840s, Taylor was a senior army officer respected for his experience, but little known outside military circles. That changed dramatically with the outbreak of the Mexican-American War in 1846. President James K. Polk ordered Taylor to the Rio Grande in the disputed territory between Texas and Mexico. In April 1846, Mexican forces attacked Taylor's troops, and Polk declared that American blood had been shed on American soil. War followed, and Taylor led U.S. forces in a series of dramatic victories. At Palo Alto and Resaca de la Palma, he decisively defeated larger Mexican forces with disciplined artillery and calm leadership. Taylor's most famous victory came at the Battle of Buena Vista in February 1847. Facing Mexican General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna's force of perhaps 15,000, with just 5,000 men, many of them volunteers, Taylor repelled repeated assaults in 2 days of fierce fighting. When told that the Mexicans demanded surrender, Taylor reportedly snapped, "Tell them to go to hell." His determined defense secured the battlefield and made him a national hero. Throughout the war, Taylor's image as Old Rough and Ready was burnished by stories of his informal style. He wore a civilian straw hat and plain clothes in camp, rejected ceremony, and shared hardships with enlisted men. This contrasted sharply with General Winfield Scott's aristocratic, polished demeanour on the Central Mexico campaign. As the war ended with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848, Taylor returned home to find himself the subject of a popular movement to draft him for the presidency. Though a lifelong soldier who had never voted in a presidential election and had no political record, Taylor's fame and reputation for honesty made him appealing. Both parties eyed him, but Taylor owned enslaved people and supported the Union, making him acceptable to Southern Whigs, while Northern Whigs hoped he would prioritize national unity over sectional disputes. In 1848, the Whig Party formally nominated him for president with Millard Fillmore of New York as his running mate. Taylor ran as a non-politician, a national hero above party. His campaign avoided strong positions on slavery's expansion into new territories gained from Mexico, a question that was tearing the nation apart. Meanwhile, former President Martin Van Buren ran as the Free Soil candidate, opposing slavery's expansion, splitting the Democratic vote. Taylor won the election comfortably, defeating Democrat Lewis Cass. He took office on March 5, 1849, because March 4th fell on a Sunday, and Taylor refused to be inaugurated on the Sabbath, a rare constitutional wrinkle. Taylor's presidency was immediately consumed by the explosive question of slavery in the new territories. The 1848 gold rush had flooded California with settlers who sought statehood as a free state. Southerners feared losing parity in the Senate and demanded protections for slavery in the Southwest. Though a Southerner and slaveholder himself, Taylor opposed secession threats and rejected the idea that slavery should spread simply because new lands were acquired. He urged California and New Mexico to apply immediately for statehood, skipping the territorial stage and thus avoiding congressional wrangling over slavery. This infuriated Southern extremists who spoke openly of secession. Taylor responded with military bluntness. He warned he would personally lead the army to crush any rebellion, saying those taken in rebellion against the Union he would hang, with less reluctance than he had hanged deserters and spies in Mexico. Meanwhile, in Congress, the so-called Compromise of 1850 was taking shape under Henry Clay's leadership, seeking to balance free and slave interests through a package of concessions. Taylor opposed the compromise, viewing it as unnecessary appeasement to threats of disunion. But Taylor would not see the crisis resolved. In early July 1850, he attended 4th of July ceremonies at the Washington Monument site. Afterward, he reportedly consumed large quantities of raw fruit and iced milk, a dangerous combination in the summer's heat and poor sanitary conditions. He fell violently ill with severe gastroenteritis, often called cholera morbus at the time. Despite the best efforts of doctors, Taylor grew weaker over several days. On July 9th, 1850, after just 16 months in office, Zachary Taylor died at age 65. He was the second U.S. president to die in office, after William Henry Harrison. Vice President Millard Fillmore succeeded him. Taylor's sudden death shocked the nation and left historians debating whether his tough stance might have postponed civil war or hastened it. Some conspiracy theories even claimed he was poisoned by pro-slavery forces, an idea largely debunked by later testing of his remains. He was buried in what is now Zachary Taylor National Cemetery in Louisville, Kentucky. Taylor's legacy is enigmatic. A career soldier who never sought power, he became president in a moment of mounting sectional tension. Though a slaveholder, he opposed disunion and refused to allow the expansion of slavery to dictate national policy. His presidency was short, his goals largely unfinished, but his firm commitment to union offered a glimpse of the resolve that would soon be needed to preserve it through the nation's greatest crisis. To many, Zachary Taylor remains the quintessential soldier president, blunt, loyal, unpretentious, and committed to holding the Union together above all else, even if he had to fight to do it. Next, we have Millard Fillmore, the 13th President of the United States. Millard Fillmore was born on January 7, 1800, in a small rustic log cabin in Locke Township, now Summerhill, Cayuga County, in the Finger Lakes region of upstate New York. He was the second of 9 children born to Nathaniel Fillmore and Phoebe Millard Fillmore. His parents were of modest means, descendants of New England Puritans who had pushed westward in search of new opportunities on the frontier. Fillmore's childhood was one of grinding poverty and hard physical labour. The family farm struggled to yield enough to support the growing brood. Millard worked from dawn to dusk helping clear land, plant crops and chop wood. Formal education was scarce, often confined to a few winter months at a tiny one-room schoolhouse. Even these sessions were irregular, given the family's need for his labour. His parents valued learning despite their circumstances. Recognising Millard's hunger for knowledge, they encouraged him when they could. As a boy, he was known for his serious nature, quiet demeanour, and intense drive to better himself. He read whatever books he could borrow, largely the Bible, almanacs, and the few volumes owned by neighbours. At 14, Fillmore was apprenticed to a clothmaker in nearby Sparta, now Groveland. The apprenticeship was harsh. He lived away from home and worked long hours at the carding machine, a dangerous, gruelling job. Disliking the work and eager for something better, he negotiated his release after several years. He later described these early hardships as a crucible of character that taught him resilience and self-reliance. By 1819, Fillmore's family had moved to East Aurora near Buffalo. Determined to become a lawyer, he scraped together money to buy a few legal books and began studying them alone by candlelight. His fortune changed when he met Judge Walter Wood, an influential local lawyer who recognized his potential. Wood agreed to take Fillmore on as a clerk and legal apprentice, providing mentorship and access to a real legal education. Meanwhile, Fillmore continued to support himself through teaching, taking schoolmaster positions in nearby towns. Teaching not only brought him a meagre income but also polished his speaking skills and expanded his network of contacts. In 1821, Fillmore was admitted to the bar in New York. He moved to Buffalo in 1823, where he quickly built a reputation as a diligent and capable lawyer. His practice flourished as Buffalo boomed, thanks to the opening of the Erie Canal. Fillmore's clients ranged from farmers to businessmen, and he became known for his meticulous preparation and plain-spoken clarity. In 1826 he married Abigail Powers, a former student from his teaching days, and a woman of intelligence and refinement. Their marriage was one of deep mutual respect and quiet affection. They had 2 children, Millard Powers Fillmore and Mary Abigail Fillmore. Abigail, a teacher herself, instilled a lifelong love of learning in their household, filling it with books and encouraging intellectual conversation. Fillmore's legal success and civic involvement drew him into politics. A moderate with cautious, pragmatic instincts, he joined the anti-Masonic Party in the late 1820s, capitalizing on public anger over the secretive power of the Freemasons. He won election to the New York State Assembly in 1828, serving 3 terms. There he supported debtor relief, internal improvements, and greater public education funding, while carefully cultivating a reputation for honesty and practical reform. By the 1830s, the anti-Masonic Party was fading, absorbed into the new Whig Party. Fillmore became a committed Whig, drawn to its support for economic modernization, protective tariffs, and congressional supremacy over the presidency. In 1832, he was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. Serving in Congress through much of the 1830s and early 1840s, Fillmore emerged as a solid Whig loyalist, opposing Andrew Jackson's aggressive use of presidential power and supporting Henry Clay's American system of tariffs and internal improvements. He was a careful, detail-oriented legislator, respected for his committee work and knowledge of parliamentary procedure. Fillmore left Congress in 1843 and returned to Buffalo to expand his law practice and manage local political campaigns. In 1847, he was elected New York State Comptroller, the first person ever elected to that office. He reformed the state's chaotic banking system, introduced auditing standards, and won praise for his fiscal prudence. Meanwhile, the Whig Party was preparing for the 1848 presidential election. Their chosen nominee was the Mexican-American war hero Zachary Taylor, a Louisiana slaveholder with no clear political positions. To balance the ticket and reassure Northern Whigs, they nominated Millard Fillmore as Taylor's vice president. Taylor and Fillmore won the election, taking office in March 1849. Taylor was a political novice who refused to compromise on admitting California as a free state. This inflamed Southern leaders who threatened secession. Fillmore, though personally opposed to slavery's expansion, initially deferred to Taylor's strategy of pressing California's admission without compromise. In July 1850, everything changed. President Taylor died suddenly after only 16 months in office, leaving Fillmore to assume the presidency, the second vice president to do so following a president's death. He moved into the White House with Abigail, who, despite fragile health, worked to establish a more refined, intellectual tone in official entertaining. Fillmore inherited a nation on the brink of civil war. Congress was deadlocked over the question of slavery in the new territories gained from Mexico. Southern extremists threatened disunion if slavery was barred. Northern abolitionists condemned any concessions. Unlike Taylor, Fillmore supported Henry Clay's proposed compromise of 1850, a complex package meant to resolve the crisis. It included admitting California as a free state, organizing Utah and New Mexico as territories without restrictions on slavery, ending the slave trade, but not slavery, in Washington, D.C., enacting a stricter fugitive slave law, and settling Texas's boundary claims in return for federal assumption of its debts. Fillmore used all his presidential powers to push the compromise through Congress, even replacing his entire cabinet with supporters of compromise, including appointing Daniel Webster as Secretary of State. When Congress passed the components of the compromise separately, Fillmore signed them all into law. His signature of the Fugitive Slave Act was his most controversial act. The law empowered federal officials to capture alleged runaway enslaved people without jury trials and forced ordinary citizens to assist, inflaming Northern anger. Fillmore insisted it was necessary to preserve the Union, arguing that laws must be enforced regardless of personal feeling. Critics called him a tool of the slave power. Despite anger in the North, Fillmore's approach helped diffuse immediate secession threats. The Compromise of 1850 bought the Union a precarious decade of peace, though it left underlying tensions unresolved. Fillmore sought the Whig nomination for a full term in 1852, but faced fierce opposition from Northern Whigs angry about the Fugitive Slave Act. The party instead nominated General Winfield Scott. Fillmore's supporters split, helping doom Scott's candidacy and contributing to the Whig Party's collapse. After leaving office in 1853, Fillmore travelled abroad for over a year with his second wife, Caroline Carmichael McIntosh, whom he married in 1858 after Abigail's death in 1853 from pneumonia. In Europe, he was received with respect as a former head of state and toured extensively, meeting dignitaries and studying European institutions. He returned to a deeply divided America. In 1856, he ran for president again as the nominee of the American Party, the Know-Nothings, who were nativist and anti-Catholic. Fillmore himself was not strongly nativist, but accepted the nomination in an effort to reunite moderates and avert sectional collapse. He campaigned mainly on preserving the Union, warning that Republicans' anti-slavery agitation threatened to tear the country apart. He won only Maryland, finishing a distant third behind Democrat James Buchanan and Republican John C. Fremont. In retirement, Fillmore lived quietly in Buffalo, respected locally as a civic leader and philanthropist. He helped found the University of Buffalo, serving as its first chancellor, and supported hospitals, libraries, and historical societies. Though he never shed the stain of enforcing the Fugitive Slave Act, he remained convinced he had acted to preserve the Union as long as possible. As the Civil War erupted, Fillmore supported the Union cause but criticized Abraham Lincoln for overreaching his constitutional authority, opposing emancipation and the suspension of habeas corpus. He joined the conservative Union Party faction in 1864, seeking a moderate peace. Fillmore died on March 8, 1874, at age 74. He was buried in Forest Lawn Cemetery in Buffalo, mourned as a man of moderation in an age of extremes. Millard Fillmore's legacy is complex and often controversial. He was a self-made man who rose from poverty to the presidency, an industrious lawyer, and a shrewd politician. Yet he is most remembered for signing the Fugitive Slave Act and enforcing the Compromise of 1850, a policy he saw as a necessary evil to save the Union, but which many believe deepened the divisions that led to war. He stands as a symbol of the anguished middle ground in the decades before the Civil War, cautious, legalistic, committed to compromise, and ultimately overtaken by forces too powerful for compromise to contain. Next, we have the 14th President of the United States, Franklin Pierce. Franklin Pierce was born on November 23, 1804, in a modest farmhouse in Hillsborough, now Hillsborough, New Hampshire. He was the sixth of 8 children born to Benjamin Pierce and Anna Kendrick Pierce. His father was a Revolutionary War veteran, a respected farmer, tavern keeper, and active politician who would serve as a 2-time governor of New Hampshire. The Pierce household was lively, filled with political talk and the strict but warm discipline of New England Puritan traditions. Young Franklin was close to his mother and inherited his father's love of storytelling and genial charm. Yet, his early education was uneven. He was known to be mischievous, quick-witted, and popular with other children, but not always diligent in his studies. At age 12, he attended local schools and then Hancock Academy. In 1820, at age 15, he entered Bowdoin College in Brunswick, Maine. Initially near the bottom of his class, he applied himself and steadily improved. At Bowdoin, Pierce developed lifelong friendships with future literary giants Nathaniel Hawthorne and Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. He was known for his easy sociability, wit, and gift for oratory. Graduating in 1824, Pierce decided on the law. He read law in the offices of Judge Edmund Parker in Amherst, and later with Levi Woodbury, a rising New Hampshire politician who became his mentor. Admitted to the bar in 1827, Pierce opened a practice in Concord. His warm personality and polished speaking style won him clients and made him a popular young figure in New Hampshire's political circles. Politics soon became his true calling. In 1829, at just 24, Pierce was elected to the New Hampshire House of Representatives as a Democrat. He quickly rose to prominence, becoming Speaker of the House by 1831. He championed democratic principles of limited government, states' rights, and strict construction of the Constitution, always maintaining a folksy, approachable style that endeared him to voters. In 1833, he was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. During his 2 terms in Congress, Pierce was a loyal supporter of Andrew Jackson, backing the dismantling of the Second Bank of the United States and opposing federal internal improvement projects he saw as unconstitutional. In 1834, Pierce married Jane Means Appleton, the shy, deeply religious daughter of Bowdoin's former president. Jane was Franklin's opposite in temperament, reserved, frail in health, and strongly opposed to politics. Their marriage was loving but strained by tragedy and Jane's dislike of Washington's social life. In 1837, Pierce was elected to the U.S. Senate at age 32, the youngest senator at the time. In the Senate, he continued to support Jacksonian and later Van Buren policies. He defended states' rights, but also worked for party unity, often acting as a peacemaker between Northern and Southern Democrats. Pierce was known for his warm friendships across party lines, his eloquence, and his moderation on slavery. Though personally opposed to slavery, he saw abolitionism as dangerously sectional and believed the federal government had no right to interfere with it in the states. He criticized the growing abolitionist movement for threatening the Union. Despite his rising influence, family life took precedence. Jane hated Washington, and their first son had died in infancy. In 1842, with Jane's health deteriorating and their surviving son, Frank Jr., needing stability, Pierce resigned from the Senate and returned to New Hampshire to focus on family and his law practice. He stayed active in Democratic politics, becoming the party's undisputed leader in New Hampshire. He campaigned hard for James K. Polk in 1844, helping deliver New Hampshire's votes. The Mexican-American War brought Pierce back to national service. Though a civilian for years, he volunteered and was appointed a brigadier general in 1847. He led reinforcements to General Winfield Scott's army during the campaign to capture Mexico City. Pierce's military record was mixed. At the Battle of Contreras, he was seriously injured after being thrown from his horse onto rocks. He insisted on continuing to lead despite severe pain, but during the Battle of Churubusco, his injury left him temporarily faint and unable to command effectively, leading to accusations of cowardice by critics. Nonetheless, he was respected by most of his men and was honourably discharged at war's end. Returning to Concord a war hero, Pierce resumed law, but kept a low political profile. He declined offers to run for governor and for cabinet posts, focusing instead on Democratic Party unity. His reputation for affability, loyalty, and party harmony made him an ideal compromise candidate in an increasingly divided Democratic Party. By 1852, the Democrats were split between pro-slavery Southerners and anti-slavery Northerners. When the National Convention deadlocked among better-known figures, Pierce's name was proposed as a unifying dark horse candidate. On the 49th ballot, he secured the nomination, largely because he had no strong enemies in the party. His running mate was Alabama's William R. King, appealing to Southern Democrats. Pierce's Whig opponent was General Winfield Scott, his former commander. The campaign was bruising, with Whigs mocking Pierce's Mexican War injury and Democrats attacking Scott's political inconsistency. But the Whig Party was deeply divided over slavery, especially after Scott's tepid support for the Compromise of 1850. Pierce campaigned on full support for the Compromise, including the controversial Fugitive Slave Act, promising that it was the final settlement of the slavery question. He portrayed himself as a candidate of unity and moderation, dedicated to preserving the Union. In November 1852, Pierce won in a landslide, carrying all but 4 states. At 48, he became the youngest president elected to that point. His presidency, however, quickly unravelled. On March 4th, 1853, Franklin and Jane Pierce arrived in Washington in deep mourning. Just weeks earlier, their 11-year-old son, Benjamin, their last surviving child, was killed in a horrific train derailment before their eyes. Jane interpreted it as divine punishment for Franklin's political ambition, withdrawing into grief. Pierce himself was shattered, beginning his term under a cloud of personal tragedy. Politically, Pierce's goal was to enforce the Compromise of 1850 and quiet sectional tensions. He appointed an able cabinet, including Jefferson Davis as Secretary of War and William L. Marcy as Secretary of State. His administration pursued trade expansion, including the Gadsden Purchase from Mexico in 1853 to secure a southern transcontinental railroad route. But the central disaster of his presidency was the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854. Senator Stephen Douglas proposed organizing the Kansas and Nebraska territories under popular sovereignty, letting settlers decide whether to allow slavery. This effectively repealed the Missouri Compromise line that had barred slavery north of 36 degrees 30 minutes. Pierce supported the bill, arguing it was true democracy and a fair settlement of the slavery question. But it outraged the North, who saw it as a betrayal and an expansion of slavery's power. The act shattered the Democratic Party's northern wing and helped create the Republican Party, dedicated to stopping slavery's expansion. Kansas became a battleground of violence and fraud as pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers clashed in bleeding Kansas. Pierce's administration recognized a pro-slavery territorial government widely seen as fraudulent, further alienating Northern opinion. Meanwhile, Pierce faced criticism for foreign adventures. The Ostend Manifesto of 1854, drafted by American diplomats, suggested the US should buy or even seize Cuba from Spain to expand slavery, a scandal that outraged Northerners and embarrassed the administration. By 1856, Pierce was politically ruined. Despite loyalty to Southern Democrats, he could not secure renomination. The Democrats chose James Buchanan, who promised to quell sectional strife. Pierce returned to New Hampshire embittered but loyal to the Union. In retirement, Pierce opposed Abraham Lincoln's wartime policies, criticizing suspensions of civil liberties and the Emancipation Proclamation. He saw himself as a strict constitutionalist defending civil order against executive overreach. These views made him deeply unpopular in the North during the war. Personally, Pierce's later years were marked by sorrow and decline. Jane died of tuberculosis in 1863. Lonely and increasingly alcoholic, Pierce withdrew from public life, maintaining only a small circle of old friends, including Nathaniel Hawthorne, who remained loyal despite public condemnation. Pierce died on October 8, 1869, at age 64, at his home in Concord, New Hampshire. He was buried alongside his wife and children in the Old North Cemetery. Franklin Pierce's legacy is largely negative. Once admired for his charm, loyalty, and promise as a unifier, he's remembered as a president whose embrace of the Kansas-Nebraska Act helped destroy the fragile sectional peace. He tried to hold the Union together through compromise, but instead inflamed the divisions that would lead to civil war. Pierce remains a cautionary figure, a man of personal decency and political skill who failed to rise to the moral demands of his time, presiding over the collapse of national consensus and earning the judgment of history as one of the country's least effective presidents. Next, we have the 15th President of the United States, James Buchanan. James Buchanan was born on April 23, 1791, in a rustic log cabin in Cove Gap, Pennsylvania, a remote frontier settlement in the Cumberland Valley. He was the second of 11 children born to James Buchanan Sr. and Elizabeth Spear Buchanan. His father was a successful Ulster Scots immigrant who had prospered in the grain trade and operated a frontier general store, while his mother, of equally sturdy Presbyterian stock, instilled in her children discipline and piety. When James was 6, the family moved to Mercersburg, Pennsylvania, where his father expanded his business and bought land. The Buchanans prospered, enabling them to give their children educational opportunities rare on the frontier. James received early schooling at the Old Stone Academy in Mercersburg. Even as a boy, he was noted for his precise manners, piercing blue eyes, and formidable intelligence. In 1707, at age 16, Buchanan enrolled at Dickinson College in Carlisle. His time there was rocky at first. He was nearly expelled for poor conduct and wild behaviour. But after a stern warning, he applied himself, graduating with honours in 1809. The experience was formative, teaching him self-discipline and polish that would define his public career. After college, Buchanan read law under James Hopkins, a prominent attorney in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Admitted to the bar in 1812, he quickly built a successful practice, known for his rigorous preparation and persuasive courtroom style. He was skilled in the art of compromise, a trait that would define, and ultimately haunt, his political life. That same year, as the War of 1812 broke out, Buchanan demonstrated youthful patriotism by enlisting as a private in a volunteer company that defended Baltimore against possible British attack. Though he saw no combat, the brief service burnished his credentials as a loyal American. Buchanan's law practice flourished in Lancaster, then Pennsylvania's capital. By his mid-20s, he was financially comfortable, socially prominent, and involved in the Federalist Party, which dominated Pennsylvania politics at the time. His polished manners, sharp legal mind, and ability to mediate disputes won him clients and admirers alike. He entered politics in 1814, elected to the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. There he was known for supporting internal improvements like roads and canals, while remaining fiscally cautious. In 1820, at age 29, he was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, where he would serve for the next decade. During the so-called era of good feelings, Buchanan evolved from a Federalist to a nationalist Democrat. He supported President James Monroe's administration and backed protective tariffs, national infrastructure projects, and the Second Bank of the United States. Yet he was also deeply committed to states' rights and constitutional limits on federal power. A profound personal tragedy marked this period. In 1819, Buchanan was engaged to Anne Carolyn Coleman, the daughter of a wealthy ironmaster. Rumours circulated, unsubstantiated, that Buchanan was marrying for her fortune or was unfaithful. Under emotional strain, Anne broke off the engagement and soon died, possibly by suicide. Devastated and guilt-ridden, Buchanan never married, and for the rest of his life he maintained a formal, sometimes lonely bachelor's existence. In Congress, Buchanan developed a reputation as an able, industrious, and reliable legislator. He supported the Missouri Compromise in 1820, seeing it as a reasonable constitutional solution to the slavery question, balancing sectional interests. Though a Pennsylvanian from a free state, Buchanan was cautious not to inflame sectional tensions. In 1831, Buchanan left the House to accept President Andrew Jackson's appointment as U.S. Minister to Russia. His diplomatic skills and elegant manners suited the role well. He negotiated the first commercial treaty between the United States and Russia, boosting trade in American goods like cotton and tobacco. His success abroad strengthened his political standing at home. Returning in 1833, Buchanan was elected to the U.S. Senate by the Pennsylvania legislature as a Jacksonian Democrat. There he became a loyal supporter of Jackson and his successor, Martin Van Buren. He defended Jackson's veto of the Bank Recharter and supported the administration during the nullification crisis, favouring union but also conciliation. Buchanan consistently balanced nationalism and states' rights, opposing abolitionist petitions in the Senate and supporting the gag rule to prevent them from being read or debated. He insisted slavery was a matter for states alone to regulate and that agitation threatened the Union. Though personally he claimed to dislike the institution, he believed the Constitution protected it where it existed. When Van Buren lost the presidency in 1840, Buchanan remained in the Senate, becoming one of the Democratic Party's most experienced and respected leaders. In 1845, President James K. Polk appointed him Secretary of State. As Secretary of State, Buchanan presided over a period of dramatic expansion. He negotiated with Britain to peacefully settle the Oregon boundary at the 49th parallel, avoiding war and securing the Pacific Northwest. Meanwhile, Polk's determination to acquire California and the Southwest led to the Mexican-American War. Buchanan supported the war as a constitutional means of expanding American territory. After Polk's term, Buchanan returned to Pennsylvania and continued to influence Democratic politics. He ran unsuccessfully for the presidential nomination in 1852, but accepted President Franklin Pierce's offer to serve as U.S. Minister to Great Britain. As minister, Buchanan helped draft the controversial Ostend Manifesto in 1854, which suggested that the US should buy, or if necessary, seize Cuba from Spain to expand slavery. When leaked, it provoked Northern outrage and became a major embarrassment for Pierce's administration. Buchanan remained popular with Southern Democrats for his commitment to honoring constitutional protections for slavery and his willingness to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act. His time in Europe conveniently kept him away from the fierce domestic battles over the Kansas-Nebraska Act, allowing him to avoid taking divisive positions that damaged other Democratic leaders. In 1856, with the Democratic Party fractured but desperate for a unifying figure, Buchanan emerged as the ideal candidate. He was experienced, respected, and, crucially, available, untainted by the Kansas crisis. The Democrats nominated him, and he ran against Republican John C. Fremont and former President Millard Fillmore of the Know Nothing Party. Buchanan's campaign centered on preserving the Union and enforcing existing compromises on slavery. He won a decisive electoral victory, carrying the South and much of the North. In 1857, Buchanan took office as the 15th president, the only lifelong bachelor ever to hold the office. His niece, Harriet Lane, served as his popular and elegant White House hostess. He was 65 with decades of experience and seemed uniquely prepared to navigate the nation's divisions. But Buchanan's presidency quickly unraveled. Just days after his inauguration, the Supreme Court issued its Dred Scott decision, declaring that Congress had no power to ban slavery in the territories. Buchanan had privately pressured Northern justices to join the Southern majority for a sweeping ruling, hoping it would settle the slavery question. Instead, it enraged the North and destroyed the last shreds of compromise. Meanwhile, Kansas bled. Pro-slavery and anti-slavery forces waged a brutal civil conflict over whether it would enter as a free or slave state. Buchanan supported the pro-slavery Lecompton Constitution, despite obvious fraud, alienating Northern Democrats like Stephen Douglas, who insisted on fair popular sovereignty. This split the Democratic Party in two. Buchanan's efforts to conciliate the South only emboldened secessionists. He condemned abolitionists as fanatics, denounced Republican interference, and insisted slavery was protected by the Constitution. But he also declared secession illegal, even as he claimed he had no constitutional power to stop it. As the 1860 election approached, the Democrats fractured completely, ensuring Abraham Lincoln's Republican victory. Southern states seceded in rapid succession. Buchanan, still president until March 1861, watched helplessly. He condemned secession, but did almost nothing to stop it, refusing to use force to hold federal forts or defend the Union aggressively. His cabinet fell into chaos as Southern members resigned. By the time Lincoln took the oath of office, the Confederacy was formed, and the Union was on the brink of civil war. Buchanan retired to Wheatland, his elegant estate near Lancaster, Pennsylvania, widely vilified in the North as the man who let the Union fall apart. In retirement, Buchanan sought to defend his record. He wrote an exhaustive memoir, Mr. Buchanan's Administration on the Eve of the Rebellion, blaming abolitionists and Republican extremists for the crisis, insisting he had done everything constitutional to preserve peace. Few were convinced. He lived quietly at Wheatland, tending his garden, reading deeply, and receiving visitors who remembered his old-world courtesy and learning. Though politically ruined, he remained a respected elder in Lancaster society. He never married, relying on the companionship of his beloved niece Harriet Lane, who continued to care for him as she had in the White House. James Buchanan died on June 1, 1868, at age 77. He was buried in Woodward Hill Cemetery in Lancaster. Buchanan's historical reputation is among the worst of any American president. Critics see him as indecisive, overly legalistic, and dangerously passive in the face of the greatest crisis in American history. While he believed he was preserving the Constitution and Union by refusing to act forcefully, his inaction left Lincoln an almost impossible situation. Yet Buchanan was not without talents. He was highly intelligent, deeply read in law and diplomacy, personally honest, and committed to the Union in theory. But his failure to grasp the moral urgency of slavery's expansion and the gravity of secession remains his defining flaw. He stands as the tragic embodiment of failed compromise, a man who tried to preserve peace and instead presided over the final unravelling of the Union he loved. Next, we have the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was born on February 12, 1809, in a single-room log cabin on the remote Sinking Spring Farm in Hardin County, now LaRue County, Kentucky. He was the second child of Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks Lincoln, both of whom were born into modest frontier families. His father was a carpenter and farmer, known for his hard work, integrity, and deep Baptist faith. Life on the Kentucky frontier was harsh and uncertain. When Abraham was just 7, disputes over land titles forced the Lincolns to move north across the Ohio River into the unbroken forests of Indiana. There they carved a new homestead in Spencer County. Lincoln later described his childhood simply as the short and simple annals of the poor. He helped clear fields, split rails, hunt, and perform endless chores, growing strong and wiry from hard labour. Tragedy struck in 1818 when Abraham was 9. His mother Nancy died of milk sickness, caused by drinking milk from cows that had eaten white snake root. Her death devastated the family. A year later, Thomas remarried Sarah Bush Johnston, a widow from Kentucky with 3 children of her own. Sarah was warm and affectionate, quickly forging a close bond with Abraham. She encouraged his love of learning despite their poverty. Lincoln's formal schooling was haphazard, amounting to little more than a year total, spread across small, primitive frontier blab schools. But he was fiercely self-educated. He read every book he could borrow: Aesop's Fables, the Bible, Pilgrim's Progress, Robinson Crusoe, and William Scott's Lessons in Elocution. He taught himself grammar, mathematics, and literature by candlelight after long days of work. In 1830, the Lincolns moved again, this time to Illinois, seeking better farmland in Macon County. The next year, Abraham struck out on his own, settling in the tiny village of New Salem on the Sangamon River. There he worked as a store clerk, rail splitter, surveyor, and postmaster. His storytelling, wit, and towering physical strength made him popular. He earned the nickname Honest Abe for his scrupulous fairness and integrity. In 1832, Lincoln volunteered for service in the Black Hawk War, a brief conflict with a band of Sauk and Fox Native Americans led by Black Hawk. Elected captain of his company, he never saw combat but learned leadership and responsibility. He later joked that the only blood he shed was from mosquitoes. That same year, Lincoln ran for the Illinois state legislature but lost. Undeterred, he tried again in 1834 and won, beginning 4 successive terms as a Whig legislator. He quickly became known for his clear logic, humour, and skill in debate. In Springfield, he met and worked closely with other young leaders, including his lifelong friend Joshua Speed. During these years, Lincoln decided to become a lawyer. He borrowed law books from colleagues, reading them voraciously. In 1836, he was admitted to the Illinois bar. He moved to Springfield in 1837 to practice law, forming a successful partnership with John T. Stewart and later with William Herndon. Lincoln travelled the 8th Judicial Circuit for months at a time, riding horseback to county courthouses, earning respect for his honesty, practical sense, and folksy charm. Personally, Lincoln was introspective, melancholy, and socially awkward despite his humour in public. In 1842, after a long, sometimes turbulent courtship, he married Mary Todd, the well-educated daughter of a wealthy Kentucky family. Mary was intelligent, ambitious, and politically astute, but also mercurial and prone to intense emotions. They would have 4 sons: Robert, Edward, William, Willie, and Thomas, Tad. Only Robert survived to adulthood. Lincoln's national political career began in 1846 when he was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives as a Whig. In Congress, he opposed the Mexican-American War, seeing it as an unjust land grab. He supported internal improvements and a national bank. His stance against the war was unpopular in Illinois, and he did not seek re-election. He returned to Springfield in 1849 to resume his legal practice. Throughout the 1850s, Lincoln stayed active in politics, watching the nation become ever more divided over slavery. He had always opposed slavery as morally wrong, but accepted its existence where the Constitution protected it. What he could not abide was its expansion into new territories. The 1854 Kansas-Nebraska Act, championed by Senator Stephen Douglas, outraged Lincoln. By allowing settlers to decide the slavery question by popular sovereignty, it repealed the Missouri Compromise's restriction on slavery north of the 3630 line. Lincoln re-entered politics forcefully, delivering a series of powerful speeches warning that slavery's spread threatened the Union and the founding principles of liberty and equality. In 1856, he helped found the new Republican Party in Illinois, uniting former Whigs, anti-slavery Democrats, and Free Soilers around opposition to slavery's extension. In 1858, the Illinois Republican Party nominated Lincoln to challenge Douglas for the U.S. Senate. Their famous Lincoln-Douglas debates were among the most significant political events in American history. In 7 face-to-face debates across Illinois, Lincoln argued slavery was morally wrong and must be confined, while Douglas defended popular sovereignty. Lincoln's most famous line came in his House Divided speech. "A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure, permanently half slave and half free." Though Douglas won re-election, chosen by the state legislature, Lincoln's articulate arguments and national exposure made him a leading Republican figure. In 1860, the party nominated him for president at its convention in Chicago. Lincoln ran as a moderate opposed to slavery's expansion, but pledging not to interfere with it where it existed. The Democratic Party split between Northern and Southern factions, while a constitutional Union party tried to avoid the slavery question altogether. Lincoln won decisively in the Electoral College despite receiving no votes in most Southern states. His election triggered secession. South Carolina left the Union in December 1860, followed by 6 more Deep South states by the time Lincoln was inaugurated on March 4, 1861. In his inaugural address, he promised not to disturb slavery in the South, but insisted the Union was perpetual and secession was illegal. He appealed to the better angels of our nature to avoid conflict. But conflict came. On April 12, 1861, Confederate forces fired on Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor. Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion, prompting 4 more slave states to secede. The Civil War had begun. Lincoln faced unprecedented challenges. He expanded presidential power to preserve the Union, suspending habeas corpus, authorizing military arrests and imposing blockades. Critics accused him of tyranny, but Lincoln believed the Constitution allowed such measures in rebellion. As commander-in-chief, he struggled to find effective generals. Early Union defeats at Bull Run and in the Peninsula Campaign tested his patience. In 1862, he appointed Henry Halleck as general-in-chief, then later Ulysses S. Grant, whose dogged determination would finally bring victory. Lincoln's most famous act came on January 1, 1863, when he issued the Emancipation Proclamation. it declared enslaved people in rebelling states forever free. Though it did not immediately free all enslaved people, it transformed the war into a struggle for human liberty, discouraged foreign support for the Confederacy, and authorized the enlistment of black soldiers. In November 1863, Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address at the dedication of the National Cemetery. In just 272 words, he redefined the war's purpose, promising a new birth of freedom and affirming that government of, by, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Despite mounting casualties, economic strain, and fierce political opposition, including from within his own party, Lincoln stood for re-election in 1864. He chose Andrew Johnson, a Southern Unionist, as his running mate to promote national unity. With Grant battering Lee's army in Virginia and Sherman capturing Atlanta, Lincoln won decisively. His second inaugural address in March 1865 was remarkably magnanimous. With malice toward none, with charity for all. By April 1865, the Confederacy was collapsing. Lee surrendered to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse on April 9th. Lincoln began outlining lenient plans for Reconstruction, hoping to heal the nation's wounds swiftly and with minimal punishment for the South, but he would not live to oversee it. On April 14th, 1865, Good Friday, Lincoln attended a play at Ford's Theatre in Washington. There, the actor and Confederate sympathizer John Wilkes Booth shot him in the back of the head. Lincoln was carried across the street to the Peterson House, where he died the next morning, April 15th, at age 56. His body was taken by train on a mournful procession back to Springfield, Illinois, where he was buried at Oak Ridge Cemetery. Millions mourned across a shattered nation. Abraham Lincoln's legacy is immense. He preserved the Union through its greatest trial, abolished slavery, and redefined American democracy. He combined moral clarity with political pragmatism, immense personal grief with humor and kindness, iron will with humility. To many, he remains America's greatest president, a self-taught frontier lawyer who saved the nation and gave it a new birth of freedom. He stands as a symbol of the possibilities of American democracy, of a government truly by the people, and of the moral courage needed to redeem its founding ideals. Next, we have Andrew Johnson, the 17th President of the United States. Andrew Johnson was born on December 29, 1808, in a small two-room log house in Raleigh, North Carolina. His family was among the poorest of the poor in the South. His father, Jacob Johnson, was a labourer and innkeeper who died in 1812 after rescuing two men from drowning, leaving his widow, Mary Polly McDonough Johnson, to raise Andrew and his older brother William in dire poverty. Andrew grew up without schooling. By age 10, his mother apprenticed him to James Selby, a local tailor. The contract bound Andrew to work for Selby until age 21, in exchange for room, board, and training. He chafed under the constraints of apprenticeship, resenting the master's control and harsh discipline. Around age 15, he and his brother William ran away, violating the contract and putting them at risk of legal penalties. The brothers travelled through the Carolinas and into Tennessee, stopping in towns along the way to find work. By 1826, they settled in Greenville, Tennessee, a small but growing frontier town. There Andrew found work as a tailor, renting a space to set up his own shop. Despite being illiterate well into his teens, Johnson was determined to educate himself. He learned to read with help from his wife, Eliza McCardle, whom he married in 1827 when he was 18 and she just 16. Eliza was gentle, patient, and literate. She read to him, helped him learn to write, and supported him as he painstakingly mastered reading newspapers, history books, and government documents. They would go on to have 5 children. Johnson's tailor shop became a hub of the local debate. He hung political broadsides on the walls and encouraged conversation among customers. His talent for oratory and debate emerged here as he defended the common people against the wealthy elite. By 1829, just a year after Tennessee's new constitution expanded white male suffrage by eliminating the property requirement, Johnson launched his political career. He was elected as an alderman in Greenville. 2 years later, he was elected mayor, proving his political skill and the power of his connection to working-class voters. In 1835, he entered the Tennessee House of Representatives as a Democrat, championing populist measures such as tax reform to ease the burden on small farmers. He opposed the state's elite planter class and aligned himself with Andrew Jackson's brand of democracy, suspicious of banks, monopolies, and centralized power. Defeated for re-election in 1837, Johnson returned to tailoring but quickly regrouped. He won back a seat in 1839, honing his image as a champion of the mechanics and farmers. His speeches were fiery, direct, and unpolished, but they resonated deeply with working people. In 1841, Johnson advanced to the Tennessee Senate. There, he supported a controversial plan to abolish debtors' prisons and reduce taxes on small landowners. He became known as a fierce partisan, willing to fight, literally at times, with opponents. In 1843, Johnson took his ambition to the national stage. He was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, where he served 5 consecutive terms. In Washington, he remained a relentless advocate for the poor, championing homestead legislation to give free Western land to settlers. He clashed with Whigs and wealthy Southern planters who saw such measures as dangerous populism. Though a Southerner and a Democrat, Johnson was a staunch Unionist. He believed the Constitution protected slavery where it existed, but he fiercely opposed any talk of secession. His devotion to the Union was rooted in suspicion of elites. He saw secession as a conspiracy of wealthy planters threatening democracy for ordinary white men. In 1853, Johnson left Congress to become governor of Tennessee. He served 2 terms, traveling the state constantly to promote himself and democratic ideals. He fought for free public schools, internal improvements like roads and railroads, and reforms to benefit small farmers. His style remained blunt, folksy, and combative. In 1857, Johnson was elected to the U.S. Senate by the Tennessee legislature. He arrived in Washington just as sectional tensions exploded over the fate of slavery in new territories. Though he owned enslaved people himself, he opposed secession absolutely. When Southern states began leaving the Union after Abraham Lincoln's 1860 election, Johnson delivered a fiery Senate speech in December 1860, condemning secession as treason and betrayal. When Tennessee seceded in June 1861, Johnson was the only Southern senator to remain in the chamber. His loyalty to the Union won him national fame in the North and deep hatred at home. He was branded a traitor in the South and mobs destroyed his property in Tennessee. In 1862, President Lincoln rewarded Johnson's loyalty by appointing him military governor of Union-occupied Tennessee. Johnson enforced martial law with an iron fist. He imprisoned Confederate sympathizers, shut down rebel newspapers, and demanded loyalty oaths. He also advocated abolition in Tennessee before the Emancipation Proclamation applied to the state. His toughness made him a controversial but effective Unionist leader. As Lincoln prepared for the 1864 election, he needed a running mate who would appeal to war Democrats and border state Unionists. Johnson, a Southern Democrat who remained loyal, was the ideal choice. The new National Union ticket, Lincoln the Republican, Johnson the Democrat, was designed to show national unity. The ticket won overwhelmingly, but tragedy struck just weeks into their second term. On April 14, 1865, Lincoln was assassinated. Johnson took the presidential oath on April 15th, inheriting the immense task of reunifying the country. Johnson's presidency quickly fell into crisis. Though he had supported emancipation during the war, he was no abolitionist. He believed in states' rights and was deeply racist even by the standards of his time. He thought African Americans were inferior and opposed black suffrage. His vision of Reconstruction was rapid, lenient reintegration of the southern states without protections for the newly freed people. He issued sweeping pardons to ex-Confederates, restoring their property, except enslaved people, and political rights. He allowed southern states to form new governments with minimal federal oversight. These new southern legislatures quickly enacted black codes, laws designed to control and oppress the freedmen. Outraged, radical Republicans in Congress demanded stronger measures to protect African Americans' rights and reshape Southern society. The struggle between Johnson and Congress became an open war. He vetoed major Reconstruction legislation, including the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the Freedmen's Bureau Bill, arguing they were unconstitutional invasions of states' rights. Congress overrode his vetoes, the first time in history a major piece of legislation passed over a presidential veto. In 1867, Congress passed the Reconstruction Acts, placing the South under military rule and requiring new constitutions guaranteeing black male suffrage. Johnson tried to undermine these measures at every turn, encouraging Southern resistance and firing federal officials who enforced the laws. The final showdown came over the Tenure of Office Act, a law designed to prevent Johnson from firing cabinet members without Senate approval. When Johnson fired Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, a radical Republican ally, the House of Representatives impeached him in 1868. He was tried in the Senate, the first American president ever to be impeached. The trial was dramatic and deeply partisan. Johnson avoided removal by a single vote. Though he survived, his presidency was effectively ruined, and he limped through the final months of his term with no influence. When Ulysses S. Grant was elected in 1868, Johnson left office embittered, refusing even to attend the inauguration. He returned to Tennessee, where he remained active in politics, hoping to vindicate himself. In 1875, after years of struggle, Johnson won election to the U.S. Senate, the only former president ever to return to the Senate. His last speeches railed against Reconstruction and federal power. He saw himself as the champion of the Constitution against what he believed was congressional tyranny. Andrew Johnson died on July 31, 1875, at age 66 while visiting his daughter in Carter County, Tennessee. He was buried near Greenville, beneath a simple monument inscribed with his chosen epitaph, "His faith in the people never wavered." Johnson's legacy remains among the most controversial of all American presidents. Critics condemn him for failing to grasp the moral urgency of Reconstruction, for vetoing civil rights protections, and for enabling the rise of violent white supremacy in the post-war South. Supporters have sometimes admired his stubborn defense of constitutional principles and states' rights. Yet history largely judges him as a tragic figure, a self-made man who rose from poverty to the presidency, only to squander the chance to heal and transform the nation after its bloodiest conflict. He remains a stark reminder of the consequences of small-mindedness, racism, and missed opportunities at a pivotal moment in American history. Moving along, we have the 18th President of the United States, Ulysses S. Grant. Ulysses S. Grant was born Hiram Ulysses Grant on April 27, 1822, in a small two-room frame house in Point Pleasant, Ohio, a frontier village along the Ohio River. He was the first of 6 children born to Jessie Root Grant, a tanner and merchant with strong abolitionist views, and Hannah Simpson Grant, a quiet, deeply religious woman who exerted a calm, steady influence on her son. The family moved to nearby Georgetown, Ohio, when Grant was a toddler. There his father ran a successful tannery, but young Ulysses detested the foul-smelling work, preferring farm chores and, most of all, horses. He showed an almost uncanny skill with them from an early age, earning a reputation as the best horseman in town. Grant was quiet and shy, with little interest in fighting or boasting. He was known for a calm, modest demeanour, but beneath it lay a strong will and unassuming confidence. He attended local schools, where he was an average student, better at math than at writing or languages. In 1839, Jesse Grant secured Ulysses an appointment to the United States Military Academy at West Point. A clerical error listed him as Ulysses S. Grant, and he adopted the name, dropping Hiram and accepting the middle initial S, which he sometimes said stood for nothing. At West Point, Grant was unremarkable academically, standing 21st in a class of 39 at graduation in 1843. But he excelled at horsemanship, so much so that he set a high jump record that stood for decades. He made few close friends, but earned a reputation for quiet reliability, straightforwardness, and stubborn determination. Commissioned as a brevet second lieutenant in the 4th U.S. Infantry, Grant was sent to Jefferson Barracks near St. Louis. There he met Julia Dent, the daughter of a wealthy Missouri slaveholder. Despite differences in family backgrounds and values, Grant and Julia fell deeply in love and became engaged in 1844. Before they could marry, war intervened. In 1846, Grant went to Mexico as part of General Zachary Taylor's army during the Mexican-American War. He served with distinction, taking part in battles at Palo Alto, Resaca de la Palma, and Monterey, then transferring to General Winfield Scott's force for the march on Mexico City. He was noted for bravery and initiative, once scouting enemy positions on horseback while dangling off the side to avoid gunfire. Yet he later viewed the war as unjust and condemned it in his memoirs, believing it was fought to expand slavery. Returning in 1848, Grant married Julia Dent. Their marriage was affectionate and devoted. They would have 4 children, Frederick, Ulysses Jr., Buck, Ellen, Nellie, and Jesse. In peacetime, Grant served at various remote posts including Detroit, New York, and the Pacific Northwest. He grew lonely and frustrated, separated from Julia for long stretches. Bored and socially isolated, he began drinking heavily. Though never officially cashiered, his commander offered him a choice: resign or face charges for drunkenness on duty. Grant resigned in 1854. He returned to Missouri, broken with no clear plan. Over the next several years, he tried farming on Julia's family land using enslaved labor. He later manumitted the one person he enslaved when he could not afford to keep him, then failed at selling firewood and working in real estate. Proud but poor, he was forced at times to pawn his watch to buy Christmas gifts for his children. In 1860, Grant moved to Galena, Illinois, to work in his father's leather goods store, where his younger brothers helped him secure employment as a clerk. There he lived modestly, quietly trying to rebuild his reputation. When the Civil War broke out in 1861 after the attack on Fort Sumter, Grant was eager to serve. He helped recruit and train volunteers in Illinois, quickly demonstrating natural leadership. In June 1861, he was appointed colonel of the 21st Illinois Infantry. Grant's rise was meteoric. In August, he was promoted to Brigadier General of Volunteers. In early 1862, he captured Fort Henry and then Fort Donelson in Tennessee. When the Confederate commander at Donelson asked for terms, Grant famously replied, "No terms except unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted." This victory earned him national fame and the nickname Unconditional Surrender Grant. At Shiloh in April 1862, Grant faced criticism after a surprise Confederate attack inflicted heavy casualties. But he held his ground, counterattacked the next day, and won. The battle was among the war's bloodiest so far and taught Grant that the conflict would be long and costly. In 1863, he orchestrated one of the war's greatest campaigns, the siege and capture of Vicksburg, Mississippi, cutting the Confederacy in two along the Mississippi River. While critics charged Grant with heavy drinking, Lincoln defended him, reportedly saying, "I can't spare this man, he fights." Lincoln promoted Grant to Major General in the regular army, and eventually gave him command of all Union forces in March 1864. Grant devised a coordinated strategy. He would confront Robert E. Lee in Virginia while Sherman advanced in Georgia. Grant's overland campaign against Lee was brutal, with massive casualties at battles like the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, and Cold Harbor. But unlike previous Union commanders, Grant refused to retreat, pressing the attack and besieging Petersburg. His relentless strategy exhausted Lee's army. Meanwhile, Sherman's capture of Atlanta and his march to the sea devastated Confederate infrastructure and morale. Grant's coordinated strategy proved decisive. In April 1865, Lee's starving, exhausted army abandoned Petersburg and Richmond. Grant pursued and cornered Lee at Appomattox Courthouse. On April 9, 1865, Lee surrendered. Grant offered generous terms, allowing Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and sidearms. His magnanimity helped begin the process of national healing. Grant was celebrated as the greatest Northern hero of the war. Though a military man uncomfortable with politics, he was recruited by the Republican Party as its presidential candidate in 1868. Campaigning on the slogan, "Let us have peace," he easily defeated Democrat Horatio Seymour. He took office in March 1869 as the 18th president, determined to reunify the country and enforce civil rights for the newly freed African Americans. His presidency saw the ratification of the 15th Amendment, granting black men the right to vote and the use of federal troops to suppress the Ku Klux Klan. Grant created the Department of Justice to enforce civil rights laws and pursued what became known as Grantism, a commitment to Reconstruction, civil rights, and federal authority. But his presidency was plagued by corruption scandals among those he trusted. Though personally honest, Grant was loyal to friends and subordinates who proved crooked. Major scandals like the whiskey ring, which defrauded the government of tax revenue, and the Credit Mobilier scandal, which involved railroad companies bribing congressmen, tarnished his administration. Grant's defense of guilty associates damaged his reputation. He won re-election easily in 1872 against the divided Liberal Republicans and Democrats, but faced deepening national fatigue with Reconstruction. As Northern interest in enforcing civil rights waned, Southern redeemers rolled back black voting and civil rights through violence and intimidation. After leaving office in 1877, Grant embarked on an extraordinary 2-year world tour with Julia, meeting European monarchs, Middle Eastern leaders, and Asian emperors. He was celebrated as the conqueror of the Confederacy and representative of the rising American power. Returning home in 1879, Grant was hailed as an elder statesman but faced financial ruin after investing with his son's firm, Grant & Ward. The firm collapsed in 1884 in a spectacular swindle orchestrated by Ferdinand Ward, leaving Grant penniless. To provide for his family, Grant began writing articles and then his memoirs. Suffering from throat cancer, he raced against death to finish them. He was often in excruciating pain, unable to eat solid food, but persevered. Mark Twain arranged to publish the personal memoirs of U.S. Grant, which became a bestseller. Grant finished the last pages just days before he died. Grant died on July 23, 1885, at age 63, at Mount McGregor in New York. He was given a hero's funeral in New York City, attended by over 1 million people. His tomb, Grant's Tomb, stands in Riverside Park as the largest mausoleum in North America. His memoirs were praised for their clarity, honesty, and lack of self-pity. The royalties lifted Julia Grant from poverty. Grant's legacy is complex. As a general, he is hailed as the man who saved the Union with relentless strategic vision and humanity toward his defeated foes. As president, he is admired for his commitment to civil rights during Reconstruction, but condemned for presiding over corruption and failing to prevent the rollback of black rights in the South. In recent decades, historians have increasingly recognized Grant's moral courage, decency, and importance as an early champion of civil rights. He stands as one of the most consequential Americans of the 19th century. The man who won the Civil War, tried to secure its promises for all citizens, and wrote his own story with unflinching honesty before dying in dignity and peace. Next up, we have Rutherford B. Hayes, the 19th President of the United States. Rutherford Burchard Hayes was born on October 4, 1822, in a modest brick house in Delaware, Ohio. He was the youngest of 3 children born to Rutherford Hayes Jr. and Sophia Burchard Hayes. His father, a Vermont transplant and farmer-turned-storekeeper, died of malarial fever months before Rutherford's birth, leaving Sophia a determined widow to raise their children alone. Hayes's mother was a strong, devout, and fiercely resourceful woman who instilled in Rutherford the values of honesty, hard work, and moral duty. She relied heavily on her brother, Sardis Burchard, an unmarried, prosperous businessman who took a paternal interest in Rutherford's upbringing. Young Hayes was a serious, bright boy who loved reading. He attended local schools in Delaware, displaying early promise but no sign of flamboyant leadership. His education was steady, if unspectacular, with strong encouragement from his mother and uncle. At 16, Hayes enrolled at Kenyon College in Gambia, Ohio. There he matured into an excellent student. Though still quiet and reserved, he gained confidence, graduating as class valedictorian in 1842. His address on the progress of civilization reflected his belief in reason, order, and moral advancement. After Kenyon, Hayes read law in Columbus before entering Harvard Law School in 1843. He thrived in the intellectual environment, studying under prominent legal scholars and immersing himself in history, philosophy, and classical literature. He graduated in 1845, joining the Ohio Bar. Hayes settled in Lower Sandusky, now Fremont, practicing law and building a reputation for thorough preparation, clear reasoning, and personal integrity. But the small town offered limited prospects, so in 1849 he moved to Cincinnati, Ohio's booming commercial hub. In Cincinnati, Hayes's legal career took off. He handled criminal cases with notable skill, defending even unpopular clients with moral seriousness. He became known for honest advocacy and for treating opponents with courtesy. His reputation attracted prominent clients and helped establish a comfortable income. In Cincinnati, he also became socially prominent, joining literary clubs, debating societies, and civic organizations. He cultivated friendships with leading local figures, including Salmon P. Chase, an influential anti-slavery politician. Hayes was deeply opposed to slavery. Though not an abolitionist radical, he believed slavery was morally wrong and economically backward. He aligned with the emerging anti-slavery movement, first in the Whig Party and later in the New Republican Party, which he helped organize in Ohio. On December 30th, 1852, Hayes married Lucy Ware Webb, the daughter of a doctor and a devout Methodist. Lucy was well-educated, warm and principled, sharing Rutherford's anti-slavery convictions and strong moral code. She would become the First Lady to hold a college degree. Their marriage was affectionate and supportive, marked by deep mutual respect. They would have 8 children, though 3 died young. As sectional tensions over slavery deepened in the 1850s, Hayes became more politically active, campaigning for Republican candidates and condemning the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which opened new territories to slavery by popular sovereignty. When the Civil War broke out in 1861, Hayes was nearly 40 and comfortably established, yet he believed passionately in the Union cause. Despite having young children at home, he volunteered for service, helping recruit a regiment and accepting a commission as major in the 23rd Ohio Infantry. Hayes proved an exceptional soldier. He led from the front, earning the respect and loyalty of his men. He was wounded several times, most seriously at the Battle of South Mountain in 1862, where he was shot through the arm while rallying his troops. He refused to leave the field until the fighting was over. He rose to the rank of brevet major general by war's end, serving under generals like George B. McClellan and Philip Sheridan, and seeing action in West Virginia, the Shenandoah Valley, and elsewhere. His letters home to Lucy were rich with detail, revealing a deep sense of duty, patriotism, and personal courage. While still in the Army in 1864, Hayes was nominated for Congress by Ohio Republicans. He refused to campaign, insisting, "An officer fit for duty who at this crisis would abandon his post to electioneer ought to be scalped." He was elected anyway. After the war, Hayes served 3 terms in the U.S. House of Representatives from 1865 to 1867. He supported Reconstruction and civil rights for freedmen, including the 14th Amendment granting citizenship and equal protection. Though moderate in temperament, he believed firmly in racial equality under the law and in preserving the Union's moral victory over slavery. In 1867, Ohio Republicans nominated Hayes for governor. He won narrowly, becoming known for his reformist instincts, fiscal prudence, and steady leadership. He was re-elected in 1869, pushing for better schools, prison reform, and support for soldiers, widows, and orphans. After 2 terms, Hayes returned to private life in 1872. He retired to Spiegel Grove, his wooded estate in Fremont, where he enjoyed family, reading, and correspondence. He remained active in veterans' affairs and Republican politics. In 1875, Republicans again tapped Hayes for governor amid growing Democratic strength. He ran on a platform of honest government and civil rights, defeating Democratic ex-governor William Allen. His victory restored Republican momentum in Ohio and made him a national figure. In 1876, the Republican Party faced a crisis of corruption scandals under President Grant and widespread voter disillusionment. The party needed a candidate with a reputation for honesty, moderation, and reform. Hayes fit the bill perfectly. At the 1876 Republican Convention in Cincinnati, Hayes emerged as a compromise choice, winning the nomination on the 7th ballot. His Democratic opponent was Samuel J. Tilden of New York, a reform-minded governor with strong popular appeal. The 1876 election was among the most contentious in U.S. history. Tilden won the popular vote and initially appeared to have an electoral college majority. But results in Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina were disputed amid allegations of fraud and intimidation. A 15-member electoral commission, composed of congressmen, senators, and Supreme Court justices, was created to resolve the crisis. By an 8-7 vote, the commission awarded all disputed electoral votes to Hayes, giving him a 1-vote victory of 185 to 184. To secure Southern acquiescence, Republicans negotiated the informal Compromise of 1877. Hayes pledged to withdraw federal troops from the South, effectively ending Reconstruction. Federal support for Republican governments in Louisiana and South Carolina evaporated. On March 4, 1877, Rutherford B. Hayes was quietly sworn in as the 19th president. His presidency began under suspicion of a stolen election, with opponents calling him a Rutherford and his fraudulency. Despite the controversy, Hayes aimed to heal divisions. He promised to serve only 1 term, insisted on civil service reform to curb patronage, and worked to restore integrity to government after the Grant-era scandals. He appointed Democrats to some posts to signal national reconciliation. True to his compromise, Hayes ordered the last federal troops out of the South in April 1877. The move marked the formal end of Reconstruction and abandoned African Americans to Redeemer governments that quickly imposed segregation and disenfranchisement. Though Hayes hoped for Southern moderation and biracial cooperation, his policy effectively left freed people at the mercy of white supremacist rule. Hayes also faced domestic unrest. In 1877, the Great Railroad Strike, the first major nationwide strike, erupted over wage cuts. Violence spread across states. Hayes, insisting on maintaining order, deployed federal troops to break the strikes, establishing a precedent for federal intervention in labor disputes. Despite challenges, Hayes pushed reforms. He vetoed efforts to expand the use of inflationary greenbacks, upholding the gold standard. He backed the civil service reform movement, trying to replace the spoils system with merit appointments. Though Congress resisted comprehensive reform, Hayes set important precedents. He kept his promise to serve only one term and retired in March 1881. He returned to Spiegel Grove, devoting himself to civic causes. He promoted education, especially for African Americans in the South, and prison reform. He became deeply involved in the Slater Fund and the Peabody Education Fund, which supported Southern schools. Hayes strongly believed education was the key to social progress and racial uplift, writing that universal suffrage should rest upon universal education. He also remained engaged in veterans' causes and historical societies, respected as a principled elder statesman. Lucy Hayes, known affectionately as Lemonade Lucy for banning alcohol from the White House, was a beloved partner in these efforts until her death in 1889. Hayes mourned her deeply, but continued his work, travelling and speaking until his health began to decline. Rutherford B. Hayes died of a heart attack at Spiegel Grove on January 17, 1893, at age 70. His last words reportedly were, "I know that I'm going where Lucy is." He was buried there beside her, at what is now the Rutherford B. Hayes Presidential Library and Museums, the nation's first presidential library. Hayes's legacy is complex. He's remembered as an honest, conscientious reformer who tried to heal the nation's wounds and restore dignity to the presidency after the corruption of the Grant years, but he is also blamed for ending Reconstruction and abandoning federal protection for African American rights in the South, a decision that opened the door to the Jim Crow era. Ultimately, Hayes stands as a transitional figure in American history, a man of integrity who tried to balance reform and reconciliation, but whose compromises had far-reaching, often tragic consequences for the country he worked so hard to reunite. Next, we have the 20th President of the United States, James A. Garfield. James Abram Garfield was born on November 19, 1831, in a humble log cabin in Orange Township, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, now Moreland Hills. He was the youngest of 5 children born to Abram Garfield and Eliza Ballou Garfield. His father was a hard-working farmer and canal worker of modest means, who died when James was just 18 months old, leaving Eliza to raise the children alone in poverty. Eliza was determined, pious, and fiercely resilient. She managed the small farm and instilled in her children values of thrift, honesty, and self-reliance. James grew up working hard, ploughing fields, chopping wood, and doing odd jobs to help support the family. He was a serious, curious child with a thirst for knowledge despite minimal early schooling. He devoured books he borrowed from neighbours, developing a lifelong love of reading, especially history and poetry. As a teenager, Garfield dreamed of adventure. At 16, he tried to run away to become a sailor on the Great Lakes, even working as a canal boat driver on the Ohio and Erie Canal. The dangerous work and near drownings left him sick with malaria and forced him to return home. Determined to do more with his life, he turned to education. He attended the Geauga Seminary in Chester, Ohio, where he found an environment that valued learning and moral improvement. He taught school to pay for his tuition, and lived frugally, often eating just bread and milk. Garfield was deeply religious. He joined the Disciples of Christ, a Protestant movement emphasizing simple worship and individual responsibility. He was known for his earnest morality and desire to improve himself and help others. In 1851, he enrolled at the Western Reserve Eclectic Institute, now Hiram College, in Hiram, Ohio. There he excelled, impressing teachers with his brilliance and fellow students with his humility and kindness. He quickly became both student and teacher, tutoring others to pay his way. After several years, he transferred to Williams College in Massachusetts, entering as a junior. At Williams, he broadened his intellectual horizons, studying Latin, Greek, philosophy, and literature. He graduated in 1856 with honors, admired by faculty for his intellect and character. Returning to Ohio, Garfield became a professor and then principal of the Eclectic Institute. He was a gifted, inspirational teacher, known for encouraging lively debate and critical thinking. In 1858, he married Lucretia Rudolph, a former student and the daughter of a local farmer. Their marriage was affectionate and intellectually close, though sometimes strained by his long absences. They would have 7 children, 5 of whom survived to adulthood. While teaching, Garfield studied law on his own, eventually being admitted to the bar in 1861, but politics beckoned. A passionate anti-slavery Republican, he was elected to the Ohio State Senate in 1859. He supported measures to fund education and opposed the expansion of slavery. When the Civil War broke out in 1861, Garfield answered the call to preserve the Union. He helped recruit the 42nd Ohio Volunteer Infantry and was commissioned as its colonel. Though he had no formal military training, he proved a talented leader. Garfield's early military career was marked by rapid advancement. He led a daring winter march through Kentucky and won the Battle of Middle Creek in January 1862, driving Confederate forces from eastern Kentucky. His leadership caught the eye of higher command, and he was promoted to brigadier general. He served under General Don Carlos Buell at the Battle of Shiloh, and then on court-martial boards, where his sharp legal mind was invaluable. As Chief of Staff to General William S. Rosecrans, he played a key role at the Battle of Chickamauga in 1863. Amid chaos, he rode through enemy fire to communicate orders, helping save a large part of the Union Army. For his bravery, he was promoted to Major General, the youngest at that rank in the Army at the time. While still in the field, Garfield was elected in 1862 to the U.S. House of Representatives from Ohio's 19th District. At Lincoln's urging, he resigned his commission in late 1863 to take his seat in Congress, believing he could better serve the war effort there. In Congress, Garfield became one of the leading Republican voices. He was respected for his intellect, eloquence, and mastery of complex issues, serving on the powerful Ways and Means Committee and the Appropriations Committee. He supported Lincoln's war policies, emancipation, and the constitutional amendments abolishing slavery. After the war, Garfield remained a steadfast supporter of Reconstruction, advocating civil rights and suffrage for freedmen. He battled Andrew Johnson's efforts to undermine Republican plans and backed the impeachment attempt. Garfield grew into a leader of the House Republican caucus. He was known for his brilliant speeches, ranging from constitutional law to finance. But he also made enemies, especially among hardline radical Republicans who sometimes viewed him as too independent. Though personally honest, Garfield's career was tarnished by association with the Crédit Mobilier scandal, a major episode of Gilded Age corruption. He had accepted what he described as a loan of stock in the railroad construction company, later acknowledging it was a mistake, though he denied profiting. The scandal hurt his reputation but did not destroy his career. In 1876, he helped resolve the disputed Hayes-Tilden presidential election as a member of the Electoral Commission, that awarded the presidency to Rutherford B. Hayes. He supported Hayes's attempts at civil service reform. By 1879, Garfield had risen to House Minority Leader. He was a consensus builder, respected for his encyclopedic knowledge and calm leadership. He opposed inflationary greenback policies, supporting sound money and fiscal conservatism. In 1880, Ohio Republicans nominated Garfield for U.S. Senate. But before he could take the seat, he was unexpectedly thrust into the presidential race. At the Republican National Convention in Chicago, stalemated between supporters of former President Grant and Senator James G. Blaine, delegates turned to Garfield as a compromise. Despite not seeking the nomination, he was chosen on the 36th ballot. Garfield's Democratic opponent was Winfield Scott Hancock, a respected Union general. The campaign was relatively quiet but bitterly contested. Republicans painted Democrats as the party of secession, while Democrats accused Republicans of corruption. Garfield's letter supporting civil rights for Black Americans drew praise and criticism alike. In November 1880, Garfield narrowly won the popular vote but carried the Electoral College comfortably, becoming the 20th President of the United States. He was the last president born in a log cabin, and the first sitting member of the House elected to the presidency. Garfield's presidency was tragically short. He took office on March 4th, 1881, determined to reform the patronage-laden civil service and heal Republican Party divisions between stalwarts who favoured traditional spoils politics and half-breeds who wanted reform. He defied stalwart boss Senator Roscoe Conkling by nominating James G. Blaine as Secretary of State and selecting reformers for key posts. He won a bruising battle over the New York Custom House by forcing Conkling's allies out, signalling his commitment to civil service reform. Garfield also supported African American civil rights and education, hoping to strengthen Reconstruction's unfinished legacy in the South. He called for the use of federal power to protect voting rights, though Congress showed little interest. On July 2, 1881, just 4 months into his term, Garfield was shot in the back at the Baltimore and Potomac Railroad Station in Washington, D.C., by Charles Guiteau, a disgruntled office seeker who claimed divine inspiration for the attack. Garfield lingered for 80 days, suffering through repeated infections and unsuccessful medical treatments as doctors probed his wound without antiseptic methods. The nation watched in anguish as he weakened through the sweltering summer. He was moved to the New Jersey shore in a desperate attempt to aid his recovery. On September 19, 1881, James A. Garfield died at age 49. Vice President Chester A. Arthur succeeded him. Garfield was mourned deeply. His funeral train drew vast crowds, and memorial services were held nationwide. He was buried in Lakeview Cemetery in Cleveland, Ohio, where a towering monument now stands. Garfield's legacy is one of promise unfulfilled. He was intelligent, principled, and committed to civil service reform, national unity, and black civil rights. Though his presidency was cut short, his assassination shocked the nation into recognizing the need to end the spoils system, paving the way for the Pendleton Civil Service Reform Act in 1883. He remains a poignant symbol of the Gilded Age's contradictions, a brilliant self-made man who rose from poverty to the presidency, only to fall victim to the very political corruption and patronage he sought to reform. In death, Garfield helped inspire a new commitment to good government, even as his own vision was left tragically unfinished. Next, we have the 21st President of the United States, Chester Arthur. Chester Alan Arthur was born on October 5, 1829, in Fairfield, Vermont, a small village in the state's northern hills. He was the fifth of 9 children born to Reverend William Arthur and Malvina Stone Arthur. His father was a fiery, restless Baptist preacher who had emigrated from Ireland, bringing with him a love of learning and debate, while his mother was a strong, gentle New England woman who kept the large family together through frequent moves and modest means. Arthur's early years were marked by constant relocation. His father's outspoken abolitionism and contentious personality led the family to move repeatedly among small Vermont and upstate New York congregations. Chester grew up in rural parsonages, often isolated, but immersed in a world of books, sermons, and lively family conversation. Education was central in the Arthur household. Chester attended district schools and academies in Vermont and New York. He was a bright, sociable boy with a quick wit and strong memory. In 1845, at 15, he enrolled at Union College in Schenectady, New York. At Union, Arthur joined the Psi Upsilon fraternity, cultivated an urbane, polished style, and read voraciously. He excelled in classical studies, rhetoric, and debate, graduating in 1848 near the top of his class. His years there transformed him from a country preacher's son into a confident, sophisticated young man. After college, Arthur taught school in Schaghticoke, New York, while reading law in the office of Erastus D. Culver, a prominent lawyer and anti-slavery politician in New York City. Arthur moved to the city in 1853 to continue his legal training. He quickly adapted to the bustling urban environment, developing a taste for fine clothes, elegant manners, and cosmopolitan life. He was admitted to the New York bar in 1854. Practicing law in the city, Arthur was drawn into the world of Republican politics and reform movements. He joined Culver's firm and worked on several important civil rights cases, most famously the Lemon v. New York case from 1852 to 1857. In that case, Arthur helped argue that Virginia slaveholders bringing enslaved people through New York forfeited their claims under state law, reinforcing New York's stance as a free state and striking a blow against the extension of slavery. In 1859, Arthur married Ellen Nell Herndon, the daughter of a naval officer from Virginia. She was beautiful, cultured, and musically talented, bringing Southern grace to Arthur's Northern sophistication. Their marriage was warm but would suffer from political tensions over the coming Civil War. They had 3 children, but only one, Chester Allen Arthur Jr., survived to adulthood. As the national crisis over slavery deepened, Arthur joined the new Republican Party, staunchly supporting Abraham Lincoln in 1860. When the Civil War broke out, Arthur served in New York's militia. He was appointed engineer-in-chief of the state militia and then quartermaster general by Governor Edwin D. Morgan. In this crucial logistical role, Arthur oversaw the equipping and transporting of more than 120,000 troops from New York to the front. He was highly efficient, honest, and scrupulous in avoiding corruption despite the enormous sums involved. He was promoted to brigadier general of the militia for his efforts, though he saw no combat himself. After the war, Arthur returned to his legal practice in New York City, which prospered enormously thanks to his wartime contacts. He built a reputation as an able attorney, socialized in elite circles, and became active in Republican politics at the state level. Arthur aligned himself with a powerful New York Republican machine led by U.S. Senator Roscoe Conkling. The stalwart faction, as it was known, believed in traditional party patronage and spoils, resisting civil service reformers. Arthur became one of Conkling's key lieutenants. In 1871, President Ulysses S. Grant appointed Arthur collector of the Port of New York, the most lucrative and politically powerful patronage position in the country. As collector, Arthur oversaw customs duties, the federal government's largest source of revenue at the time. Arthur ran the office efficiently and honestly by the standards of the day, but used it to reward loyal Republicans with jobs, strengthening the stalwart machine. He was widely known for his opulent lifestyle, fine clothes, rich meals, and a love of entertaining in his fashionable Lexington Avenue townhouse. By the late 1870s, the spoils system was under fierce attack by reformers who condemned its corruption. President Rutherford B. Hayes sought to clean up the New York Customs House and break Conkling's power. In 1878, Hayes removed Arthur from the collectorship. Infuriating stalwarts but winning praise from reformers, Arthur returned to private life, practicing law and maintaining his place in New York high society. His beloved wife, Nell, died suddenly of pneumonia in January 1880, leaving him devastated and lonely. He kept a stained glass window installed in her memory at St. John's Episcopal Church in Washington, D.C. Despite his personal grief, Arthur remained politically active. In 1880, the Republican National Convention deadlocked between Grant's stalwarts and James G. Blaine's half-breeds. As a compromise, delegates nominated dark horse James A. Garfield for president and, to balance the ticket, chose Arthur, Conkling's loyal stalwart, as vice president. Arthur's nomination shocked many reformers who saw him as a machine politician and symbol of patronage excess. But he campaigned loyally, helping Garfield narrowly defeat Democrat Winfield Scott Hancock. Arthur took office as vice president in March 1881, presiding over the Senate with courteous dignity, but remaining closely tied to Conkling's stalwart faction. He opposed President Garfield's efforts to reduce patronage and reform civil service appointments. But tragedy upended everything. On July 2, 1881, Garfield was shot by Charles Guiteau, an unstable office seeker claiming allegiance to the stalwarts. Garfield lingered for 80 agonizing days before dying on September 19th. Arthur, shocked and anguished, took the presidential oath in his own home in New York City before traveling to Washington to be formally sworn in. Arthur became the 21st President of the United States at age 51. The nation viewed him warily, expecting the worst from a known machine politician. Reformers feared he would undo Garfield's reforms and hand the government back to the spoil system. But Arthur surprised nearly everyone. He approached the presidency with unexpected dignity, independence, and commitment to reform. He refused to reappoint Conkling's allies to key positions, distancing himself from his old patron. Most notably, he signed the Pendleton Civil Service Reform Act in 1883. The law established the Civil Service Commission and created merit-based exams for certain federal jobs, striking at the heart of the spoil system. Though limited at first, it laid the groundwork for modern professional government service. Arthur also modernized the U.S. Navy, authorizing the construction of steel warships to replace the decaying wooden fleet, beginning America's transformation into a naval power. He vetoed an early version of the Chinese Exclusion Act that was too harsh, but signed a revised version limiting Chinese immigration for 10 years, reflecting growing anti-Chinese sentiment in the West. His administration saw efforts to reduce tariffs, though Congress resisted major changes. He also supported civil rights protections, but the Supreme Court's 1883 civil rights cases severely weakened federal power to enforce equal treatment. Despite his successes, Arthur was not nominated for a second term. The Republican Party remained deeply divided, and his health was deteriorating. He suffered from Bright's disease, a kidney ailment he kept secret from the public. By 1884, he was visibly ill, fatigued, and melancholy. He returned to private life in New York City after leaving office in March 1885, resuming law practice briefly but largely withdrawing from public affairs. He spent his final months in quiet reflection, aware that his health was failing. Chester Alan Arthur died at his Lexington Avenue home on November 18, 1886, at age 57. He was buried beside his wife Nell in Albany Rural Cemetery in Menands, New York. Arthur's reputation underwent a remarkable shift even in his lifetime. Many who had doubted him praised his integrity, independence, and reforms. He proved that even a machine politician could rise to the occasion, putting country over party. Today, Arthur is remembered as one of America's most underrated presidents, a man who entered office with a tainted reputation but governed with surprising wisdom and decency. His embrace of civil service reform helped move the nation beyond the spoil system, marking a key turning point in the evolution of honest, professional government in the United States. Next, we have the 22nd and the 24th President of the United States, Grover Cleveland. Grover Cleveland was born Stephen Grover Cleveland on March 18, 1837, in a modest clapboard house in Caldwell, New Jersey. He was the fifth of 9 children born to Richard Falley Cleveland, a Presbyterian minister, and Anne Neal Cleveland. His father was a serious, devout man with a stern moral code, while his mother was warm, patient, and devoted to her large family. Grover grew up in a household that prized honesty, duty, and religious faith. His father's modest salary meant frequent moves from one small-town parish to another across New York State, including Fayetteville and Clinton. The family often struggled financially, and young Grover quickly learned the value of hard work and frugality. As a boy, Cleveland was quiet, solidly built, and serious-minded. He attended local district schools and the Fayetteville Academy, where he was known for diligence rather than brilliance. He enjoyed reading history and biographies and absorbed his father's sermons and moral teachings. Tragedy struck in 1853 when his father died suddenly when Grover was 16. The loss plunged the family into deeper hardship. Forced to abandon hopes of college, Grover helped support his mother and siblings. He worked as a clerk and teacher at the New York Institute for the Blind in New York City, where he proved capable, disciplined, and compassionate. Seeking better prospects, Grover moved in 1855 to Buffalo, New York, where his prosperous uncle, Lewis Allen, lived. Allen secured him a clerical job in the law office of Rogers, Bowen and Rogers. Cleveland read law with determination, absorbing Blackstone, Kent, and New York statutes. In 1859, at age 22, he was admitted to the bar. Cleveland soon developed a reputation as a reliable, honest, and hard-working lawyer. He was known for his straightforward style, refusal to grandstand, and absolute honesty. He took on all kinds of clients, small tradesmen, widows, businessmen, and earned a solid middle-class living. In 1863, at the height of the Civil War, Cleveland was drafted but paid a substitute, as the law allowed. Critics later used this against him politically, but he defended the choice, pointing to his duty to support his widowed mother and younger siblings financially. Cleveland's first major public office came in 1863 when he was appointed Assistant District Attorney of Erie County. He was diligent, cautious, and thorough, avoiding political flashiness. In 1870, he ran for sheriff of Erie County as a Democrat in a Republican-leaning region. He won and served from 1871 to 1873, enforcing the law rigorously. Famously, he personally hanged 2 murderers rather than pay a substitute to do the grisly task, seeing it as his responsibility. After his term, Cleveland returned to private practice, joining a successful law partnership. He worked long hours, remained frugal, and maintained a reputation for absolute integrity. He was unmarried, quiet in social life, and devoted to family and professional duty. By the late 1870s, Buffalo was growing rapidly, but local politics were notoriously corrupt, with city contractors and party bosses controlling lucrative deals. In 1881, reform-minded Democrats turned to Cleveland as an anti-corruption candidate for mayor. He accepted reluctantly, pledging to clean up City Hall. Elected in a landslide, Mayor Cleveland quickly fulfilled his promise. He vetoed graft-ridden contracts and earned the nickname Veto Mayor for blocking wasteful spending. His blunt veto messages stressed honesty and economy. Public office is a public trust. His success in Buffalo catapulted him to statewide prominence. In 1882, New York Democrats, desperate to rehabilitate their tarnished image, nominated Cleveland for governor. Republicans were divided and Cleveland won easily. As governor, he continued his reformist crusade, vetoing special interest bills, exposing crooked deals, and challenging the state's entrenched Democratic machine, led by Tammany Hall in New York City. His integrity made him enormously popular with reformers of both parties. In 1884, the Democrats, seeking a candidate who could win back the presidency after years of Republican dominance, turned to Cleveland. His reputation for honesty and independence made him the perfect choice to oppose Republican nominee James G. Blaine, whose career was shadowed by allegations of corruption. The 1884 campaign was one of the dirtiest in American history. Republicans mocked Cleveland's illegitimate child with the chant, "Mama, where's my pa?" Cleveland did not deny the child's existence, simply acknowledging his financial support. Meanwhile, Democrats shouted back, "Gone to the White House, ha! Ha!" when he won. Despite the scandal, Cleveland's reputation for honesty carried the day. He narrowly defeated Blaine, especially thanks to New York's critical electoral votes. In March 1885, Grover Cleveland became the 22nd President of the United States, the first Democrat elected since before the Civil War. Cleveland's first term was marked by his unrelenting commitment to limited government, fiscal conservatism, and civil service reform. He vetoed over 300 bills, including many private pension bills for Civil War veterans that he believed were fraudulent or excessive. He opposed high tariffs and called for tariff reduction, arguing they burdened consumers and encouraged corruption. His use of the veto angered Congress but delighted reformers. He insisted that government should not subsidize private interests, saying famously, "Though the people support the government should not support the people." Cleveland also challenged corrupt practices in the West, such as fraudulent land grants to railroads, and supported the Interstate Commerce Act of 1887, the first federal attempt to regulate railroads. In 1886, he made history by marrying Frances Folsom, the 21-year-old daughter of his deceased law partner. At 49, he became the first president to marry in the White House. Their marriage was affectionate and drew enormous public interest. Frances became an immensely popular First Lady. But Cleveland's stubborn commitment to reform and low tariffs cost him politically. In 1888, he ran for re-election against Republican Benjamin Harrison, who supported high protective tariffs. The campaign was fierce, but despite winning the popular vote, Cleveland lost the electoral vote. He left office with characteristic dignity, telling Frances they would return. Indeed they did. The Harrison administration's McKinley tariff and extravagant veterans' pensions angered many. In 1892, Democrats again nominated Cleveland. He defeated Harrison easily, making him the only president in U.S. history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. Cleveland's second term, starting in 1893, was dominated by crisis. Soon after he took office, the Panic of 1893 struck, the worst economic depression the country had yet seen. Banks failed, railroads collapsed, unemployment soared. Cleveland, a hard-money man, believed the crisis was caused partly by the Sherman Silver Purchase Act, which threatened to deplete the gold reserve. He called Congress into special session and forced its repeal, splitting his party as many Democrats supported silver inflation. In 1894, the Pullman strike paralyzed rail transport. When striking railroad workers refused to deliver U.S. mail, Cleveland sent federal troops to break the strike, arguing it was his duty to maintain order and enforce the law. Labor leaders and many Democrats condemned his actions as harsh and pro-business. Cleveland also faced fierce criticism over his decision to sell U.S. bonds to J.P. Morgan and other bankers to replenish gold reserves, seen as a humiliating surrender to Wall Street. His popularity plummeted as he alienated both Southern and Western Democrats, who favored silver and labor-friendly policies. By 1896, the Democratic Party turned decisively away from Cleveland's conservative wing. nominating the fiery silver advocate William Jennings Bryan. Cleveland refused to endorse Bryan, effectively ending his political influence. After leaving office in 1897, Cleveland retired to Princeton, New Jersey. He served as a trustee of Princeton University and occasionally offered public comment on national affairs but largely withdrew from politics. He remained devoted to his family, enjoying quiet domestic life. He died on June 24, 1908, at age 71. His last words reportedly were, "I have tried so hard to do right." He was buried in Princeton Cemetery. Grover Cleveland's legacy is complex. He's remembered for his fierce honesty, independence, and principled commitment to limited government and fiscal discipline. Reformers admired his battles against corruption and patronage. Yet his hard money orthodoxy during the Depression was seen by many as cold and indifferent to human suffering. Cleveland was the only president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms, symbolizing both the deep divisions of the Gilded Age and the possibility of personal redemption in American politics. He remains a singular figure, a stubborn, incorruptible conservative who sought to preserve the integrity of government in an age of rampant excess and partisanship. Moving along, Benjamin Harrison was the 23rd President of the United States. Benjamin Harrison was born on August 20th, 1833, on a modest farm in North Bend, Ohio, along the north bank of the Ohio River. He was the second of 10 children born to John Scott Harrison and Elizabeth Irwin Harrison. His family was well known and politically prominent. His grandfather was William Henry Harrison, the hero of Tippecanoe and the 9th President of the United States, while his father was a respected farmer and 2-term U.S. congressman. Though surrounded by political conversation, young Benjamin's childhood was marked by rural simplicity. He spent his early years fishing in the river, hunting in the forests, and doing farm chores. But education was paramount in the Harrison household. His father, despite frequent absences for congressional service, emphasized learning and moral rectitude. Benjamin was described as quiet, serious, and studious. He attended a local log schoolhouse before enrolling at Farmers College, a Presbyterian-affiliated academy near Cincinnati, known for its rigorous curriculum and moral instruction. There he excelled in classics, mathematics, and rhetoric. In 1850, at 17, Harrison transferred to Miami University in Oxford, Ohio, one of the Midwest's most respected colleges. At Miami, he thrived under President Robert Hamilton Bishop's Scottish Presbyterian moral philosophy. He joined the fraternity Phi Delta Theta and the Eradelphian Literary Society, honing his debating skills and deepening his lifelong love of history and literature. Graduating in 1852 near the top of his class, Harrison returned to North Bend briefly, before reading law in Cincinnati with Bellamy Storer, a prominent Whig lawyer. He also courted Caroline Lavinia Scott, the well-educated daughter of Miami University's science professor John Witherspoon Scott. On October 20th, 1853, Benjamin and Caroline married in Oxford. Their marriage was close and affectionate, marked by shared Presbyterian faith and intellectual companionship. They would have 2 children, Russell born in 1854 and Mary born in 1858. In 1854, the young couple moved to Indianapolis, Indiana, where Benjamin opened a modest law office. At first work was scarce, but Harrison quickly gained respect for his meticulous preparation, honest dealing, and skill in argument. He specialized in property and contract law, eventually building one of the state's leading practices. Harrison was reserved in manner but an effective courtroom advocate, known for his precise language and logical reasoning. He was deeply religious, teaching Sunday school at the First Presbyterian Church and adhering to strict personal morals. Politically, Harrison was an ardent Whig, opposing the expansion of slavery. When the Whig Party collapsed in the 1850s, he helped build the new Republican Party in Indiana, campaigning for John C. Fremont in 1856 and Abraham Lincoln in 1860. During the Civil War, Harrison was a 27-year-old father and successful lawyer, but he volunteered enthusiastically when Lincoln called for more troops in 1862. Commissioned as a second lieutenant, he quickly helped raise the 70th Indiana Infantry and was elected its colonel. Harrison proved a diligent, disciplined commander. His regiment spent early service guarding railroads and supply lines in Kentucky and Tennessee. In 1864, they joined General William T. Sherman's Atlanta campaign. Harrison fought in battles at Resaca, New Hope Church, Kennesaw Mountain, and Peachtree Creek, demonstrating calm leadership under fire. Sherman's men came to respect Harrison's courage and organizational skill. In the March to the Sea and the Carolinas campaign, Harrison led his regiment and brigade through harsh conditions, maintaining discipline and morale. For his service, he was breveted Brigadier General in 1865, a title he proudly used for the rest of his life. Returning to Indianapolis after the war, Harrison resumed his legal career with renewed stature. He became one of Indiana's leading lawyers, specializing in appellate advocacy and arguing several cases before the U.S. Supreme Court. His legal work was precise, thorough, and marked by moral seriousness. Politically, Harrison remained active in the Republican Party. He ran unsuccessfully for governor of Indiana in 1876, but gained attention for his eloquent campaigning and integrity. In 1880, he was elected to the U.S. Senate by the Indiana legislature. A senator from 1881 to 1887, Harrison was a loyal Republican but not a blind partisan. He supported high protective tariffs to aid American industry, civil service reform to limit the spoils system, and generous pensions for Union veterans. He was a vocal opponent of Chinese immigration, supporting the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, reflecting widespread racial prejudice of the time. Harrison impressed colleagues with his lawyerly command of complex issues and dignified, principled demeanor. But Indiana politics shifted Democratic in the mid-1880s, and Harrison lost his seat in 1887 when the legislature elected a Democrat. Out of office, Harrison returned to his law practice but remained a respected Republican elder statesman. In 1888, the Republican National Convention deadlocked among several candidates before settling on Harrison as a dark horse compromise. His military record, Senate experience, and reputation for honesty made him acceptable to all party factions. The 1888 campaign was fiercely contested. Harrison supported protective tariffs, which he argued shielded American workers from foreign competition. Democrats attacked him as a tool of big business, while Republicans criticized incumbent President Grover Cleveland for favoring lower tariffs. The campaign was awash in money and organization. Though Harrison lost the popular vote narrowly to Cleveland, he won the Electoral College thanks to critical states like New York and Indiana. In March 1889, Benjamin Harrison became the 23rd President of the United States. He brought scholarly seriousness and moral rectitude to the White House, though critics called him cold and formal. He delivered long, detailed speeches with a lawyer's precision. Harrison's presidency was marked by ambitious legislation. The most famous was the McKinley Tariff of 1890, which raised duties to historically high levels, pleasing manufacturers but angering consumers. Critics said it benefited trusts and monopolies at the public's expense. He also signed the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890, the first federal attempt to regulate monopolies, though enforcement would remain weak for years. Harrison championed civil rights, pushing for the Federal Elections Bill, the Force Bill, to protect black voters in the South. It passed the House, but died in the Senate due to fierce Democratic opposition and insufficient Republican support. Harrison lamented the failure, seeing it as a moral stain on the nation. He signed the Sherman Silver Purchase Act to increase silver coinage, trying to appease Western miners and debtors. but it destabilized the gold standard and contributed to the Panic of 1893. During his term, 6 states joined the Union: North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Washington, Idaho, and Wyoming, more than under any other president except Washington himself. Harrison presided over this burst of Western expansion with pride. Foreign policy under Harrison was active and ambitious. Secretary of State James G. Blaine promoted Pan-American cooperation, hosting the first International American Conference. Harrison also sought to annex Hawaii, but the treaty stalled in the Senate. Harrison faced growing criticism for federal spending, which soared past $1 billion in a peacetime year for the first time, earning the billion-dollar Congress label. Democrats used the issue effectively in the 1890 midterms, regaining control of the House in a landslide. His personal life was deeply marked by tragedy during his presidency. Caroline Harrison, his beloved wife of nearly 40 years, fell ill with tuberculosis. She died in the White House in October 1892, plunging the president into grief during his re-election campaign. In 1892, Harrison ran for re-election but faced a rematch with Grover Cleveland. The country was in economic trouble, and Republicans were blamed for high tariffs and spending. Cleveland won decisively, returning to the White House as the only president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. Harrison retired to Indianapolis, returning to law practice and writing. He travelled and lectured, delivering thoughtful addresses on constitutional law and governance. In 1896, at age 62, he remarried, Mary Scott Lord Dimmick, his late wife's widowed niece, nearly 25 years his junior. The marriage caused a brief scandal but was affectionate and produced a daughter, Elizabeth. Benjamin Harrison died of pneumonia on March 13, 1901, at age 67. He was buried beside Caroline in Crown Hill Cemetery in Indianapolis. Harrison's legacy is mixed. He was a brilliant lawyer, devout Presbyterian, and honourable man, respected for integrity and intelligence. His presidency saw important legislation, antitrust law, silver purchases, high tariffs, and a vision of America as a growing industrial and imperial power. But he was also criticised for failing to control spending, alienating voters with tariff policy, and not achieving stronger civil rights protections. He remains a symbol of the late Gilded Age, principled but cautious, a learned statesman navigating the complexities of a rapidly changing America, trying to balance moral leadership with the realities of politics in an era of fierce partisanship and economic transformation. Next, we have William McKinley, the 25th President of the United States. William McKinley was born on January 29, 1843, in a small white frame house in Niles, Ohio, a growing town in the Western Reserve region. He was the 7th of 9 children born to William McKinley Sr., an iron foundry manager and devout Methodist, and Nancy Allison McKinley, known for her intelligence, warmth, and deep religious faith. The McKinleys were of Scots-Irish and English ancestry, with Revolutionary War roots and a strong tradition of civic duty and hard work. William grew up in a close-knit, affectionate family steeped in Methodist values of sobriety, piety, and service. His childhood was stable and respectable, but not wealthy. The Western Reserve was known for its abolitionist Whiggish politics and strong commitment to education. Young McKinley attended local schools in Niles and later in Poland, Ohio, when the family moved there in 1852 seeking better educational opportunities. In Poland, William was a studious, well-mannered boy, known for his polite demeanour, thoughtful nature, and leadership qualities. He attended Poland Academy, a rigorous prep school that emphasised classical education and moral instruction. He excelled at writing, debate, and oratory, developing the calm, persuasive speaking style that would define his career. In 1860, McKinley enrolled at Allegheny College in Meadville, Pennsylvania, but financial strains and illness forced him to withdraw after only a year. He returned home to teach school and clerk in the local post office, helping support his family. When the Civil War broke out in 1861, McKinley was 18. Fired with patriotism and devotion to the Union, he enlisted as a private in the 23rd Ohio Volunteer Infantry. His regiment was commanded by future presidents Rutherford B. Hayes and William S. Rosecrans. McKinley quickly proved himself brave, steady, and reliable. He served in West Virginia and the Shenandoah Valley, experiencing the rigors of camp life and battle. At Antietam in September 1862, he famously risked enemy fire to bring hot coffee and food to soldiers on the front line. His courage earned Hayes's personal praise and began a lifelong friendship. Promoted steadily, from commissary sergeant to second lieutenant to captain, McKinley gained valuable leadership experience and earned the respect of officers and men alike. He fought in over a dozen engagements, including South Mountain, Antietam, Winchester, Cedar Creek, and Fisher's Hill. By war's end, he was a brevet major at just 22 years old. He left the army proud of his service, profoundly shaped by the war's lessons about duty, sacrifice, and national unity. Returning to Ohio, McKinley studied law under the mentorship of Judge Charles E. Glidden in Poland, then attended Albany Law School in New York. He was admitted to the bar in 1867 and set up practice in Canton, Ohio, a growing manufacturing town with a lively civic culture. McKinley's law practice thrived. He specialized in commercial and real estate law, winning clients with his honesty, careful preparation, and quiet charm. He became active in Republican politics, supporting Reconstruction and the rights of African Americans, a natural extension of his Unionist ideals. In 1871, McKinley married Ida Saxton, the daughter of a wealthy Canton banker. Ida was beautiful, cultured, and devoted, but their marriage was marked by tragedy. Their first daughter, Catherine, died of typhoid at age 4. Their second daughter, Ida, died in infancy. The grief left Ida frail and prone to seizures. William cared for her tenderly for the rest of her life, arranging his schedule and travels around her needs, earning admiration for his devotion. McKinley's political star rose quickly. He was elected to Congress in 1876, representing Ohio's 17th District. As a Republican, he championed veterans' pensions, protective tariffs, and sound money. He was known for his clear, calm debates, masterful grasp of policy, and courteous treatment of colleagues. He became the House Republican Party's leading tariff expert, arguing that high tariffs protected American workers and industries from foreign competition. The McKinley Tariff of 1890, which he authored, raised rates to nearly 50%. Though popular with manufacturers, it angered many consumers and farmers who blamed it for higher prices. The tariff backlash helped Democrats sweep the 1890 elections, costing McKinley his seat in Congress. But he was soon nominated for governor of Ohio in 1891. Running as a pro-labor, pro-business Republican, he emphasized conciliation between capital and labor and won narrowly. As governor from 1892 to 1896, McKinley proved pragmatic and reform-minded. He supported arbitration in labor disputes, resisted violence during strikes, and sought equitable taxation. He won re-election in 1893, even as the Panic of 1893 plunged the nation into depression, and Democrats dominated nationally. Economic turmoil dominated the mid-1890s. Debtors and farmers clamoured for the free coinage of silver to inflate the currency, while conservatives insisted on maintaining the gold standard. McKinley, a committed sound money man, argued that gold ensured economic stability, investor confidence, and real wages for workers. By 1896, McKinley was the clear Republican frontrunner for president. His old friend Mark Hanna, a wealthy Cleveland industrialist, masterminded his campaign. Hanna raised unprecedented sums from business leaders terrified of William Jennings Bryan's populist pro-silver crusade. The 1896 election was one of the most important in U.S. history. Bryan, the boy orator of the Platte, electrified crowds with his Cross of Gold speech, demanding free silver. McKinley, campaigning from his front porch in Canton, delivered hundreds of carefully crafted speeches to visiting delegations, promising a full dinner pail and economic recovery under protective tariffs and sound money. McKinley won decisively, carrying the industrial North and Midwest. His election marked the start of the Fourth Party system, a period of Republican dominance and industrial capitalism. Taking office in 1897, McKinley focused first on economic recovery. He signed the Dingley Tariff of 1897, the highest in U.S. history, reaffirming protectionism. He worked to stabilize the currency by securing passage of the Gold Standard Act in 1900, committing the U.S. to gold. But foreign affairs soon dominated his presidency. In 1898, the sinking of the USS Maine in Havana Harbor and sensationalist press coverage pushed the US into war with Spain. McKinley, cautious by temperament, sought diplomatic solutions but ultimately asked Congress to declare war. The Spanish-American War was swift and decisive. American forces defeated Spain in Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines. The Treaty of Paris ceded Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines to the US and recognized Cuban independence. McKinley faced fierce debate over imperialism. Anti-imperialists condemned annexation of the Philippines as a betrayal of American Republican values. McKinley insisted America had a duty to educate the Filipinos and uplift and civilize and Christianize them, despite their own Catholic faith. The Philippine-American War broke out in 1899 as Filipino insurgents resisted U.S. control. McKinley sent more troops, determined to suppress the rebellion. Meanwhile, he promoted the open-door policy in China, insisting on equal trading rights for all nations and respect for Chinese sovereignty. Domestically, McKinley's calm, reassuring leadership restored business confidence. Prosperity returned in the late 1890s, factories roared back to life, and Republican dominance seemed assured. He travelled widely, giving warm, carefully worded speeches that emphasized unity, progress, and American greatness. In 1900, he ran for re-election with Theodore Roosevelt as his new running mate, replacing the dull Garrett Hobart who had died in office. The McKinley-Roosevelt ticket trounced Bryan again, winning a mandate for prosperity and cautious imperialism. Tragically, McKinley's second term was cut short. In September 1901, while attending the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York, McKinley was shot twice in the abdomen by anarchist Leon Czolgosz while greeting visitors in a receiving line. At first, his doctors believed he would recover, but gangrene set in around the poorly treated wounds. After days of suffering, McKinley died on September 14, 1901, at age 58. His last words reportedly were, "It is God's way. His will be done, not ours." He was buried in Canton, Ohio, beneath a grand memorial that still stands. McKinley's legacy is often overshadowed by the dramatic presidency of his successor, Theodore Roosevelt, but historians credit him with consolidating the industrial capitalist system, strengthening the presidency, guiding the US to global power, and presiding over a transformative period of American history. He was remembered by his contemporaries as a kind, patient, and principled man, dignified, approachable, devoted to his wife Ida, who suffered from epilepsy and fragile health, and deeply committed to the well-being of the American people. He remains a pivotal figure, the last president of the Civil War generation and the first of the modern American era. Next, we have the 26th President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt was born on October 27, 1858, in a handsome brownstone at 28 East 20th Street in Manhattan, New York City. He was the second of 4 children of Theodore Roosevelt Sr. and Martha Mittie Bullock Roosevelt. His father was a wealthy philanthropic businessman with a deep social conscience, while his mother was a Southern belle from a prominent Georgia family, known for her beauty, charm, and storytelling. From the start, T.D., as he was called, was frail and sickly. He suffered from debilitating asthma attacks that left him gasping for breath through long nights. Yet even as a child, he showed fierce willpower and an indomitable spirit. His father would carry him on carriage rides to force fresh air into his lungs, telling him, "You must make your body." Roosevelt idolized his father, whom he considered the bravest and kindest man he knew. Theodore Sr. encouraged his son to develop both mind and body. Young Roosevelt devoured books on natural history, adventure, and military exploits. He kept notebooks filled with observations about animals and insects, starting what he called the Roosevelt Museum of Natural History in his bedroom. Realizing his weakness limited his enjoyment of the outdoors, he began a punishing regimen of physical exercise. At age 12, he started boxing lessons to build strength and resilience. By his teens, he was transforming from a sickly child into a vigorous, energetic young man, determined to live life to the fullest. He was privately tutored at home, studying languages, history, geography, and science. In 1876, at 17, Roosevelt entered Harvard College. There he impressed classmates with his boundless enthusiasm, encyclopedic memory, and intense curiosity about everything from biology to politics. Though somewhat socially awkward and intensely earnest, he made many lifelong friends. While at Harvard, tragedy struck. In February 1878, his beloved father died suddenly of stomach cancer. Roosevelt was devastated, describing it as the blow that has ever since affected my life. But he threw himself into work, graduating magna cum laude in 1880. That same year, he married Alice Hathaway Lee, a beautiful, gentle young woman from a prominent Massachusetts family. They seemed an ideal match. She, refined and reserved. He, energetic and affectionate. Roosevelt entered Columbia Law School but found it dull. He was drawn instead to politics. In 1881, at just 23, he won a seat in the New York State Assembly as a Republican reformer. He quickly made a name as an irrepressible crusader against corruption, attacking party bosses and corporate interests with fiery speeches and legislative investigations. But in 1884, Roosevelt's life was shattered. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, both his mother and his wife died hours apart in the same house. Mittie of typhoid fever, Alice of kidney failure following childbirth. Roosevelt was devastated. In his diary, he drew a large X on the page and wrote simply, "The light has gone out of my life." He retreated from politics and fled to the Badlands of North Dakota. There he reinvented himself as a cowboy and rancher, embracing a rugged frontier life. He hunted bison, herded cattle, chased outlaws, and wrote books about his adventures. Though his ranch eventually failed due to harsh winters, the experience toughened him physically and emotionally, cementing his love of the American West and its ideals of individualism and self-reliance. Returning east, Roosevelt gradually re-entered politics. In 1886, he ran for mayor of New York City on a reform platform but lost. That same year, he married Edith Kermit Carow, a childhood friend. Their marriage was deeply affectionate and supportive. They would have 5 children together: Theodore Jr., Kermit, Ethel, Archibald, and Quentin. Roosevelt built a thriving literary career, writing histories, biographies, and works on naval strategy, including the Naval War of 1812, which established his scholarly reputation. In 1889, President Benjamin Harrison appointed him to the U.S. Civil Service Commission. There, Roosevelt championed merit-based appointments over the spoil system, earning both praise and fierce opposition for his energetic enforcement of reform laws. In 1895, he became president of the New York City Board of Police Commissioners. Roosevelt attacked corruption head-on, walking city streets at night to check on patrolmen, enforcing strict discipline, and modernizing the force. He also championed minority rights, insisting on equal treatment for Jewish and Italian officers. In 1897, President William McKinley named Roosevelt Assistant Secretary of the Navy. There he modernized the fleet and championed readiness. When war with Spain broke out in 1898 after the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor, Roosevelt resigned his post to form the Rough Riders, a volunteer cavalry regiment. Roosevelt led his men with reckless bravery in Cuba, becoming famous for his charge up Kettle Hill, often mistakenly called San Juan Hill, on July 1st, 1898. His courage and charisma made him a national hero overnight. Returning to New York, Roosevelt was nominated for governor in 1898. He won narrowly, but governed with characteristic vigor. He passed laws regulating corporations, improving labor conditions, and preserving natural resources. His reform efforts angered Republican machine bosses, who conspired to kick him upstairs by nominating him for vice president in 1900 to get him out of New York. McKinley and Roosevelt won easily, campaigning on prosperity and American victory in the Spanish-American War. Roosevelt traveled extensively, electrifying crowds with his energetic speeches and populist appeal. But tragedy returned. On September 6, 1901, President McKinley was shot by anarchist Leon Czolgosz. When McKinley died on September 14th, Roosevelt was sworn in as the 26th president at age 42, the youngest ever to assume the office. As president from 1901 to 1909, Roosevelt transformed the role into a bully pulpit, using its power to champion reforms. He launched the progressive era in earnest, fighting corporate monopolies with his trust-busting suits under the Sherman Antitrust Act. He championed the square deal for ordinary Americans, regulating railroads, ensuring pure food and drugs, and protecting consumers from corporate abuse. He pushed through the Meat Inspection Act and the Pure Food and Drug Act in 1906, setting modern safety standards. Roosevelt was also the nation's first great conservationist president. He established 5 national parks, 18 national monuments, and 150 national forests, placing over 230 million acres under federal protection. He created the U.S. Forest Service to manage these lands responsibly. In foreign policy, he embraced the motto, "Speak softly and carry a big stick." He expanded American naval power, orchestrated the construction of the Panama Canal, and asserted the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, claiming the right to intervene in Latin America to stabilize economies and governments. In 1905, he brokered peace between Russia and Japan, winning the Nobel Peace Prize, the first American to do so. Yet he also sent the Great White Fleet on a global tour to demonstrate American naval strength. Roosevelt chose not to run in 1908, honoring tradition. He handpicked his loyal Secretary of War William Howard Taft as successor, believing Taft would continue his progressive policies. After leaving office, Roosevelt went on an epic safari in Africa and a grand tour of Europe, where he was celebrated as a global statesman. But when Taft's presidency drifted toward conservatism, Roosevelt felt betrayed. In 1912, he challenged Taft for the Republican nomination. When the party rejected him, he bolted to form the Progressive Party, the Bull Moose Party, declaring, "I feel as strong as a bull moose." He ran a vigorous, reformist third-party campaign, calling for social justice, women's suffrage, and stronger regulation of business. In October 1912, he survived an assassination attempt in Milwaukee when a would-be killer shot him in the chest. Bleeding, Roosevelt insisted on delivering his speech first, opening with, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." Ultimately, Roosevelt split the Republican vote, handing victory to Democrat Woodrow Wilson. He continued writing, speaking, and exploring. In 1913-14, he led a dangerous expedition to map the uncharted River of Doubt in the Amazon rainforest, nearly dying of malaria and infection. During World War I, he fiercely criticized Wilson's neutrality and lobbied to lead troops in combat. Grief struck when his youngest son Quentin was killed in air combat in 1918. The loss broke his health and spirit. Roosevelt died in his sleep at Sagamore Hill, his beloved home on Long Island, on January 6, 1919, at age 60. Vice President Thomas Marshall said, "Death had to take Roosevelt sleeping, for if he had been awake, there would have been a fight." Theodore Roosevelt's legacy is vast. He is remembered as the first modern president, a dynamic, activist leader who redefined the office and laid the foundations of the progressive era. He championed fairness for workers, consumers, and the environment, asserted American power on the world stage, and embodied an energetic, morally charged vision of what America could be. Above all, Roosevelt remains an icon of relentless vitality and courage, an indomitable spirit who lived by his own motto, "Far better it is to dare mighty things, to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered by failure, than to rank with those timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat." Next, we have the 27th President of the United States, William Taft. William Howard Taft was born on September 15, 1857, in a large, comfortable Greek revival house in Cincinnati, Ohio. He was the second of 5 children born to Alphonso Taft and Louisa Torrey Taft. His father was a distinguished lawyer, judge, and Republican politician who served as U.S. Attorney General and Secretary of War under President Ulysses S. Grant. From the start, Taft was immersed in an atmosphere of learning, law, and public service. The Taft family valued education, civic duty, and moral seriousness. Alphonso was stern but affectionate, with high expectations for his children, while Louisa was gentle, cultured, and deeply supportive. As a boy, Will Taft was big, cheerful, and good-natured. He earned the nickname Big Lub from his family because of his sturdy build and genial personality. Though not particularly athletic, he loved sports, especially baseball. He was popular with other children for his fairness and humour. He attended Cincinnati's best schools, showing early signs of careful intelligence and remarkable memory. He was diligent rather than dazzling, a methodical student who prided himself on getting things right. In 1874, at age 17, Taft enrolled at Yale College. There he worked hard and thrived. Though he never considered himself brilliant, he was immensely disciplined, finishing second in his class of over 120. He joined Skull and Bones, Yale's elite secret society, where he made lifelong friends. His classmates admired his calm judgment, friendly manner, and love of a good argument. After Yale, Taft returned to Cincinnati to study law at Cincinnati Law School, while clerking in his father's firm. He absorbed legal principles with his usual thoroughness, graduating in 1880 and passing the bar. That same year, Taft began a rapid professional rise. He was appointed assistant prosecutor for Hamilton County. He showed skill in argument and careful respect for the law, building a reputation as fair-minded, honest, and deeply ethical. In 1886 he married Helen Herron, known as Nellie, the daughter of a prominent Cincinnati judge. Nellie was intelligent, ambitious, and cultured, a woman who loved politics and history. Their marriage was a true partnership, though Nellie was more driven and socially engaged than her relaxed, genial husband. They would have 3 children, Robert, Helen, and Charles. Taft's legal and judicial career advanced quickly. In 1887, at just 29, he was appointed to fill an unexpired term as judge on the Superior Court of Cincinnati. His rulings were marked by clarity, careful reasoning, and impartiality. In 1890, President Benjamin Harrison appointed him Solicitor General of the United States, the government's chief lawyer before the Supreme Court. At 32, Taft was the youngest ever to hold the post. He argued several important cases, winning praise for his calm, precise, and persuasive style. The next year, Harrison named him to the newly created U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. Taft moved to Cincinnati and served for 8 years, writing over 200 opinions. His decisions showed a conservative respect for precedent, careful balancing of government and business interests, and a belief in limited government power. Though he loved the law, politics always tugged at him. He was a loyal Republican, admired for integrity and moderation. In 1900, President William McKinley tapped Taft for a new challenge, leading the Philippine Commission to establish civil government after the Spanish-American War. Taft accepted eagerly. He became the first civilian Governor-General of the Philippines in 1901, striving to balance American interests with respect for Filipino self-government. He travelled extensively, learned about local customs, and won respect with his friendly paternal style. He built schools, courts, roads, and a civil service. Though he believed firmly in American rule, he also insisted Filipinos deserved eventual self-government. In 1902, President Theodore Roosevelt, who greatly admired Taft, offered to make him a Supreme Court justice, Taft's lifelong dream. But Taft declined, believing he must finish the work in the Philippines. Roosevelt valued Taft's loyalty and skill enormously. In 1904, Roosevelt made Taft Secretary of War, a powerful cabinet position. Though not a military man, Taft administered the army well, oversaw construction of the Panama Canal, and acted as Roosevelt's trusted troubleshooter. He visited Japan, China, and the Vatican, showing diplomatic skill and cultural sensitivity. By 1907, Roosevelt had decided not to seek another term and chose Taft as his successor. Roosevelt liked to say, "Taft is the man with the most judicial temperament I know." Taft was reluctant. He much preferred the law to politics, but he yielded to Roosevelt's persuasion and Nelly's ambition. The 1908 presidential campaign was unusual. Roosevelt campaigned more vigorously than Taft, effectively transferring his popularity. Taft won easily over Democrat William Jennings Bryan, promising to continue Roosevelt's square deal. Taft took office as the 27th president on March 4, 1909. At 51, he was affable, courteous, and famously large, over 300 pounds, with a booming laugh and twinkling eyes. Yet he was also shy, sensitive to criticism, and uncomfortable with the rough and tumble of politics. Taft's presidency aimed at consolidating, not expanding, Roosevelt's reforms. He filed more antitrust suits than Roosevelt, including against U.S. Steel, and supported the Mann-Elkins Act, which expanded the Interstate Commerce Commission's powers. But trouble arose over tariffs. Taft signed the Payne-Aldrich Tariff Act in 1909, which barely lowered rates and angered progressives. Though Taft called it the best tariff bill the Republican Party ever passed, many felt betrayed. Worse still, Taft's firing of Gifford Pinchot, Roosevelt's friend and chief forester, in the Bollinger-Pinchot affair convinced many progressives he had abandoned conservation. Roosevelt, furious, broke with Taft publicly. Republicans split into conservative and progressive wings. In 1912, Roosevelt challenged Taft for the Republican nomination. When Taft's forces controlled the convention, Roosevelt formed the progressive Bull Moose Party. The bitter feud doomed Republican chances. In the 1912 election, Taft carried only Utah and Vermont. Woodrow Wilson won easily, with Roosevelt second. Taft took the defeat philosophically, telling his supporters, "I love you still, but you're not the real Republicans." Leaving office in 1913, Taft was relieved. He joked that he felt like a man who's been unduly overweight for 25 years and has suddenly lost 110 pounds. He returned to Yale, accepting a position as Professor of Constitutional Law. Students loved his good humour, clarity and storytelling. He remained active in public life, writing books on constitutional law and government, criticising Wilson's handling of World War I and supporting the League of Nations in principle. In 1921, President Warren G. Harding fulfilled Taft's lifelong dream by appointing him Chief Justice of the United States. Taft approached the court with the same careful, thorough and genial style he had shown all his life. He modernized its procedures, improved its building, and strengthened its institutional prestige. He wrote nearly 250 opinions, usually favoring limited government, business stability, and respect for precedent. Under his leadership, the court upheld the power of states to regulate business and balance the demands of a changing society with constitutional traditions. Taft loved the job deeply, once saying, "I don't remember that I ever was president." By 1929, failing health forced him to resign. He retired to Washington but remained a revered elder statesman. He died quietly on March 8, 1930, at age 72, and was buried at Arlington National Cemetery, the first president to rest there. And if you're thinking, didn't he die getting stuck in a bathtub? You're not alone. A lot of people think that, but that is not the case. The reality is, that story comes from the former White House butler, Erwin Hoover. After working at the White House for 42 years, Erwin Hoover released a memoir titled 42 Years in the White House. While talking about Taft's term, he detailed that Taft would often get stuck in his tub and need help to get out. Lillian Rogers Park, who also worked at the White House at the time, backed up the account in the book My 30 Years Backstairs at the White House. Taft's exact cause of death is surprisingly unknown, but is thought to be a bevy of symptoms he had, including inflammation of the bladder, heart disease, and high blood pressure. William Howard Taft's legacy is unique. He is the only American to have served both as President and Chief Justice. Though often overshadowed by Roosevelt, his friend-turned-rival, Taft was a steady, conscientious leader who believed deeply in the rule of law, constitutional government, and honest administration. He was, in his own words, a man who loved to administer justice in the quiet of the courtroom, yet who answered the call of public service at the highest level, always with a warm laugh, a gentle dignity, and an unshakable belief in the American constitutional order. Next, we have the 28th President of the United States, Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson was born Thomas Woodrow Wilson on December 28, 1856 in Staunton, Virginia. He was the third of 4 children and the first son of Joseph Ruggles Wilson, a Presbyterian minister and theologian, and Janet Jessie Woodrow Wilson, the daughter of a Presbyterian minister from Scotland. His family was deeply religious, intellectual, and steeped in Southern culture and traditions. When Wilson was just a year old, the family moved to Augusta, Georgia, where his father became minister of the First Presbyterian Church. His early childhood was marked by the turbulence of the Civil War. He remembered Union soldiers occupying Augusta, the suffering of wounded Confederate soldiers treated in his father's church-turned-hospital, and the devastation the war left in its wake. His father was a prominent Confederate supporter who defended slavery as biblically sanctioned, a view that shaped the social and intellectual atmosphere of Wilson's upbringing. After the war, the Wilson family moved frequently. They lived in Columbia, South Carolina, where Joseph taught at Columbia Theological Seminary, and later in Wilmington, North Carolina. Young Tommy, as he was called, was a sensitive, observant child with a keen memory and an introspective nature. He struggled to learn to read, possibly due to what today would be recognized as dyslexia, and did not read fluently until around age 10 or 11. Despite these early challenges, Wilson was bright, curious, and deeply engaged in the world of ideas. He idolized his scholarly father and inherited his love of debate, history, and Presbyterian moral earnestness. The family's evenings often featured theological discussions, readings of literature, and talk of politics and philosophy. Wilson attended Davidson College in North Carolina for a year in 1873, but left due to health problems. In 1875, he enrolled at the College of New Jersey, later known as Princeton University. At Princeton, Wilson flourished. He was known as a serious student with a piercing intellect and an intense focus on learning. He read voraciously in history, philosophy, and political theory, developing a lifelong admiration for the British parliamentary system and a deep skepticism about the fragmentation he saw in American government. Graduating in 1879, Wilson briefly studied law at the University of Virginia, where he immersed himself in constitutional theory and British history, but found himself in frail health again. He returned to Wilmington to recover and read law on his own. He was admitted to the Georgia bar in 1882 and briefly practiced law in Atlanta, but quickly discovered he disliked the day-to-day work of a lawyer. Deciding on an academic career, Wilson enrolled in the new doctoral program in political science at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore in 1883. There he studied under historians and political scientists such as Herbert Baxter Adams, immersing himself in German-style historical scholarship and political theory. His PhD dissertation, Congressional Government, argued that the US Congress was inefficient and poorly led compared to the British parliamentary system, and called for stronger executive leadership. Published in 1885, it became an influential critique of American political institutions. Wilson taught at Bryn Mawr College in Pennsylvania, then at Wesleyan University in Connecticut, where he was popular with students for his lively lectures and clear, incisive style. In 1885, he married Ellen Louise Axon, the highly cultured daughter of a Presbyterian minister from Georgia. Ellen was artistically talented, intelligent, and deeply supportive of Wilson's ambitions. Their marriage was warm and affectionate, producing 3 daughters, Margaret, Jessie, and Eleanor. In 1890, Wilson accepted a professorship at Princeton, which became the center of his academic life. He was an immensely popular lecturer, known for his commanding presence and elegant, formal speaking style. His courses on constitutional government and political theory drew large audiences. He published several influential works, including The State in 1898, which surveyed comparative politics and government with an eye toward reform and efficiency. In 1902, Wilson was named president of Princeton University. As president, he embarked on ambitious reforms, aiming to modernize the curriculum and break up the elitist social clubs. He sought to introduce the preceptorial system, small group discussions with faculty guidance, to deepen undergraduate education. Though successful in curriculum reform, his attempt to curb the power of Princeton's exclusive eating clubs met fierce alumni resistance and ultimately failed. Wilson's academic success and reformist reputation caught the attention of Democratic Party leaders in New Jersey, who in 1910 sought a respectable, honest candidate for governor to cleanse the party of machine politics. Though previously a conservative Democrat and politically aloof, Wilson accepted, determined to prove the value of academic expertise in government. Campaigning on a promise to combat political corruption, he won easily. As governor of New Jersey from 1911 to 1913, Wilson confounded party bosses by pushing through sweeping progressive reforms. He passed laws creating direct primaries, regulating public utilities, improving labor conditions, and strengthening corporate regulation. His eloquent speeches, moral certainty, and unexpected political skill won him national attention as a new leader of the progressive movement. In 1912, Wilson won the Democratic nomination for president on the 46th ballot after a bruising convention. The Republicans were split between incumbent William Howard Taft and former President Theodore Roosevelt, who ran as a progressive bull moose candidate. This division handed Wilson a decisive electoral victory, though he won only about 42% of the popular vote. As the 28th president inaugurated in March 1913, Wilson embarked on one of the most ambitious reform programs in American history, known as the New Freedom. Working closely with a Democratic Congress, he passed the Underwood Tariff Act, significantly lowering tariffs and establishing a federal income tax under the new 16th Amendment. He signed the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, creating a central banking system to stabilize the economy. He also backed the Federal Trade Commission Act and the Clayton Antitrust Act to regulate unfair business practices and strengthen antitrust enforcement. Wilson saw these measures as necessary to restore competition and curb corporate monopoly power without expanding government control over business. Wilson also supported social reforms, including the Keating-Owen Child Labor Act, later struck down by the Supreme Court, and the Adamson Act, which established an 8-hour day for railroad workers to avoid a national strike. Though committed to progressive economic reform, Wilson's record on civil rights was poor. His administration imposed racial segregation on federal offices that had previously been integrated, and Wilson defended these measures as administrative efficiency, ignoring black protests. He also praised The Birth of a Nation, the racist film that glorified the Ku Klux Klan, causing deep offense and lasting damage to his reputation among African Americans. In 1916, Wilson ran for re-election under the slogan, "He kept us out of war," capitalizing on his policy of neutrality as World War I raged in Europe. He narrowly defeated Republican Charles Evans Hughes in one of the closest elections in U.S. history. But early in his second term, Germany resumed unrestricted submarine warfare, threatening American shipping and lives. Wilson, who had tried to mediate peace, now saw war as unavoidable. On April 2, 1917, he asked Congress for a declaration of war to make the world safe for democracy. Congress approved, and the United States entered World War I. Wilson mobilized the nation through the Selective Service Act, new taxes, Liberty bonds, and government agencies like the War Industries Board. He appointed General John J. Pershing to lead the American Expeditionary Forces, which played a decisive role in turning the tide on the Western Front. At home, the war saw aggressive suppression of dissent. The Espionage and Sedition Acts led to the imprisonment of critics like Eugene V. Debs. Wilson justified these measures as necessary to preserve unity, but they sparked fierce debates about civil liberties. In January 1918, Wilson laid out his famous 14 points, a visionary plan for post-war peace emphasizing self-determination, free trade, open diplomacy, and the creation of a League of Nations to prevent future wars. His idealistic vision inspired allied and subject peoples alike. After the armistice in November 1918, Wilson travelled to Paris, becoming the first sitting president to visit Europe. He was greeted as a hero, but at the Paris Peace Conference he struggled to reconcile his ideals with the demands of Britain, France, and Italy for harsh terms against Germany. Though he secured the League of Nations as part of the Treaty of Versailles, the final treaty imposed severe reparations on Germany and left many ethnic grievances unresolved. Back home, Wilson faced fierce opposition in the Senate, led by Republican Henry Cabot Lodge. Refusing to accept amendments or reservations, Wilson took his case directly to the people in a nationwide speaking tour. The grueling effort broke his health. In September 1919, while in Colorado, Wilson collapsed from exhaustion. Days later, he suffered a massive stroke that left him partially paralyzed and incapacitated. For the remainder of his presidency, he was hidden from public view. First Lady Edith Wilson became his gatekeeper, controlling access and managing many day-to-day decisions in what some called a stewardship. The Senate rejected the Treaty of Versailles and the League of Nations, a devastating blow to Wilson's vision of collective security. His final year in office was marked by economic turmoil, labour strikes and racial violence during the Red Summer of 1919. In March 1921, Wilson left the White House in a wheelchair, watching his successor Warren G. Harding take the oath of office. He retired to a home on S Street in Washington, D.C., where he lived quietly, reading, writing and receiving visitors, though his health never fully recovered. Woodrow Wilson died on February 3, 1924, at age 67. He was buried at Washington National Cathedral, the only president interred in the nation's capital. Wilson's legacy is among the most debated of any American president. He's remembered as a brilliant scholar, a transformative progressive reformer, and a moral visionary whose League of Nations foreshadowed modern international cooperation. Yet he is also condemned for his administration's racism and suppression of dissent. Ultimately, Woodrow Wilson remains a deeply complex figure, a man of towering intellect and soaring ideals whose presidency reshaped America at home and abroad, but whose contradictions and failures left a legacy both inspiring and profoundly troubling. Next, we have the 29th President of the United States, Warren G. Harding. Warren Gamaliel Harding was born on November 2, 1865, in a small white farmhouse just outside Blooming Grove, Ohio, a rural community in the state's agricultural heartland. He was the eldest of 8 children born to George Tryon Harding and Phoebe Dickerson Harding. His father was a jack of all trades, a farmer, teacher, and eventually a homeopathic physician, while his mother was also trained in midwifery. The Hardings were respected in the community, known for their industriousness and modest prosperity. Warren grew up working on the family farm, doing chores from a young age. He helped with planting, harvesting, and caring for animals, developing a love for the rhythms of rural life that would stay with him. His parents valued education and self-improvement, and Warren was sent to local one-room schools, where he proved to be an eager, if not exceptional, student. He was gregarious, easygoing, and fond of music, playing several instruments and forming a small boys' band. At age 14, he enrolled in Ohio Central College in Iberia, a small progressive institution affiliated with the United Brethren Church. There he studied classics, literature, and rhetoric. He was remembered as friendly and outgoing, popular with classmates, and good at oratory and debate. He graduated in 1882 at the age of 17, ready to start adult life with boundless optimism. After college, Harding tried his hand at teaching but found it unsatisfying. He worked briefly as an insurance salesman and studied law, but soon discovered his true interest lay in newspapers. In 1884, at just 19, he scraped together money with friends to buy the failing Marion Daily Star, the local newspaper in Marion, Ohio. It was a bold risk. At first the paper struggled. Harding took on every role: reporter, editor, typesetter, and bill collector, often working late into the night. But he had a knack for writing engaging local news and friendly editorials that avoided controversy. Over time, the Star prospered. He built it into the leading paper in Marion, known for its community spirit, boosterism, and Harding's affable editorial voice. In 1891, Harding married Florence Clingder Wolfe, a strong-willed, intelligent divorcee and the daughter of Marion's wealthiest banker. Florence was older than Harding and had a young son from her previous marriage. She was ambitious, organised, and determined to see Warren succeed. She took over the Star's finances, paying off debts and professionalising operations. Their marriage was a partnership of contrasts. Harding was charming, easygoing, and conflict-averse. Florence was driven, disciplined, and assertive. Despite tensions, they remained devoted. Harding's success as a publisher made him a local celebrity and community leader. He joined civic groups, played in the town band, and gave popular speeches at picnics and fairs. Tall, handsome, with a rich baritone voice, he exuded warmth and approachability. Harding was a lifelong Republican, drawn to its pro-business policies and support for protective tariffs. In 1899, he was elected to the Ohio State Senate. There he proved a dependable party man, avoiding extremes and building a reputation as genial and cooperative. In 1903, he became Ohio's lieutenant governor, serving a 2-year term without major controversy. He lost a bid for governor in 1910, hampered by Democratic gains that year, but his gracious concession speech and good humour only enhanced his popularity. Harding returned to the star in local politics, but his reputation as an attractive, conciliatory Republican leader grew. He cultivated friendships across factions, staying on good terms with both conservative and progressive Republicans in Ohio's fractious party. In 1914, Harding won election to the U.S. Senate. In Washington, he was well liked for his affability and modesty, but left little legislative mark. He served on the Foreign Relations and Commerce Committees, supported protective tariffs, and generally voted with the Republican leadership. He was not a fiery debater or policy innovator, preferring compromise and personal diplomacy. He opposed the League of Nations, reflecting the strong isolationist sentiment in Ohio, and called for a return to normalcy after the upheavals of World War I. In 1920, as the Republican National Convention deadlocked between progressive and conservative factions, party leaders turned to Harding as a unifying compromise. He was acceptable to all wings of the party and had no major enemies. Legend has it that Republican bosses chose him in a smoky Chicago hotel room, but in reality his nomination was the result of careful political calculation and his own skillful manoeuvring to remain everyone's second choice. Harding ran for president on a platform promising a return to normalcy, a deliberate rejection of Woodrow Wilson's internationalism, progressive idealism, and wartime regimentation. He offered reassurance, stability, and a friendly, unpretentious style. The country was exhausted by war, the Spanish flu pandemic, labour strikes, and Wilson's strident moralism. Harding's promise of calm, normal government struck a chord. He conducted a front porch campaign from his home in Marion, welcoming thousands of visitors and delivering genial, non-threatening speeches. In November 1920, he defeated Democrat James M. Cox, whose running mate was Franklin D. Roosevelt, in a landslide, winning over 60% of the popular vote and dominating the Electoral College. Harding took office on March 4, 1921 as the 29th president. He appointed a cabinet that included strong leaders like Andrew Mellon at Treasury, Herbert Hoover at Commerce, and Charles Evans Hughes at State, but also men who would bring scandal, such as Interior Secretary Albert Fall and Attorney General Harry Daugherty. Harding's economic policy was conservative and pro-business. He and Mellon pursued tax cuts for the wealthy, reduced government spending, and paid down wartime debt. Tariffs were raised to protect American industry through the Fordney-McCumber tariff. The administration promoted business cooperation and a return to pre-war economic patterns. Internationally, Harding convened the Washington Naval Conference in 1921-22, which negotiated the first major arms reduction treaties among the world's naval powers and promoted stability in East Asia. It was a significant diplomatic achievement, earning global praise for advancing peace. Domestically, Harding pardoned socialist leader Eugene V. Debs, imprisoned under Wilson for anti-war speech, signalling a more forgiving approach to dissent. He also spoke out for civil rights, giving a notable speech in Birmingham, Alabama, urging equal political participation for Black Americans, a remarkably bold stance for his time, though it produced no concrete federal legislation. Yet Harding's presidency became infamous for scandal. Though personally honest, he was overly trusting of old friends and political allies. The most notorious scandal was the Teapot Dome affair, in which Interior Secretary Fall secretly leased federal oil reserves to private companies in exchange for bribes. The Veterans Bureau and Justice Department were also riddled with corruption. Harding was distressed as these scandals began to emerge. He was said to have lamented privately, "I have no trouble with my enemies. I can take care of my enemies all right. But my damn friends, they're the ones that keep me walking the floor nights." In the summer of 1923, hoping to reconnect with the people and escape Washington tensions, Harding embarked on the first presidential trip to Alaska and the American West, called the Voyage of Understanding. He visited national parks, dedicated the Mount Rushmore site, and gave speeches outlining his vision of American prosperity and unity. But the trip exhausted him. In late July, while in San Francisco, Harding fell ill with what was diagnosed as food poisoning and pneumonia. He died suddenly on August 2nd, 1923, at the age of 57. Florence Harding was by his side. No autopsy was performed, and rumours of poisoning swirled for years, but most historians accept he died of a heart attack or stroke brought on by stress and poor health. His sudden death shocked the nation. He was returned to Marion, where tens of thousands lined the railroad tracks to pay respects. He was buried in Marion Cemetery, and later a grand memorial was built in his honour. Harding was widely mourned at the time as a kind, affable and well-meaning leader who sought national healing after the trauma of war. But within a few years, revelations of corruption in his administration darkened his reputation. He became synonymous with cronyism and scandal, often ranked among the worst presidents. Yet historians have also noted his achievements, stabilizing the post-war economy, advancing international disarmament, pardoning wartime dissenters, and speaking for racial tolerance. Above all, Harding remains a symbol of the complexities of American politics in the 1920s, a genial populist figure who embodied both the aspirations and contradictions of an age yearning for normalcy in a rapidly changing world. Next, we have the 30th President of the United States, Calvin Coolidge. John Calvin Coolidge Jr. was born on July 4th, 1872, in the small, unpretentious village of Plymouth Notch, Vermont. He is the only US president to have been born on Independence Day, a fact he would cherish. His father, John Calvin Coolidge Sr., was a respected local farmer, storekeeper and public servant, holding offices such as Justice of the Peace, tax collector, and Vermont state legislator. His mother, Victoria Josephine Moore Coolidge, was a gentle, religious woman of Scots-English ancestry, known for her quiet piety and emotional warmth. Coolidge's early childhood was defined by rural simplicity and hard work. He was close to his mother, who nurtured in him a sense of duty and moral seriousness. But tragedy struck when he was just 12 years old. In March 1885, his mother died of tuberculosis, an event that left a lasting wound on the young boy. He described her loss as the greatest grief that can come to a boy. Less than 3 years later, his only sister, Abigail Grace, died at age 15. These early losses left Coolidge reserved, self-contained, and introspective, traits that would define him throughout life. He attended the local one-room schoolhouse in Plymouth, where he was diligent and quiet. His father remarried, and young Calvin maintained a respectful but emotionally guarded relationship with his stepmother. Education was highly valued in the Coolidge household. In 1887, Calvin left Plymouth for Black River Academy in Ludlow, Vermont. There he worked hard, supporting himself by clerking in stores and doing odd jobs. In 1891, he was admitted to Amherst College in Massachusetts, one of the leading small liberal arts colleges in New England. At Amherst, Coolidge found mentors who shaped his intellectual life, notably Professor Charles Edward Garman, who taught philosophy and ethics with a moral seriousness that left a deep impression. Coolidge was not charismatic, but was respected by classmates for his honesty, deliberation, and dry humour. He graduated cum laude in 1895, having developed a lifelong love of classical rhetoric and a spare, concise writing style. After Amherst, Coolidge chose law, apprenticing in a Northampton, Massachusetts, firm rather than attending formal law school, as was then common. He was admitted to the bar in 1897 and set up practice in Northampton, a prosperous small city in the Connecticut River Valley. He quickly developed a reputation for honesty, thorough preparation, and low fees, serving small businessmen, farmers, and workers. He lived simply in a boarding house, and later in a modest duplex. Coolidge was a devoted Republican, deeply shaped by his father's traditional New England values of self-reliance, thrift, and duty. He viewed government's role as limited but essential for maintaining order and fairness. His political career began on the Northampton City Council in 1899. He served successively as city solicitor, clerk of courts, and member of the Massachusetts House of Representatives. In 1905 he married Grace Anna Goodhue, a vivacious and charming teacher at the Clark School for the Deaf in Northampton. Their marriage was a study in contrasts. She was outgoing, lively, and warm. He was reserved, cautious, and dryly humorous. Yet they were deeply devoted to each other, and Grace became his most trusted confidant. They had 2 sons, John, born in 1906, and Calvin Jr., born in 1908. Coolidge moved steadily up the political ladder. He was elected mayor of Northampton in 1910, where he cut debts and kept taxes low. In 1911, he entered the Massachusetts Senate, where he impressed colleagues with his meticulous work, fairness, and understated leadership. He became Senate President in 1914. In 1915, Coolidge was elected Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts. 3 years later, in 1918, he won the governorship. His big moment came in September 1919 during the Boston police strike. When city police walked out demanding union recognition, leaving the city vulnerable to looting and unrest, Coolidge called in the State Guard to restore order. He then refused to rehire striking officers, declaring in a telegram to AFL leader Samuel Gompers, "There is no right to strike against the public safety by anybody, anywhere, any time." This firm, succinct response catapulted Coolidge onto the national stage. It appealed to Americans fearful of labor unrest, radicalism, and disorder in the post-war period. In 1920, the Republican Party chose Coolidge as vice presidential nominee to balance a ticket led by Senator Warren G. Harding of Ohio. The Harding-Coolidge ticket won a landslide, promising a return to normalcy after World War I. As vice president, Coolidge presided over the Senate with his usual efficiency and reserve. He rarely spoke publicly, but built a reputation for integrity and careful judgment, contrasting with the scandal-prone Harding administration. When President Harding died suddenly on August 2, 1923, Coolidge was at the family homestead in Plymouth Notch. In a scene steeped in rustic simplicity, his father, a notary public, administered the presidential oath by lamplight in the family parlour. Coolidge returned to Washington the next day, sombre and determined to restore trust in the presidency. He moved quickly to distance himself from the Harding scandals. He cooperated with investigations into the Teapot Dome oil lease scandal, insisting on honesty and accountability. His calm, restrained leadership helped stabilize public confidence at a time of national disillusionment. Coolidge embraced pro-business policies, believing government should support private enterprise while remaining lean and efficient. Under Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon, the administration pursued tax cuts, reduced federal spending, and paid down wartime debt. Coolidge famously vetoed many spending bills, viewing government thrift as a moral obligation. He also opposed farm subsidies, vetoing the McNary-Haugen bills meant to support crop prices. In 1924, Coolidge ran for a full term in his own right. He campaigned on his record of integrity and prosperity, under the slogan "Keep Cool with Coolidge." Despite the Republican Party's lingering scandals, voters rewarded his steady hand, and he won an overwhelming victory over Democrat John W. Davis and progressive Robert M. La Follette. His presidency coincided with the economic boom of the Roaring Twenties. Industrial production soared, consumer goods flooded markets, and stock prices climbed. Coolidge credited this prosperity to minimal government interference. He believed that the chief business of the American people is business, and that government should avoid disrupting the market's natural dynamism. Yet Coolidge was not merely passive. He signed the Immigration Act of 1924, which sharply limited immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe, and virtually banned immigration from Asia. He justified it as preserving American cultural homogeneity. On civil rights, Coolidge spoke against lynching and in favor of black civil rights in general terms, but took little practical action. Coolidge also oversaw significant foreign policy achievements. His administration adhered to isolationist principles while supporting arms limitation treaties and the Dawes Plan, which restructured German reparations and stabilized European economies. Secretary of State Frank Kellogg negotiated the Kellogg-Briand Pact in 1928, which condemned war as a tool of national policy. In 1927, Coolidge startled the nation with a simple announcement to reporters: "I do not choose to run for president in 1928. He believed in the two-term tradition, was exhausted by the burdens of office, and had personal sorrows weighing on him, especially the death of his younger son, Calvin Jr., from a blister infection in 1924, a loss that devastated the Coolidge family. After leaving office in March 1929, Coolidge retired to Northampton. He wrote his autobiography, a typically concise and plain-spoken work that won praise for its clarity. He penned newspaper columns offering reflections on public affairs, always warning against overreaching government and easy credit. He lived modestly with grace in their simple home, declining many offers for lucrative business positions. He remained a beloved figure in Republican circles, seen as a model of integrity and old-fashioned Yankee virtues. Coolidge died suddenly of a heart attack on January 5, 1933, at age 60, at his Northampton home. He was buried in Plymouth Notch Cemetery, near his birthplace and family. Calvin Coolidge's legacy is that of a president who restored dignity to the office, after scandal, championed limited government, and presided over a period of striking economic growth. Critics fault him for failing to foresee the structural weaknesses that led to the Great Depression, yet supporters see him as a symbol of honesty, restraint, and devotion to constitutional principles. A quiet New Englander who believed that good government meant minding one's own business, literally and figuratively, and who left office with the country at peace and in apparent prosperity. Next, we have the 31st President of the United States, Herbert Hoover. Herbert Clark Hoover was born on August 10, 1874, in a modest two-room cottage in West Branch, Iowa, making him the first president born west of the Mississippi River. He was the second of 3 children born to Jesse Clark Hoover, a blacksmith and farm implement dealer, and Huldah Randall Minthorn Hoover, a deeply religious Quaker minister and community leader. His parents instilled in him the values of honesty, industry, and plain-spoken Quaker simplicity. Herbert's early years were marked by hardship and loss. His father died in 1880 when Herbert was just 6, leaving the family in strained financial circumstances. His mother struggled to keep the family together, giving sermons and doing charity work while caring for her children. But tragedy struck again in 1884 when Huldah died of pneumonia and typhoid, leaving 9-year-old Herbert an orphan. After brief stays with relatives in Iowa, he was sent west in 1885 to Newberg, Oregon, to live with his maternal uncle, Dr. Henry John Minthorn, a strict but kindly physician and Quaker educator. Herbert worked on his uncle's farm, attended the local Friends Pacific Academy, and soaked up the Quaker ethos of simplicity, hard work, and service. He was shy, quiet, and serious, with a dogged determination to better himself. Despite little formal schooling before age 10, Hoover proved able and practical. In 1891, he joined the first entering class at the newly founded Leland Stanford Junior University in Palo Alto, California. Stanford was an experiment in modern education, and Hoover thrived there despite having to work to pay his expenses. He worked as a laundryman, typing assistant, and geology assistant, known for his frugality, methodical habits, and loyalty to friends. At Stanford, he studied geology under John Caspar Branner and gained valuable field experience in California's Sierra Nevada and the Nevada silver mines. He also met Lou Henry, a fellow geology student and the daughter of a banker. Lou was intelligent, athletic, and adventurous, an ideal match for Hoover's steady, earnest personality. Graduating with a degree in geology in 1895, Hoover struggled at first to find work during the economic downturn of the Panic of 1893. But in 1897 he landed a job with Buick, Moring and Cavendish, a British mining firm with global operations. This launched an extraordinary international engineering career. Hoover travelled first to Australia, where he managed a remote gold mine in Western Australia, introducing innovative methods and winning respect for his fairness and organisational skill. He lived in harsh conditions but thrived on the challenge, saving and investing carefully. In 1899 he was transferred to China to expand the firm's interests there. He and Lou, now married in 1899, lived in Tianjin, where they survived the Boxer Rebellion siege in 1900. Their letters from that time showed courage, humour, and resourcefulness. Lou even learned Mandarin, and both felt genuine affection for Chinese culture. Over the next decade, Hoover became one of the world's most sought-after mining engineers and consultants. He travelled constantly, developing mines in Australia, China, Burma, Russia, and South Africa. He earned a fortune through consulting fees, royalties, and investments. By age 40, he was a self-made millionaire, famous for efficiency and modern management techniques. Despite his wealth, Hoover remained a Quaker at heart, dressing plainly and avoiding ostentation. He and Lou settled in London, where he ran his consulting business and wrote the influential Principles of Mining, which became a standard textbook. He built a large library on mining and geology, showing the scholarly side that would stay with him all his life. When World War I broke out in 1914, Hoover was in London. He quickly organised relief for thousands of stranded American tourists, showing remarkable logistical skill and generosity. This experience led him to a much larger humanitarian mission. In 1914 he became head of the Commission for Relief in Belgium. Belgium, occupied by German forces, faced mass starvation. Hoover negotiated with German and Allied governments to allow food shipments, raising millions of dollars and creating a neutral multinational relief network. He became a global hero, credited with saving millions of lives through his administrative genius, personal integrity, and dogged diplomacy. In 1917, when the United States entered the war, President Woodrow Wilson appointed Hoover as head of the U.S. Food Administration. He oversaw the conservation and distribution of food supplies, encouraging Americans to plant victory gardens and adopt meatless and wheatless days. His mantra was, "Food will win the war," and his leadership made him one of the most respected public figures in America. After the armistice in 1918, Wilson sent Hoover to lead the American Relief Administration, feeding millions in war-ravaged Europe. He directed massive food shipments to Germany, Austria, Poland, and the newly formed Soviet Union, despite fierce political debates. His motto was, "Feed the hungry and save the children," embodying a humanitarianism that transcended politics. Returning to the United States in 1919, Hoover was courted by both parties for political office. Though a lifelong Republican, he was seen as non-partisan and above traditional politics. He served as Secretary of Commerce under Presidents Harding and Coolidge from 1921 to 1928, transforming the department into an engine of economic modernization. As Commerce Secretary, Hoover promoted trade associations, standardization of products, and cooperation between business and government. He championed aviation, helping establish air routes and safety standards. He also advocated for better roads, radio regulation and flood control, seeing government as a partner in rational scientific progress. He became famous as the great engineer and Secretary of Commerce and Undersecretary of everything else, with a reputation for tireless work and unmatched administrative skill. Though wary of big government, he believed in an associational approach where business, science, and government worked together voluntarily to solve problems. In 1927, Hoover's prestige soared after his effective response to the catastrophic Mississippi River flood. He coordinated massive relief efforts, leveraging government resources and private charity, and earned admiration as a decisive, compassionate leader. By 1928, he was the clear favourite for the Republican nomination. He ran on the promise of continued prosperity, famously declaring, "We in America today are nearer to the final triumph over poverty than ever before in the history of any land." The Democratic candidate Al Smith faced anti-Catholic prejudice and opposition to his urban, immigrant-friendly image. Hoover won a landslide victory, carrying all but 8 states. Hoover was inaugurated as the 31st president on March 4, 1929. He entered office at the height of the Roaring Twenties, presiding over a nation with soaring stock prices, booming industry, and widespread optimism. He promised to eliminate poverty through cooperative government and business efforts, maintaining balanced budgets and limited regulation. Just months into his term, the stock market crashed in October 1929. The ensuing Great Depression was the most severe economic crisis in American history. Banks failed, businesses closed, unemployment soared. Hoover, who had built his reputation as a humanitarian, now faced an unprecedented national emergency. Hoover's response was shaped by his belief in volunteerism, limited government, and balanced budgets. He encouraged businesses to maintain wages and production, urged local governments and charities to aid the needy, and resisted direct federal relief to individuals, fearing it would undermine work ethic and local responsibility. Nevertheless, he did more than many acknowledged. He expanded public works, including the Hoover Dam, provided limited federal loans to states for relief, and established the Reconstruction Finance Corporation to stabilize banks and businesses. But these measures were widely seen as too cautious and too late. Hoover also faced fierce criticism for his handling of the Bonus Army protest in 1932. When thousands of World War I veterans camped in Washington, demanding early payment of promised bonuses, Hoover ordered their removal after clashes with police. The spectacle of soldiers driving out veterans with tear gas and bayonets devastated his popularity. In the 1932 election, Franklin D. Roosevelt campaigned on a promise of a New Deal and bold government action to fight the Depression. Hoover insisted Roosevelt offered dangerous experimentation and unbalanced budgets. But the public blamed Hoover for the Depression, and he lost in a landslide, carrying only 6 states. After leaving office in 1933, Hoover remained deeply critical of Roosevelt's New Deal, seeing it as a threat to individual liberty and constitutional government. He published books and gave speeches warning against creeping collectivism and excessive federal power. He travelled widely, wrote extensively on government efficiency, and sought to vindicate his administration's record. During World War II, he largely withdrew from partisan politics, offering support for the war effort and advocating humanitarian relief. After Roosevelt's death, President Harry Truman invited Hoover to the White House, rehabilitating his public image and tapping his expertise for post-war relief planning in Europe. In 1947, Hoover chaired the Hoover Commission on Organization of the Executive Branch, producing reforms to improve government efficiency. He chaired a second commission under President Eisenhower in the 1950s, remaining an elder statesman and public intellectual well into old age. Herbert Hoover died quietly in New York City on October 20th, 1964, at the age of 90. He was buried beside Lou, who had died in 1944 in West Branch, Iowa, near his birthplace. Hoover's legacy is deeply complex. He's remembered as a brilliant engineer, an unparalleled humanitarian who saved millions from starvation, and an energetic, modernizing commerce secretary. Yet his presidency is often judged harshly for failing to stem the Great Depression, even as historians have noted the limitations he faced and his genuine, if cautious, efforts to help. Above all, Hoover was a man of immense personal integrity, industry, and compassion, whose life embodied both the promise and the contradictions of American individualism and public service. Next, we have Franklin D. Roosevelt, the 32nd President of the United States. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was born on January 30th, 1882, in the family mansion at Hyde Park, New York, an estate overlooking the Hudson River that symbolized the old Dutch and English aristocracy of the Hudson Valley. He was the only child of James Roosevelt and Sarah Delano Roosevelt. His father was a wealthy railroad executive and landowner in his 50s when Franklin was born, dignified, kindly, and reserved. His mother Sarah was a strong-willed, fiercely devoted woman nearly half James's age, known for her formidable intelligence, elegance, and unbending sense of duty. Franklin grew up in privilege and near idyllic isolation. He was surrounded by doting parents, tutors, servants, and sprawling grounds to explore. The world of Hyde Park was orderly, hierarchical, and deeply traditional. His mother dominated his upbringing, instilling in him self-control, social poise, and an absolute confidence in his own worth. She adored him, guarded him, and shaped his worldview with her patrician certainty. Franklin's early education was conducted at home by private tutors who drilled him in languages, history, and the classics. He was an eager, curious child with a love of nature and sailing. Summers were spent at the Roosevelt family's seaside home at Campobello Island in New Brunswick, Canada, where he learned to sail expertly and developed a lifelong love for the sea. At age 14, Franklin was sent to Groton School, an elite Episcopal boarding school in Massachusetts, run by the stern reformist headmaster Endicott Peabody. Groton preached duty, service, and muscular Christianity. There Franklin absorbed the idea that the privileged must lead and help society, but he was not especially outstanding academically or socially there. He was cheerful, courteous, a bit self-satisfied, respected but not widely popular, sometimes seen as too eager to please. After Groton, Roosevelt attended Harvard College in 1900. He was charming, sociable, and confident, if not brilliant academically. He joined the Crimson newspaper as editor, moving easily in the social circles of Boston Brahmins and New York aristocracy. He admired his distant cousin Theodore Roosevelt, the brash reformist president whose progressive policies and manly vigor thrilled young Franklin. He saw in Theodore a model of energetic, reform-minded leadership that combined patrician roots with democratic appeal. Graduating from Harvard in 1903, Franklin entered Columbia Law School, but found it tedious and uninspiring. He passed the New York bar exam in 1907 before finishing his degree and joined the Wall Street firm of Carter, Ledyard and Milburn. He worked sporadically, showing more interest in public life and society events than in the grind of legal practice. In 1905, Franklin married Eleanor Roosevelt, his fifth cousin once removed and the niece of President Theodore Roosevelt. Their wedding was a major social event, with Theodore himself giving away the bride. Eleanor was serious, compassionate, and deeply committed to social causes, a contrast to Franklin's breezy confidence. Their marriage would be both partnership and struggle, marked by Franklin's charm and charisma, and Eleanor's moral seriousness and independence. They settled in New York City and had 6 children, one of whom died in infancy. Franklin was not an especially attentive father, often absorbed in politics or social life, but he loved playing with his children and retained an essentially youthful spirit well into adulthood. Roosevelt's political career began in 1910 when he ran for the New York State Senate as a Democrat from a traditionally Republican district in Dutchess County. He campaigned as a reformer, capitalizing on his famous name, and won narrowly. In Albany, he quickly aligned himself with the anti-Tammany Hall progressives, earning a reputation as an independent and reform-minded Democrat. His talent and pedigree caught the eye of national Democrats. In 1913, President Woodrow Wilson appointed him Assistant Secretary of the Navy, the same post his hero and cousin Theodore had once held. Franklin threw himself into the job with enthusiasm, modernizing the Navy, advocating for new ships and touring facilities. He revelled in administration and politics, making friends, cultivating reporters, and honing his skills as a public speaker. During World War I, he pushed for naval preparedness, and later for aggressive prosecution of the war. He visited Europe to inspect US naval operations, gaining international experience and stature. By war's end, he was well positioned as one of the Democratic Party's rising stars. In 1920, the Democrats nominated Roosevelt as their vice presidential candidate, alongside Ohio Governor James M. Cox. They campaigned energetically on Wilson's League of Nations and post-war progressivism, but the Republicans, with Warren G. Harding promising a return to normalcy, won in a landslide. Despite the defeat, Roosevelt's national profile was secure. Tragedy struck in the summer of 1921 at Campobello. After a day of sailing and strenuous activity, Roosevelt developed chills, fever, and muscle weakness. Within days, he was paralyzed from the waist down. He was diagnosed with poliomyelitis at age 39. The illness was devastating. He spent years in painful therapy, trying to regain mobility, and though he never walked unaided again, he taught himself to stand with braces and crutches. Many thought his political career was over, but Roosevelt was determined. Supported by Eleanor and his political mentor Lewis Howe, he worked to maintain his public profile. He founded the Warm Springs Foundation in Georgia, where he found relief in the warm waters and offered rehabilitation to other polio victims. His experience with polio gave him new empathy, patience, and a sense of shared suffering with ordinary Americans. By 1924, Roosevelt was making public appearances again, including a dramatic speech nominating Al Smith for president at the Democratic National Convention. In 1928, Smith, then the Democratic nominee, urged Roosevelt to run for governor of New York. Roosevelt accepted and won narrowly, demonstrating political skill and a new, more progressive focus on social welfare. As governor from 1929 to 1932, Roosevelt embraced activist government. When the Great Depression struck in October 1929, he launched relief programs, public works projects, and unemployment commissions, signaling a break from traditional laissez-faire approaches. His leadership in crisis, buoyed by his personal charm and optimism, made him the leading candidate for the Democratic nomination in 1932. He won the nomination on a promise of a New Deal for the American people, offering hope in a time of unprecedented economic catastrophe. In the fall election, he campaigned vigorously against the cautious and beleaguered Herbert Hoover, promising bold, persistent experimentation. He won in a landslide, carrying all but 6 states. Roosevelt was inaugurated on March 4, 1933, declaring that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. He immediately closed the nation's failing banks and pushed through the Emergency Banking Act to restore confidence. His first 100 days saw an unprecedented burst of legislation. The Civilian Conservation Corps, the Agricultural Adjustment Act, the National Industrial Recovery Act, and the Tennessee Valley Authority, among others. Roosevelt communicated directly with Americans through his fireside chats, calm, intimate radio addresses that explained policy in plain language. He projected warmth, confidence, and empathy, building an emotional bond with a nation in despair. As the Depression deepened in 1935, he launched the Second New Deal, creating Social Security, the Works Progress Administration, and stronger labour protections. Roosevelt championed the idea that government had a duty to secure economic security for its citizens. Critics called him a traitor to his class, but he relished the opposition, famously declaring, "They are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hatred." In 1936 he won re-election in a historic landslide, defeating Alf Landon and carrying all but 2 states. But his second term brought new challenges. When the Supreme Court struck down New Deal laws, Roosevelt proposed expanding the court, a plan critics called court packing, which failed in Congress and cost him political capital. Meanwhile, the economy stalled in 1937 to 38, in what became known as the Roosevelt Recession. Roosevelt responded with renewed spending and relief, defending his programs as the only alternative to economic collapse and extremism. As war clouds gathered in Europe, Roosevelt gradually shifted from neutrality to support for Britain and its allies. He won an unprecedented third term in 1940 against Republican Wendell Willkie, arguing that experienced leadership was needed in dangerous times. He began supplying Britain with arms through Lend-Lease and built up American defences. After Japan attacked Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, Roosevelt addressed Congress with his famous date which will live in infamy speech, asking for a declaration of war. He became a wartime commander-in-chief, coordinating Allied strategy with Churchill and Stalin, leading the nation in total mobilization and planning for a post-war world through the Atlantic Charter and United Nations framework. He won a 4th term in 1944 but was gravely ill, suffering from advanced heart disease and exhaustion. In April 1945, while at Warm Springs, he suffered a massive cerebral hemorrhage and died on April 12 at age 63. His sudden death shocked the nation. He was succeeded by Harry S. Truman, who carried forward the war to its conclusion. Franklin D. Roosevelt was mourned as the leader who guided America through the Great Depression and most of World War II. His legacy remains monumental and contested. He expanded the role of the federal government, built the modern welfare state, and forged a new relationship between the government and its citizens. He led the Allies to the brink of victory over fascism and helped lay the foundations for the post-war world order. At the same time, his administration saw failures and injustices, including the internment of Japanese Americans and limited action on civil rights for African Americans. But Roosevelt's unshakable optimism, his political brilliance, and his gift for communication made him, for millions, the embodiment of hope in the darkest times. He remains one of America's most consequential and transformative presidents, a man who fundamentally reshaped the nation's government, economy, and place in the world. Next, we have the 33rd President of the United States, Harry S. Truman. Harry S. Truman was born on May 8, 1884, in the small farming town of Lamar, Missouri. He was the eldest child of John Anderson Truman and Martha Ellen Young Truman. His parents were of Scots-Irish and English descent, sturdy and deeply rooted in the rural Midwest. His father was a farmer and livestock trader with a stubborn independence and a fiery temper, while his mother was strong-willed, intelligent, and deeply religious, instilling in Harry the values of honesty, duty, and self-reliance. When Harry was less than a year old, the family moved to a farm near Harrisonville and then to Independence, Missouri, where he spent most of his boyhood. His childhood was marked by modest means, hard farm work, and a close-knit family. Harry was devoted to his parents and his siblings, Vivian and Mary Jane. His eyesight was poor from a young age. He wore thick glasses and was sometimes teased as a sissy, which may have contributed to his reputation for caution and deliberation. Despite weak eyes, he was a voracious reader, consuming history, the classics, and the Bible. He adored Plutarch's lives and histories of great generals, developing a lifelong love of military history that would shape his thinking. He also learned to play the piano with skill and seriousness, considering for a time a career as a professional musician. His mother encouraged his cultural pursuits and imbued him with Southern-tinged Democratic Party loyalties and a fierce sense of family honor. Truman attended local public schools in Independence, where he was diligent and respectful, if not exceptional. He graduated from Independence High School in 1901. Financial constraints and family obligations prevented him from attending college, which remained a source of regret and determination for the rest of his life. After high school, Truman worked a series of clerical and manual jobs in Kansas City, including time at the National Bank of Commerce. But in 1906, he returned to the family farm near Grandview to help his father. For over a decade he worked the land, ploughing fields, tending livestock, and battling the elements. These years on the farm forged Truman's toughness, humility, and understanding of ordinary Americans. He often said he learned more about life behind a mule than from any book. In 1917, America entered World War I. Though 33 and beyond draft age, Truman eagerly volunteered, motivated by patriotism and a lifelong fascination with military service. He joined the Missouri National Guard's 2nd Field Artillery and trained at Camp Doniphan in Oklahoma. Known for his reliability and fairness, he was elected by his men as lieutenant and later promoted to captain, commanding Battery D, a notoriously unruly unit of mostly Irish Catholics from Kansas City. He led them with discipline and humanity through training and into combat in France during the Meuse-Argonne Offensive in 1918. Under heavy shell fire, Truman demonstrated cool, steady leadership that won the respect and loyalty of his men. His wartime experience bonded him to his soldiers for life and built his confidence as a leader. Returning to Missouri in 1919, he married Bess Wallace, his childhood friend and sweetheart. Bess was intelligent, reserved, and came from a socially prominent Independence family. Their courtship had been long and sometimes uncertain, but their marriage was enduring, marked by deep loyalty despite Truman's emotional dependence on Bess's sometimes aloof temperament. That same year, Truman and an army friend, Eddie Jacobson, opened a haberdashery in downtown Kansas City. Initially successful, the store went bankrupt in 1922 during the post-war recession. Truman refused to declare bankruptcy, instead spending years repaying creditors, an act of personal honor that became part of his political legend. Facing financial ruin but eager to serve, Truman was recruited in 1922 by Kansas City Democratic boss Tom Pendergast to run for county judge, an administrative role equivalent to county commissioner. Though often vilified as a machine politician, Pendergast recognized Truman's honesty and diligence. Truman won and served 2 terms as Jackson County judge, losing re-election once in 1924 but regaining his seat in 1926. As presiding judge from 1927 to 1934, Truman oversaw roads, budgets, and public works. He modernized county infrastructure, fought corruption where he could, and built a reputation for tireless attention to detail and fair dealing. He relished the practical work of government and learned the art of balancing budgets without neglecting public needs. In 1934, with Pendergast's backing, Truman ran for the U.S. Senate. Though a long shot, he campaigned tirelessly across Missouri by car and rail, winning voters over with his direct manner and unpretentious style. He defeated incumbent Roscoe Patterson, joining the Senate as a freshman Democrat during Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal era. In Washington, Truman struggled initially for attention and respect, often dismissed as the senator from Pendergast. But he worked doggedly on committees, especially in advocating for farm issues and infrastructure. When Pendergast was convicted of tax fraud in 1939, Truman was politically vulnerable, but he survived by maintaining his own reputation for honesty. During World War II, he gained national fame chairing the Senate's Special Committee to investigate the National Defense Program, known as the Truman Committee. With characteristic thoroughness and lack of showboating, he led investigations that exposed waste, fraud, and mismanagement in war production, saving billions of dollars while avoiding demagoguery or undermining the war effort. His even-handed, nonpartisan approach earned widespread respect. In 1944, President Roosevelt was running for an unprecedented fourth term. Party leaders worried about Vice President Henry Wallace's perceived leftist leanings and pushed for Truman as a safer choice. Truman initially resisted but was persuaded to join the ticket, partly out of loyalty to the party and sense of duty. Roosevelt and Truman won decisively in November 1944. Truman's vice presidency was largely ceremonial. Roosevelt rarely consulted him on major decisions and famously kept him in the dark about the atomic bomb project. Truman presided over the Senate, made goodwill speeches, and waited. On April 12, 1945, Roosevelt died suddenly of a cerebral hemorrhage in Warm Springs, Georgia. Truman was summoned to the White House and sworn in as the 33rd president, visibly shaken. He told reporters, "I felt like the moon, the stars, and all the planets had fallen on me." He inherited a world in chaos. Germany was on the brink of defeat, while the Pacific War raged fiercely. He met with Allied leaders at the Potsdam Conference, where he learned of the successful test of the atomic bomb. In August 1945, after Japan refused unconditional surrender, he authorized atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, believing it would hasten the end of the war and save lives. Japan surrendered on August 15, 1945, ending World War II. Truman faced the enormous task of post-war transition. He demobilized millions of troops, managed strikes and inflation, and presided over the contentious reconversion to a peacetime economy. He championed civil rights, issuing an executive order desegregating the armed forces and establishing the President's Committee on Civil Rights, whose landmark report, To Secure These Rights, called for sweeping reforms. In 1946, Republicans captured Congress for the first time since 1930. Truman clashed bitterly with them over labor disputes, vetoing the Taft-Hartley Act, which was overridden, and battling efforts to roll back New Deal programs. As the Cold War intensified, Truman adopted a tough stance against Soviet expansion. In 1947, he announced the Truman Doctrine, pledging U.S. support for countries resisting communism, starting with aid to Greece and Turkey. He supported the Marshall Plan to rebuild war-torn Europe and contain communism through prosperity. In 1948, he approved the Berlin airlift, defying a Soviet blockade and ensuring West Berlin's survival. Despite low approval ratings and a fractious Democratic Party split by the Dixiecrats and the left-wing progressives, Truman ran for re-election in 1948. He campaigned with relentless energy, attacking the do-nothing Republican Congress in a now legendary whistle-stop train tour. In one of history's greatest political upsets, he defeated Republican Thomas E. Dewey, holding the newspaper famously misheadlined "Dewey Defeats Truman." His second term brought new challenges. The Korean War erupted in 1950 when North Korea invaded the South. Truman sent US troops under United Nations command, vowing to contain communism. When General Douglas MacArthur publicly challenged his authority, Truman fired him, affirming civilian control of the military. The war stalemated, contributing to his declining popularity. Domestically, Truman's Fair Deal sought to expand New Deal programs with national health insurance, civil rights legislation, and aid to education, but Congress resisted most of his proposals. He nonetheless secured increases in the minimum wage, expanded Social Security, and promoted public housing. By 1952, exhausted and deeply unpopular amid the Korean stalemate and McCarthyist hysteria, Truman chose not to run again. He returned to Independence, Missouri, boarding the train home quietly as Eisenhower took office. In retirement, Truman wrote his memoirs, managed his presidential library, the first of its kind, and became an elder statesman, known for his sharp wit, plain talk, and accessibility. He and Bess lived modestly in their family home, refusing Secret Service protection until it was mandated. He was widely admired for his candor, decency, and the personal integrity that saw him through crises. Harry S. Truman died on December 26, 1972, at the age of 88, after a life that spanned the horse and buggy era to the nuclear age. He was buried in the courtyard of the Truman Library in Independence beside Bess. His legacy is that of a blunt, honest, unpretentious leader who made agonizing decisions in the most dangerous of times. He ended World War II, helped shape the post-war order through the Marshall Plan and NATO, took early stands for civil rights, and defined American Cold War policy with the Truman Doctrine. Though vilified in his day, history has come to see him as one of the most consequential and courageous presidents, a man who said simply, "The buck stops here." Next, we have Dwight D. Eisenhower, the 34th President of the United States. Dwight David Eisenhower was born on October 14, 1890, in Denison, Texas. He was the third of 7 sons born to David Jacob Eisenhower and Ida Elizabeth Stover Eisenhower. His father was of German and Swiss ancestry, quiet, serious, and hard-working. His mother was deeply religious, a member of the River Brethren, a pacifist sect similar to the Mennonites, known for her strength, moral seriousness, and strict discipline. When Dwight was just a year and a half old, the family moved back to Abilene, Kansas, a small, dusty prairie town where he would grow up. Abilene shaped young Ike's character. It was a place of grit and hard work, and the Eisenhower family was poor but proud. David worked at the local creamery while Ida ran the household with frugal efficiency. The Eisenhower boys were expected to work from an early age. Dwight helped with chores, gardened, sold produce, and worked at a local creamery himself as he got older. He loved the outdoors, hunting, fishing, and playing baseball. He was known for his fierce competitive spirit. As a boy, he once fought his older brother Edgar so hard over a disagreement that he was punished severely by his parents. The episode left a lifelong mark on him, teaching him self-control and the dangers of temper. But the Eisenhower boys were close, and Dwight especially admired Edgar for his academic brilliance. He attended Abilene High School, where he was an able but not exceptional student. He loved history and read widely, especially military histories. He also excelled at sports, particularly football, showing toughness, leadership, and a natural gift for strategy. After graduating in 1909, he worked at the Bell Springs Creamery to help pay Edgar's tuition at the University of Michigan, demonstrating his strong sense of family loyalty and sacrifice. In 1911, with Edgar's encouragement and his own growing desire for a military career, he applied to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. He was accepted after passing the entrance exam and arrived in 1911 as a 20-year-old freshman, older than most of his classmates. At West Point he was popular, cheerful, and irreverent. He was an aggressive, fearless football player until a serious knee injury ended his playing days, leaving him disappointed but undeterred. He graduated in 1915 in what became known as the class the stars fell on, as so many of its members became generals. Eisenhower ranked in the middle of the class academically, but showed early promise in leadership and organization. Commissioned as a second lieutenant, he was first assigned to infantry posts in Texas. In 1916, he met and courted Mamie Geneva Dowd, the lively, charming daughter of a wealthy Denver family. They married on July 1st, 1916. Their marriage was devoted and enduring despite personal tragedy. Their first son, Dowd Dwight, known affectionately as Icky, died of scarlet fever in 1921 at age 3, a loss that devastated both parents and left them deeply bonded in grief. Their second son, John, born in 1922, would become a military historian and US ambassador. When the United States entered World War I in 1917, Eisenhower was eager for combat duty, but was instead assigned to training roles in the States. He commanded a tank training center at Camp Colt in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. There, he showed remarkable administrative skill and innovative thinking in developing tank tactics. He earned a temporary promotion to lieutenant colonel, but the war ended before he could deploy overseas, leaving him frustrated. After the war, the army reduced its ranks, and Eisenhower reverted to the permanent rank of major, a rank he would hold for many years during the lean interwar period. He served in a variety of posts, often unglamorous and bureaucratic, but critical for his development. He worked under senior officers like General Fox Connor, who became a key mentor. Connor taught Eisenhower strategy, history, and the importance of coalition warfare. Eisenhower also served in the Panama Canal Zone under Connor, gaining experience in logistics and administration. Later, he attended the Command and General Staff School at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, graduating first in his class in 1926. His performance there confirmed his reputation as one of the Army's most talented young officers. Throughout the late 1920s and 1930s, Eisenhower served in posts including France, where he studied World War I battlefields, and the Philippines, where he was assigned as an aide to General Douglas MacArthur. He helped develop the Philippine military and learned about high-level command, though his relationship with the imperious MacArthur was sometimes strained. When World War II broke out in Europe in 1939, Eisenhower was a colonel in a peacetime army with limited prospects for advancement. But the US military's rapid expansion after Pearl Harbor in December 1941 changed everything. Eisenhower's exceptional organizational skills and diplomatic tact were quickly recognized. In 1942, General George C. Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, brought Eisenhower to Washington. Marshall valued his calm, methodical planning and his ability to work with strong personalities. Eisenhower was soon given command of Operation Torch, the Allied invasion of North Africa in November 1942. Despite early setbacks, he demonstrated skill in managing multinational forces and navigating the egos of Allied commanders. In 1943, he commanded the invasion of Sicily and then Italy, coordinating complex amphibious operations and maintaining Allied unity. His success led to his appointment in December 1943 as Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force for the planned invasion of Western Europe. Eisenhower faced enormous challenges planning Operation Overlord, the D-Day invasion of Normandy. He managed a vast coalition of American, British, Canadian, and other Allied forces while balancing the competing demands of leaders like Winston Churchill, George Patton, and Bernard Montgomery. On June 6, 1944, D-Day was launched under his command, marking the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany. His leadership was marked by humility, optimism, and the ability to maintain Allied unity. He toured the front lines, boosting morale with his approachable manner. In May 1945, Germany surrendered, and Eisenhower was celebrated as the commander who had liberated Western Europe. He was promoted to 5-star General of the Army and feted around the world. After the war, Eisenhower served as Army Chief of Staff, overseeing the massive post-war demobilization. In 1948, he became president of Columbia University, where he tried to strengthen its administrative structure and engage in public debates about national security, though he found the academic world often frustrating. In 1950, with Cold War tensions rising, President Truman asked Eisenhower to take command of the new NATO forces in Europe. He accepted, establishing the alliance's military command structure and fostering transatlantic cooperation. His international stature and reputation for integrity made him a unifying figure in an era of anxiety about communism and nuclear war. By 1952, both major parties courted Eisenhower for the presidency. Though personally apolitical, he chose to run as a Republican, partly to resist what he saw as the excesses of New Deal liberalism and to check isolationist tendencies in the GOP led by Senator Robert Taft. He campaigned on a platform of moderate conservatism, promising to end the Korean War, contain communism, and restore integrity after scandals in the Truman administration. His slogan, "I like Ike," captured his personal popularity. He defeated Democratic nominee Adlai Stevenson in a landslide, winning 442 electoral votes. Eisenhower was inaugurated as the 34th president on January 20, 1953. He immediately began seeking an armistice in Korea, which was signed in July 1953, ending active combat though not formally concluding the war. As president, Eisenhower governed as a moderate conservative, pursuing what he called modern republicanism. He balanced budgets when possible, supported Social Security expansion, and resisted large new spending programs while accepting much of the New Deal framework. He prioritized infrastructure, championing and signing the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956, creating the interstate highway system, one of the largest public works projects in history. On civil rights, Eisenhower was cautious but significant. He enforced the Supreme Court's 1954 Brown v. Board of Education decision by sending federal troops to Little Rock, Arkansas in 1957 to ensure the integration of Central High School, upholding federal authority against state resistance. He also signed the Civil Rights Act of 1957, the first such legislation since Reconstruction, though it was modest in scope. Eisenhower's foreign policy, known as the New Look, emphasized nuclear deterrence and alliances while limiting conventional forces to control costs. He relied on Secretary of State John Foster Dulles to articulate a strategy of massive retaliation against Soviet aggression. Yet Eisenhower was pragmatic, resisting calls for intervention in places like Vietnam during the French withdrawal and avoiding direct confrontation with the USSR. He sought to reduce Cold War tensions through diplomacy, including summits with Soviet leaders and the 1955 Geneva Conference. He proposed the Open Skies Plan for mutual aerial surveillance to prevent surprise attacks, which the Soviets rejected. Despite such initiatives, the Cold War remained deeply entrenched. In 1956, Eisenhower easily won re-election against Stevenson despite health scares, including a heart attack in 1955 and a stroke in 1957. His genial, steady leadership reassured Americans in an era of nuclear anxiety. He ended his presidency warning in his farewell address of the growing military-industrial complex, urging vigilance against its potential to undermine democratic governance. After leaving office in 1961, Eisenhower retired to his farm in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. He remained a respected elder statesman, advising Presidents Kennedy and Johnson, particularly during crises like the Cuban Missile Crisis. He continued to write, paint and host friends and dignitaries, displaying his trademark good humour and calm judgment. Eisenhower died on March 28, 1969, at Walter Reed Army Hospital in Washington, D.C., at age 78. He was buried in Abilene, Kansas, at the Eisenhower Presidential Library and Museum, beside Mamie, who had been his devoted partner through war, politics, and private life. His legacy is that of a careful, steady leader who kept the peace during the Cold War's most dangerous years, balanced federal power with restraint, expanded infrastructure, and enforced civil rights laws despite personal caution. He remains admired for his personal integrity, military brilliance, and the calm, reassuring presence he offered to a nation navigating the complexities of post-war prosperity and global rivalry. Next, we have the 35th President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. John Fitzgerald Kennedy was born on May 29, 1917, in a handsome three-story house in Brookline, Massachusetts, a comfortable suburb of Boston. He was the second of 9 children born to Joseph Patrick Kennedy and Rose Fitzgerald Kennedy. His father was a wealthy financier, movie industry executive, and political operator with unshakable ambition, while his mother was the daughter of John Honey Fitzgerald, the colourful former mayor of Boston. The Kennedy family was wealthy, deeply Catholic, tightly knit, and fiercely competitive. From the start, Jack, as he was known, was overshadowed by his older brother Joe Jr., who was bigger, healthier, and openly groomed by their father to be president one day. Jack was sickly, plagued with illnesses including scarlet fever as a child, and frequent infections that left him thin and frail. Yet he was determined, witty, and voraciously curious. His mother enforced strict discipline, daily religious practice, and high academic standards, while Joe Sr. pushed all his children toward achievement, sportsmanship, and public service. Growing up, Jack travelled between their Brookline home and summer vacations in Hyannisport on Cape Cod, a family compound that became the heart of Kennedy identity and tradition. The children played football on the lawn, sailed in Nantucket Sound, and were encouraged to argue politics and history at the dinner table. In 1930, the family moved to New York City, where Jack attended the prestigious Choate School in Connecticut. At Choate, he was popular and rebellious, forming the Muckers Club, a prankster group that drew the headmaster's ire. But he was also serious-minded, reading voraciously, debating with peers, and showing flashes of intellectual brilliance. Despite frequent illnesses and hospital stays, he graduated in 1935. After a brief, unhappy stint at the London School of Economics, Jack enrolled at Harvard in 1936. At Harvard, he matured into a serious student and a charismatic young man. He wrote his senior thesis on Britain's failure to rearm before World War II, turning it into the best-selling book Why England Slept in 1940. He also travelled to Europe with his father, then US ambassador to the United Kingdom, witnessing firsthand the rise of fascism and the tensions leading to war. When World War II broke out, Kennedy sought to serve despite his frail health. Repeatedly rejected for medical reasons, he used family connections to secure a commission in the US Navy. He eventually commanded a patrol torpedo boat, PT-109, in the Solomon Islands. In August 1943, his boat was rammed and sunk by a Japanese destroyer. Despite a badly injured back, Kennedy led his surviving crew to safety, towing one wounded sailor with a life jacket strap in his teeth for miles through the water. His heroism earned him the Navy and Marine Corps Medal and made him a national figure. After the war, Kennedy considered journalism but turned to politics, in part to fulfill what was now the family's destiny after Joe Jr. was killed in 1944 on a dangerous bombing mission. In 1946, he ran for Congress from a Boston district, campaigning tirelessly with a movie star smile and personal charm that won over working-class Irish Americans. He won handily and served 3 terms, supporting moderate liberal policies while building a reputation for independence. In 1952, Kennedy challenged incumbent Republican Senator Henry Cabot Lodge Jr. in Massachusetts. It was a tough, expensive campaign, but Kennedy's relentless barnstorming, celebrity appeal, and shrewd organization won him the seat. That same year, he met Jacqueline Bouvier, a sophisticated and cultured journalist from a prominent Catholic family. They married on September 12, 1953, in a society wedding that cemented their status as American royalty. Soon after, Kennedy suffered a near-fatal health crisis. His lifelong back problems worsened, requiring risky spinal surgeries. During his long, painful recovery, he began writing profiles in Courage, a study of U.S. senators who had risked their careers for principle. Published in 1956, it won the Pulitzer Prize and enhanced his reputation as an intellectual statesman. Kennedy narrowly missed being chosen as Adlai Stevenson's running mate in 1956, but the exposure set him up for a presidential run. In 1960, at just 42, he launched his campaign for the Democratic nomination. With his brother Robert as campaign manager, he crisscrossed the country, winning primaries and courting delegates with relentless energy and personal charisma. At the Democratic National Convention in Los Angeles, he secured the nomination on the first ballot, choosing Texas Senator Lyndon B. Johnson as his running mate to balance the ticket geographically and ideologically. In the general election, he faced Vice President Richard Nixon in one of the closest and most consequential races in U.S. history. The 1960 campaign was marked by the first televised presidential debates, where Kennedy's poised, confident performance contrasted with Nixon's tired, sallow appearance. Kennedy projected youth, vigor, and optimism, promising to get America moving again and warning of a missile gap with the Soviet Union. On November 8, 1960, he narrowly defeated Nixon, becoming the youngest elected president and the first Catholic to hold the office. Kennedy was inaugurated on January 20, 1961, delivering a soaring address that called on Americans to ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. He framed the Cold War as a moral struggle, pledging to defend freedom around the world. His foreign policy was dominated by Cold War crises. In April 1961, he approved the ill-fated Bay of Pigs invasion, a failed attempt by CIA-backed Cuban exiles to overthrow Fidel Castro. The debacle embarrassed the administration and emboldened Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev. Tensions escalated further that summer during the Berlin crisis, culminating in the construction of the Berlin Wall. Kennedy responded with a firm commitment to defend West Berlin, famously declaring in 1963, "Ich bin ein Berliner," in a defiant speech. In October 1962, the world teetered on the brink of nuclear war during the Cuban Missile Crisis. After discovering Soviet nuclear missiles in Cuba, Kennedy imposed a naval quarantine and demanded their removal. For 13 days, the crisis escalated toward catastrophe before Khrushchev agreed to withdraw the missiles in exchange for a U.S. pledge not to invade Cuba and a secret agreement to remove American missiles from Turkey. Kennedy's careful, calm leadership was credited with avoiding nuclear war while maintaining U.S. credibility. Domestically, Kennedy advanced a new frontier agenda that aimed to revitalize the economy, expand social programs, and promote civil rights. He proposed tax cuts to stimulate growth, supported space exploration with the goal of landing a man on the moon before the decade's end, and created the Peace Corps to send American volunteers abroad. On civil rights, Kennedy was cautious at first, wary of alienating Southern Democrats, but by 1963, faced with growing protests and moral urgency, he delivered a landmark address calling civil rights a moral issue and proposed sweeping legislation to end segregation and protect voting rights. Kennedy also faced growing challenges in Vietnam. Committed to containing communism, he increased US military advisors in South Vietnam, but remained wary of deepening involvement. Historians continue to debate what he would have done had he lived longer. Despite political battles, Kennedy's style, witty, elegant, cosmopolitan, captivated Americans and the world. He and Jackie brought youthful glamour to the White House, hosting artists, intellectuals, and foreign leaders with style and grace. Their young children, Caroline and John Jr., charmed the public, embodying the sense of hope and possibility the administration projected. On November 22, 1963, while riding in an open limousine through Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas, Kennedy was assassinated by a sniper's bullet, shocking the nation and the world. Vice President Lyndon Johnson was sworn in as president aboard Air Force One, with a blood-stained Jackie at his side. Kennedy was buried at Arlington National Cemetery with eternal flame, visited by millions who mourned the loss of America's youthful, idealistic leader. His assassination left a lasting wound on the national psyche, fueling conspiracy theories and a sense of lost innocence. John F. Kennedy's legacy is complex and contested. He inspired a generation with his call to service and commitment to human rights. He navigated the most dangerous moments of the Cold War with cool calculation and courage, expanded the space program that would eventually land Americans on the moon, and laid the groundwork for landmark civil rights legislation. Yet his record was unfinished, cut short before he could see his promises fulfilled. His presidency remains an emblem of hope and tragedy, the shining ideal of Camelot that lives in memory as much for what it aspired to be as for what it achieved. His words, "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country," continue to resonate as a call to citizenship and sacrifice. Next, we have Lyndon B. Johnson, the 36th President of the United States. Lyndon Baines Johnson was born on August 27, 1908, in a modest farmhouse on the Pedernales River near Stonewall, Texas. He was the first of 5 children born to Samuel Ely Johnson Jr. and Rebecca Baines Johnson. His father was a rancher, a sometime politician who served in the Texas legislature, and a great storyteller with a love of politics and debate. His mother was highly educated for her time, the daughter of a prominent family, cultured, ambitious for her children, and deeply committed to education and civic duty. The Johnson family lived in the rugged hill country of central Texas, a landscape of rocky hills and dry ranch land that shaped Lyndon's character with its hard work and simple hard-scrabble ways. They were not wealthy, and financial insecurity was a constant. His father lost money on failed cotton crops and land speculation, plunging the family into periods of real poverty that left an indelible impression on Lyndon. He often recalled the humiliation of wearing patched clothes to school and watching his proud father forced to borrow money. Lyndon grew up listening to political talk at the family table, absorbing the drama of campaigns and the art of persuasion. He was a restless, high-energy boy, quick to laugh but just as quick to anger, fiercely competitive and desperate to win any contest. He attended small rural schools, where he was a leader among classmates, known for his big personality and gift for oratory. After graduating from Johnson City High School in 1924, he drifted for a time, working odd jobs in California to earn money and experiencing life away from home. He returned to Texas determined to get an education, enrolling at Southwest Texas State Teachers College in San Marcos. There he was a whirlwind of activity, president of his class, member of the debate team, editor of the yearbook, always in the thick of things, learning to use charm, intimidation, and negotiation to get things done. During college, he taught Mexican-American children at the segregated Wellhausen School in Cotulla, Texas. The poverty and discrimination he witnessed there deeply affected him, giving him a lifelong conviction that government had a duty to help the poor and marginalized. He graduated in 1930 and taught public speaking at a Houston high school, but was already itching for a larger stage. In 1931, with help from family friends, Johnson secured a job as secretary to newly elected Congressman Richard Kleberg. He moved to Washington, D.C., where he impressed colleagues with his tireless work, photographic memory for names and details, and ferocious loyalty. He learned how the Capitol worked, how deals were cut, and how power was wielded behind closed doors. In 1934, he returned to Texas to marry Claudia Alta Taylor, known universally as Lady Bird. She was intelligent, gracious, and wealthy, the daughter of a successful businessman from East Texas. Their marriage was both partnership and love match. Lady Bird invested her inheritance in Lyndon's political future, managed his finances, and served as his counselor, even as she tolerated his frequent infidelities and volcanic temper. That same year, Johnson was appointed Texas Director of the National Youth Administration, a New Deal agency that provided jobs and education to young people during the Depression. He was an enthusiastic New Dealer who believed government could improve lives. He expanded NYA programs in Texas, building political alliances and a reputation as a can-do administrator who delivered federal dollars to his state. In 1937, at age 28, Johnson ran in a special election for Congress from Texas's 10th District. He campaigned tirelessly across the rural district, using a rented helicopter to dazzle voters and promising to bring New Deal benefits to the Hill Country. He won easily and went to Washington as an ardent supporter of Franklin D. Roosevelt, whom he idolized. In Congress, Johnson made himself indispensable, cultivating senior Democrats and lobbying for defense projects for Texas. During World War II, he served briefly as a Navy lieutenant commander, touring the South Pacific and earning a Silver Star for a reconnaissance mission, though some questioned the mission's true danger. He returned to Congress a war hero, using his military service to burnish his credentials. In 1948, Johnson ran for the U.S. Senate in a hotly contested Democratic primary against former Governor Coke Stevenson. The race was infamous for its razor-thin margin and allegations of voter fraud in rural counties. Johnson won by just 87 votes, forever tagged as Landslide Lyndon, but the victory demonstrated his mastery of Texas politics and his ruthless determination to win. As a senator, Johnson worked tirelessly to win over senior colleagues. He studied their interests, remembered every personal detail, and traded favors. In 1951, he became Senate Democratic Whip, and in 1953, at just 44, he was elected Senate Majority Leader, the youngest in history. He revolutionized the role, centralizing power, controlling the legislative calendar, and building a disciplined party machine. He was a master of procedure, persuasion, and intimidation, famous for the Johnson treatment, leaning in close, cajoling, flattering, threatening, and refusing to take no for an answer. Johnson used his power to pass key legislation, including the 1957 Civil Rights Act, the first such measure since Reconstruction. Though weakened by Southern opposition, it signaled a new federal commitment to civil rights. His reputation as the most effective Senate leader of the 20th century was secure. In 1960, John F. Kennedy, the Democratic presidential nominee, selected Johnson as his running mate to balance the ticket geographically and appeal to the South. Johnson campaigned hard, despite his disdain for what he saw as Kennedy's privileged, Harvard-educated aloofness. Their relationship was strained and uneasy, but Kennedy valued Johnson's political acumen. They won narrowly in one of the closest elections in U.S. history, As vice president, Johnson was sidelined. Kennedy and his inner circle, the so-called best and brightest, viewed him as crude and old-fashioned. He attended funerals, chaired committees, and waited in the wings, frustrated and humiliated but determined to stay loyal. All that changed on November 22, 1963 in Dallas. Riding in a motorcade, Kennedy was assassinated. Johnson was 3 cars back, thrust instantly into the presidency. He took the oath of office aboard Air Force One with Jackie Kennedy beside him, her suit still stained with blood. Returning to Washington, Johnson sought stability and unity. In his first address to Congress, he pledged to continue Kennedy's agenda, notably civil rights legislation. Using his mastery of Congress, he pushed through the Civil Rights Act of 1964, ending segregation in public places and banning employment discrimination. It was the most sweeping civil rights law in American history, fulfilling a goal that Kennedy had struggled to achieve. In 1964, Johnson won the presidency in his own right with a landslide victory over conservative Republican Barry Goldwater, carrying 44 states. He presented himself as the heir to Kennedy's vision, but with his own sweeping ambition to create a great society. He launched an unprecedented wave of domestic legislation: Medicare and Medicaid to provide health care for the elderly and poor, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to end discriminatory practices that kept Black Americans from voting, federal aid to education, Head Start, environmental protections, and reforms in immigration law ending discriminatory quotas. Johnson envisioned a war on poverty that would eliminate deprivation in America. Under his leadership, poverty rates fell significantly, and millions gained access to healthcare and education. Yet the Great Society also expanded the federal government dramatically, sparking debates that continue to this day. But Johnson's presidency was increasingly consumed by Vietnam. Determined to contain communism and fulfill US commitments, he escalated American involvement, sending hundreds of thousands of troops and authorizing intense bombing campaigns. Despite his personal doubts about the war's prospects, he refused to withdraw, convinced that losing Vietnam would destroy his credibility and America's standing. The war divided the country, drained resources from domestic programs, and sparked massive protests. As casualties mounted and the conflict dragged on without clear victory, Johnson's popularity plummeted. He was haunted by the war, anguished over American deaths, and increasingly isolated in the White House. In March 1968, facing mounting opposition even within his own party, Johnson stunned the nation by announcing he would not seek re-election. He hoped to unite the country and encourage peace talks in Vietnam. In his final year, he oversaw the beginning of negotiations in Paris, but left office with the war unresolved. Johnson retired to his beloved LBJ Ranch in the hill country of Texas, reflecting on his legacy with mixed pride and regret. He worked on his memoirs, received visitors, and stayed engaged in politics, though his health declined. He was a towering man with a commanding presence, but was worn down by the burdens he had carried. On January 22, 1973, Lyndon B. Johnson died of a heart attack at age 64. He was buried in the family cemetery on his ranch, the land he loved most. His legacy is vast and deeply complex. He was the master legislator who delivered civil rights, Medicare, Medicaid, education reform, and the war on poverty, reshaping American society. But he was also the president who led the nation deeper into a divisive, bloody war that shattered the post-war consensus and his own presidency. Above all, Johnson was a man of contradictions, towering ambition and deep empathy, ruthless politics and genuine compassion, the product of a hard Texas landscape who dreamed of lifting all Americans into the Great Society. Next, we have Richard Nixon, the 37th President of the United States. Richard Milhouse Nixon was born on January 9, 1913, in a small farmhouse in Yorba Linda, California. He was the second of 5 sons born to Francis Anthony Nixon and Hannah Milhouse Nixon. His father was a hard-working, stern, and often hot-tempered man who owned a small lemon grove and later a grocery store and gas station. His mother was a devout Quaker, gentle, morally serious, and deeply religious, whose quiet faith and stoic endurance left a lifelong mark on Richard. The Nixon family was poor and struggled constantly. The lemon grove failed, and the family moved to Whittier, California, where Frank Nixon ran a grocery store and gas station. Richard and his brothers worked there from a young age, pumping gas, stacking shelves, and delivering goods. The family's tight finances and daily hardships shaped Nixon's sense of being an outsider, the underdog who had to work harder than everyone else. 2 of his brothers died young, Arthur from tuberculosis encephalitis in 1925, when Richard was 12, and Harold from tuberculosis in 1933. These losses devastated the family and taught Nixon the fragility of life and the depth of personal tragedy. He would always carry with him a sense of being tested by fate, forced to persevere through loss and pain. Despite these hardships, Nixon was a brilliant student. At Fullerton High School and then Whittier High School, he was known for his sharp mind, debating skill, and driven work ethic. He played football, though as a bench warmer, and participated in drama and debate, developing the theatrical timing and rhetorical precision that would mark his political style. In 1930, Nixon received a tuition grant to attend Whittier College, a small Quaker school in his hometown. There he stood out as a fierce debater and campus leader. He founded the Orthogonian Society, a rival to the elite Franklins because he despised their snobbery. A classic Nixon move, positioning himself as the champion of the outsiders against the establishment. He graduated in 1934, respected for his intellect, but also marked by a certain combative edge. Determined to go further, Nixon applied to Duke University Law School, which offered him a scholarship. At Duke, he was a top student, known for his meticulous preparation, ascetic lifestyle, and competitiveness. He graduated near the top of his class in 1937, but struggled to find work in the depths of the Great Depression. He returned to Whittier and joined a small local firm, practicing law and immersing himself in civic affairs. During this period, he met Thelma "Pat" Ryan, a schoolteacher and amateur actress from a working-class Irish Catholic background. Nixon was instantly smitten and pursued her relentlessly, even driving her to and from community theatre rehearsals where they performed together. They married in 1940. Their marriage was a close, if sometimes tense, partnership built on shared ambition, loyalty, and deep mutual dependence. When World War II broke out, Nixon joined the Navy in 1942 as a lieutenant junior grade. Assigned to the Pacific Theatre, he served in the Solomon Islands as an officer in the South Pacific Combat Air Transport Command. He handled logistics with precision, proving himself reliable, efficient, and uncomplaining, gaining the respect of his peers and superiors. Returning from the war in 1946, Nixon was approached by local Republicans in California's 12th Congressional District to run against Jerry Voorhis, a liberal Democrat. Nixon ran a fierce, disciplined campaign, attacking Voorhis as soft on communism, using meticulous research and hard-hitting tactics that would become hallmarks of his career. He won decisively, launching himself onto the national stage. In Congress, Nixon quickly gained a reputation as an anti-communist crusader. He joined the House Un-American Activities Committee and became famous for his relentless pursuit of Alger Hiss, a former State Department official accused of spying for the Soviets. Nixon's dogged investigation led to Hiss's perjury conviction, earning Nixon national fame and proving his skill at using the issue of communism to rally support. In 1950, Nixon ran for the U.S. Senate against Liberal Congresswoman Helen Gahogan Douglas. He branded her the Pink Lady for alleged communist sympathies and distributed the notorious Pink Sheet, comparing their voting records. The campaign was brutal, personal, and effective. Nixon won easily, but earned lasting enmity from liberals who saw him as unscrupulous and ruthless. In 1952, Dwight D. Eisenhower chose Nixon as his running mate to balance the ticket geographically and ideologically. Nixon was young, aggressive, and an experienced anti-communist, an asset in the Cold War climate. But during the campaign, Nixon faced accusations of benefiting from a secret political fund. In response, Nixon delivered the famous Checkers speech on national television, defending himself with emotional appeals and humble anecdotes, including the story of his daughter's dog, Checkers. The speech saved his spot on the ticket and marked a turning point in American politics by showcasing the power of television to reshape public opinion. Eisenhower and Nixon won in a landslide. As vice president from 1953 to 1961, Nixon was active and loyal. Eisenhower delegated him important foreign trips, including tense visits to Latin America, where he faced violent protests, and to the Soviet Union, where he famously debated Nikita Khrushchev in the 1959 kitchen debate. Nixon's tough, confident performance boosted his standing as a Cold Warrior and polished his international credentials. In 1960, Nixon won the Republican presidential nomination and faced John F. Kennedy in one of the most memorable campaigns in history. The first ever televised presidential debates exposed Nixon's haggard, ill-at-ease appearance next to the tanned, confident Kennedy. Though Nixon spoke well, Kennedy won the style battle. Nixon also refused to exploit Kennedy's Catholicism or a mayor's arrest of civil rights protesters, hoping to keep the campaign dignified. The election was extraordinarily close. Nixon lost narrowly in the Electoral College, and by about 112,000 votes nationwide. Many Republicans urged him to contest the result, alleging fraud in Illinois and Texas, but Nixon refused, saying it would damage the country. He conceded gracefully, gaining some public respect even in defeat. After losing the 1962 California governor's race to Pat Brown, Nixon delivered his bitter concession speech, telling reporters, "You won't have Nixon to kick around anymore," and retreating from public life. He and Pat moved to New York, where he practiced law at a prestigious firm, quietly building connections and waiting for another chance. The assassination of Kennedy in 1963 and the deepening crisis of the Vietnam War under Lyndon Johnson reshaped American politics. Nixon presented himself as a sober, experienced alternative to Democratic turmoil and won the 1968 Republican nomination. He campaigned on restoring law and order and promised peace with honor in Vietnam. Facing a divided Democratic Party in George Wallace's third-party bid, Nixon narrowly defeated Hubert Humphrey. In his first term, Nixon focused on foreign policy, where he shone as a strategist. With National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger, he pursued détente with the Soviet Union, signing the landmark Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty and opening diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China in 1972 after a historic trip to Beijing. Nixon's China policy was a masterstroke that reshaped the Cold War balance. On Vietnam, Nixon pursued Vietnamization, reducing US troop levels while intensifying bombing and expanding the war into Cambodia. Though he negotiated a ceasefire in 1973, the war dragged on, and the country remained bitterly divided. Domestically, Nixon created the Environmental Protection Agency, expanded Social Security, implemented revenue sharing with states, and supported desegregation of Southern schools. But his administration also fueled cultural polarization, with appeals to the silent majority and harsh rhetoric about protesters. In 1972, Nixon won re-election in a massive landslide over George McGovern, carrying 49 states. But even as he celebrated victory, the seeds of his downfall were already sown. During the campaign, operatives linked to Nixon's re-election committee broke into Democratic headquarters at the Watergate complex. Nixon and his aides then sought to cover it up, directing hush money payments and obstructing justice. As investigations mounted, Nixon insisted he was not involved. But tapes of Oval Office conversations, which he had secretly recorded, revealed his role in the cover-up. The scandal engulfed his presidency, eroded his support in Congress, and shocked the nation with its display of presidential abuse of power. Facing certain impeachment, Nixon announced his resignation on August 8, 1974, declaring it was in the best interests of the country. He became the first and only US president to resign, leaving office the next day as Gerald Ford assumed the presidency and famously proclaimed, "Our long national nightmare is over." Nixon retired to his home in San Clemente, California, a broken man but determined to rebuild his reputation. He wrote voluminous memoirs and foreign policy analyses, met with world leaders, and gradually regained respect as an elder statesman, especially for his expertise in geopolitics. He advised presidents from both parties, travelled widely, and conducted a personal campaign for historical rehabilitation. Richard Nixon died on April 22, 1994, at the age of 81 after suffering a stroke. He was buried beside Pat, who had died in 1993, at the Nixon Library in Yorba Linda, near the house where he was born. His legacy is profoundly complex. He opened China, forged arms control with the Soviets, ended US involvement in Vietnam, and shaped modern Republican politics. Yet his presidency is forever overshadowed by Watergate, a symbol of political paranoia, abuse of power, and constitutional crisis. Richard Nixon remains one of America's most controversial presidents, a man of brilliant strategic mind and tragic personal flaws, whose life embodied both the heights and depths of political power. Next, we have the 38th President of the United States, Gerald Ford. Gerald Rudolph Ford Jr. was born Leslie Lynch King Jr. on July 14, 1913, in Omaha, Nebraska. He was the only child of Leslie Lynch King Sr. and Dorothy Eyre Gardner King. The marriage was troubled from the start. King Sr. was abusive and violent, and just 16 days after Gerald's birth, Dorothy fled Omaha with her infant son, returning to her parents' home in Grand Rapids, Michigan. There she divorced Leslie Sr. and started a new life on her own terms. In 1916, Dorothy married Gerald Rudolph Ford, a kind, hard-working paint salesman who adopted little Leslie Jr. and gave him his name. Though he was never formally adopted in court, the boy was called Gerald Rudolph Ford Jr. and grew up believing Ford was his father. He would not learn about his biological father until he was a teenager, an unsettling discovery that left him reflective but loyal to the man who had raised him with love and steady discipline. Ford grew up in a solidly middle-class neighborhood in Grand Rapids, a tight-knit, industrious city on the Grand River. His family valued hard work, modesty, honesty, and civic duty. His stepfather was reserved but warm-hearted, while his mother was strong-willed, compassionate, and devoutly religious, instilling in her son a sense of fairness and decency. Young Jerry Ford was active, cheerful, and determined. He worked part-time jobs to help the family during the lean years of the Great Depression, including waiting tables and working in a local restaurant. He excelled at sports, especially football, becoming an all-state center at South High School. His leadership on the field foreshadowed the calm, disciplined style he would bring to public life. After high school, Ford received offers to play football at several colleges, but chose the University of Michigan in 1931. There he became a football star, playing centre and linebacker for the Wolverines and earning a reputation for toughness and sportsmanship. The team won national titles in 1932 and 1933. Ford was voted the team's most valuable player in 1934, a testament to his tenacity and quiet leadership, even as the team struggled in his senior year. Graduating in 1935 with a degree in economics, Ford turned down offers to play professional football from the Detroit Lions and Green Bay Packers, choosing instead to coach boxing and football at Yale University while applying to Yale Law School. Admitted in 1938, he balanced coaching with his studies, demonstrating his legendary work ethic. He graduated in 1941 in the top third of his class. Ford returned to Grand Rapids to practice law with a friend but was soon swept up in World War II. Following Pearl Harbor, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy in April 1942. He served aboard the light aircraft carrier USS Monterey as assistant navigator and anti-aircraft battery officer in the Pacific Theater. Ford saw action in fierce battles, surviving a deadly typhoon in 1944 that badly damaged his ship. He was discharged as lieutenant commander in 1946, proud of his service and the lessons it taught him about leadership and responsibility. Returning home, Ford entered local politics as a moderate Republican. In 1948, he ran for Congress in Michigan's 5th District, challenging the isolationist Republican incumbent. Campaigning door-to-door with his new wife, Elizabeth Betty Bloomer Warren, a former dancer and department store fashion coordinator, he offered a fresh, energetic alternative. Betty, with her vivacious style and candid humour, became his indispensable partner. Ford won easily, launching a congressional career that would span nearly a quarter century. In the House of Representatives, Ford developed a reputation as a hard-working, affable and honest legislator. He was diligent about constituent service, mastering the details of policy and earning respect across party lines for his fairness and civility. He supported Dwight Eisenhower's moderate republicanism, including foreign aid, NATO, and balanced budgets. Ford rose steadily through the ranks, joining the powerful Appropriations Committee. In 1963, after John F. Kennedy's assassination, Ford served on the Warren Commission investigating the president's murder, where his conscientious approach bolstered his reputation for integrity. In 1965, House Republicans elected Ford as minority leader. For the next 8 years, he led the GOP in the House during the turbulent Johnson and Nixon years. Though Republicans were outnumbered, Ford was a skilled tactician, working to unite his caucus and providing principled opposition to Great Society spending while supporting civil rights legislation. He also developed a warm, if occasionally strained, working relationship with Lyndon Johnson and later Richard Nixon. Ford admired Nixon's foreign policy acumen and supported his efforts in Vietnam and détente with the Soviet Union and China. But the Watergate scandal tested Ford's loyalty. As Nixon's troubles deepened, Ford urged him privately to come clean while defending him publicly as long as possible. In October 1973, Nixon's Vice President Spiro Agnew resigned in disgrace after pleading no contest to tax evasion charges stemming from bribery during his time as Maryland governor. Nixon needed a replacement who would be acceptable to a Democrat-controlled Congress. He chose Ford, whose honesty, experience, and genial personality made him widely respected on both sides of the aisle. Congress confirmed him overwhelmingly, and Ford was sworn in as vice president on December 6, 1973, the first to take office under the 25th Amendment. As vice president, Ford travelled widely and reassured a shaken public that there were still honourable men in government. But Watergate continued to consume Nixon's presidency. By summer 1974, the evidence of Nixon's involvement in the cover-up was undeniable. Facing certain impeachment and removal, Nixon announced his resignation on August 8, 1974. The next day, Gerald Ford took the oath of office as the 38th President of the United States. In a brief, humble speech, he declared, "Our long national nightmare is over, promising honesty, openness, and healing." He made no grand promises but vowed to do his best, signalling a return to decency after the trauma of Watergate. 1 month later, Ford made the most controversial decision of his presidency. On September 8, 1974, he granted Nixon a full, free, and absolute pardon for any crimes he might have committed while president. Ford argued it was necessary to spare the country a long, divisive trial and allow the nation to move forward. The decision was widely condemned at the time as a political deal, sending Ford's approval ratings plunging and casting a shadow over his presidency. Ford spent the rest of his time in office trying to rebuild public trust. He faced a battered economy plagued by inflation, recession, and energy crises. He proposed spending cuts, tax surcharges, and voluntary conservation through his much-mocked Whip Inflation Now campaign. He worked with a hostile Democratic Congress, using his veto power extensively to block spending bills he viewed as excessive, though many were overridden. Foreign policy remained central. Ford and Secretary of State Henry Kissinger continued détente with the Soviet Union, culminating in the 1975 Helsinki Accords, which affirmed European borders but included human rights commitments that later emboldened dissidents behind the Iron Curtain. In Vietnam, Ford presided over the final collapse of South Vietnam in April 1975. Despite his appeals, Congress refused further military aid. As North Vietnamese forces closed in on Saigon, Ford ordered the evacuation of remaining Americans and thousands of South Vietnamese allies in a chaotic, heartbreaking scene that symbolized America's lost war. Ford also authorized the daring 1975 Mayaguez operation to rescue the crew of a U.S. merchant ship seized by Cambodian Khmer Rouge forces. The rescue succeeded, but at the cost of American lives, provoking debate over its necessity. In 1976, Ford sought election in his own right. He faced a bitter primary challenge from the conservative former California Governor Ronald Reagan, who criticized Ford's perceived moderation and détente policies. Ford narrowly defeated Reagan at the Republican convention after a bruising battle that divided the party. In the general election, Ford ran against Democratic former Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter. Ford campaigned as the experienced steady hand, but the lingering anger over the Nixon pardon, economic woes, and his own gaffe in a debate, when he wrongly claimed there was no Soviet domination of Eastern Europe, hurt him badly. The election was close, but Carter won, ending Ford's brief but consequential presidency. After leaving office, Ford retired to Rancho Mirage, California, with Betty, who courageously went public about her struggles with alcohol and prescription drugs, leading to her founding the renowned Betty Ford Center. Ford remained active as an elder statesman, giving speeches, writing his memoirs, and serving on corporate boards. He maintained friendships across the political spectrum, respected for his decency, humility, and willingness to put country over party. Gerald Ford died on December 26, 2006, at age 93, making him the longest-lived president at that time. He was honored in a state funeral in Washington, remembered for healing a broken nation after Watergate and restoring dignity to the presidency. His legacy is that of a man who never sought the presidency, but accepted its burdens with courage and integrity. Gerald Ford will always be remembered as the steady, honest Midwesterner who helped close a dark chapter in American history and reminded the country of the quiet strength of decency and humility in leadership. Next is Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States. James Earl Carter Jr. was born on October 1, 1924, in the tiny farming community of Plains, Georgia. He was the first of 4 children born to James Earl Carter Sr., known as Earl and Lillian Gordy Carter. His father was a successful farmer, businessman, and local politician, known for his toughness, conservative views, and quiet authority. His mother was a trained nurse, outspoken, deeply compassionate, and unafraid to challenge local racism, modelling a moral courage that would deeply influence her son. Carter grew up on a modest but prosperous 360-acre peanut farm outside of Plains. The family home had no electricity or running water until Jimmy was nearly a teenager. His childhood was shaped by the rhythms of farm life: early mornings, long days in the fields, chores with mules, and close contact with the black tenant farmers who lived and worked on the land. Carter often played with their children and formed bonds that challenged the rigid racial lines of the Jim Crow South. He was a quiet, serious, and highly intelligent boy, drawn to reading, the outdoors, and mechanical tinkering. From a young age, he showed remarkable discipline, selling boiled peanuts on the streets of Plains, saving every penny, and eventually buying 5 houses in Plains to rent to black families, an early sign of his entrepreneurial spirit and business acumen. Carter attended the segregated public schools in Plains, excelling academically and graduating as salutatorian of his high school class in 1941. Inspired by his father's respect for the military and his own fascination with the sea, Carter won admission to the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis. He spent a year at Georgia Southwestern College and Georgia Tech to qualify, and entered the academy in 1943 as World War II raged. At Annapolis, Carter was serious and competitive. He studied hard, developed a reputation for integrity, and was known for his meticulous organization and quiet determination. He graduated in 1946, 59th in a class of over 800. That same year he married Rosalind Smith, the beautiful, shy, deeply religious girl from Plains, who was his sister's best friend. Their partnership was loving and enduring, marked by deep mutual respect, shared faith, and an unbroken commitment that would see them through triumphs and tragedies alike. Carter began his naval career with pride and ambition. He served in the Atlantic and Pacific fleets on submarines and rose to lieutenant. He was selected by Admiral Hyman Rickover for the elite program developing the Navy's first nuclear-powered submarines, a mark of his technical brilliance and reliability. Working under Rickover's exacting, demanding leadership left a lasting impression on Carter about the value of preparation, honesty, and accountability. But in 1953, tragedy struck. Carter's father died of pancreatic cancer, leaving the family farm in debt. Against Rosalind's initial wishes, Carter resigned his promising naval career and returned to Plains to take over the family business. The transition was not easy. He ran the peanut farm with Rosalind's indispensable help, modernizing operations, paying off debts, and building it into a successful enterprise. Carter also plunged into community life. He served on local boards, taught Sunday school at the Plains Baptist Church, and championed education and infrastructure improvements. Early in his return, he was elected to the Sumter County Board of Education, where he fought against budget cuts and for fairer treatment of black schools. The 1950s and early 1960s were a time of racial upheaval in the South. Though born into the segregated system, Carter quietly resisted the region's hardening resistance to integration. He refused to join the local White Citizens Council and spoke favorably of civil rights rulings, costing him friends and business. This stance foreshadowed his moral courage on race relations. In 1962, Carter ran for the Georgia State Senate. He lost in a rigged election but challenged the results in court and won. As a senator, he built a reputation as a diligent, detail-oriented legislator who championed education, public health, and government efficiency. He avoided race baiting and corruption, earning respect even from opponents. After briefly considering a run for Congress, Carter set his sights on the governorship. He ran in 1966 as a moderate segregationist to compete in Georgia's political climate, but lost in the Democratic primary. This loss prompted serious soul-searching. He emerged determined to run again, but this time as a new kind of Southern leader. In 1970, Carter ran for governor with a modernizing populist message that emphasized efficiency, honesty, and racial reconciliation. Though his campaign still sent mixed signals to appeal to conservative voters, his inaugural address stunned Georgia and the nation. He declared flatly, "The time for racial discrimination is over." As governor, Carter appointed more black people to state boards and commissions than all previous Georgia governors combined, reformed the state government for greater efficiency, and focused on education and environmental conservation. By 1974, with Watergate destroying public trust in Washington, Carter saw a national opportunity. He launched a long-shot campaign for president, virtually unknown outside Georgia. He traveled tirelessly, introducing himself to voters with his trademark smile, saying, "My name is Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president." His outsider status and reputation for honesty were perfect antidotes to the corruption and cynicism that gripped the country. Carter's strategy of entering every primary and meeting voters face-to-face paid off. He won the Iowa caucuses, shocking the political establishment, and used the momentum to build support nationwide. In 1976, he won the Democratic nomination, defeating rivals like Hubert Humphrey, Jerry Brown, and Scoop Jackson. The general election against Republican President Gerald Ford was hard fought. Carter promised honesty, decency, and healing after Watergate, appealing to Americans' desire for a moral, transparent government. Ford's unpopular pardon of Nixon and debate missteps helped Carter win narrowly. On November 2, 1976, he was elected the 39th President of the United States. Carter was inaugurated on January 20, 1977, walking hand in hand with Rosalind down Pennsylvania Avenue in a deliberate gesture of humility and connection with the people. His presidency focused on human rights, energy policy, and government reform. He sought to make government more efficient and transparent, reducing the number of White House staff and selling off the presidential yacht. In foreign policy, Carter elevated human rights to a central concern, pressuring authoritarian allies to reform and criticizing Soviet abuses. His greatest triumph came in 1978, when he brokered the Camp David Accords between Egypt's Anwar Sadat and Israel's Menachem Begin. The accords led to a historic peace treaty, for which Sadat and Begin shared the Nobel Peace Prize. Carter also returned the Panama Canal Zone to Panamanian control, fulfilling a promise that was controversial domestically, but improved U.S.-Latin American relations. He normalized diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China, recognizing the geopolitical realities of the Cold War. But Carter's presidency was marked by serious challenges. Inflation soared to double digits, while interest rates climbed painfully high. An energy crisis fueled by the Iranian Revolution in 1979 led to gas lines and public frustration. Carter delivered a televised speech, often called the Malaise speech, though he never used that word, acknowledging a national crisis of confidence and urging Americans to change their consumption habits and renew civic spirit. Foreign policy crises deepened. In November 1979, Iranian revolutionaries seized the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking 52 Americans hostage. Carter's patient diplomacy failed to secure their release. A desperate military rescue attempt in April 1980 ended in disaster when helicopters crashed in the Iranian desert, killing 8 servicemen. The hostage crisis consumed his final year in office and was broadcast nightly on the news, symbolizing American impotence. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan in December 1979. Carter responded by imposing a grain embargo, boycotting the 1980 Moscow Olympics, and beginning to rebuild U.S. military strength, signaling a return to Cold War tension. In 1980, Carter faced a brutal primary challenge from Senator Ted Kennedy that divided Democrats. In the general election, Republican Ronald Reagan promised morning in America and a return to optimism and conservative values. Carter lost in a landslide, carrying only 6 states and the District of Columbia. On January 20th, 1981, minutes after Reagan was sworn in, Iran released the hostages after 444 days in captivity, ending a national ordeal but underscoring the bitter close of Carter's presidency. After leaving office, Carter returned to planes and reinvented himself as perhaps the most active and influential former president in history. He founded the Carter Center in 1982, dedicated to promoting democracy, mediating conflicts, monitoring elections, and fighting diseases in the developing world. He traveled tirelessly, overseeing elections in troubled countries and negotiating peace agreements. He also championed humanitarian causes, working with Habitat for Humanity to build homes for the poor well into his 90s. He wrote numerous books on topics ranging from faith to policy to poetry, always with a moral urgency and plain-spoken honesty that reflected his roots. Jimmy Carter received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2002 for his decades of work, resolving conflicts, advancing democracy, and promoting human rights. He became an admired elder statesman, often critical of both parties when he felt they strayed from principles of honesty and peace. His marriage to Rosalind remained central to his life. They were partners in everything from farming to politics to humanitarian work, admired for their devotion and mutual respect. On December 29th, 2024, Carter passed away at his home in Plains, Georgia, at the age of 100 years old. Carter is the longest-lived U.S. president in history. Jimmy Carter's legacy is that of a man whose presidency was battered by crises, but who never abandoned his moral compass. He is remembered as a deeply decent, profoundly religious, and humble leader who sought peace, human rights, and justice not only for Americans but for people around the world. His post-presidency stands as one of the most consequential in American history, a testament to the enduring power of service and faith in human dignity. Next, we have Ronald Reagan, the 40th President of the United States. Ronald Wilson Reagan was born on February 6, 1911, in a modest apartment above a bank in Tampico, Illinois. He was the second son of John Edward Jack Reagan and Nell Clyde Wilson Reagan. His father was an Irish Catholic salesman with a gift for storytelling and a quick wit but also a serious drinking problem that kept the family moving from job to job and town to town. His mother was a devout and optimistic Protestant who gave young Ronald her unshakable faith in the goodness of people and the power of redemption. The family was poor, moving repeatedly in search of work and stability, but they were close and warm. Jack Reagan was a New Deal Democrat who believed deeply in social justice, shaping Ronald's early political sympathies. Nell was the moral center of the family, teaching Sunday school at the local Disciples of Christ Church and staging amateur theatricals, which young Ronald often joined. Reagan's boyhood was marked by small-town Midwestern values of hard work, thrift, and neighborliness. He was known as Dutch, a nickname his father gave him because of his pudgy baby face and a haircut that made him look like a little Dutchman. He spent hours at the library reading adventure novels, especially the stories of Horatio Alger, whose theme of perseverance and self-reliance became part of his worldview. The family eventually settled in Dixon, Illinois, a quintessential small American town on the Rock River that Reagan would remember fondly all his life as the ideal of community and decency. There he attended Dixon High School, where he was active in football, basketball, track, and drama. He became class president and gained a reputation for charm, humor, and leadership, though he was never the star athlete or top scholar. After graduating in 1928, Reagan enrolled at Eureka College, a small Christian liberal arts school in Eureka, Illinois. He majored in economics and sociology, played football, ran track, performed in theatre productions, and served as student body president. He also led a student strike against cuts by the administration, his first taste of populist activism. He graduated in 1932 into the depths of the Great Depression, determined to make something of himself despite the hard times. Reagan's first job after college was as a radio sports announcer. He landed a position at WOC in Davenport, Iowa, then WHO in Des Moines, where he became known for his vivid play-by-play recreations of Chicago Cubs games based only on telegraph reports. His friendly, engaging voice made him popular with listeners and taught him how to communicate clearly, simply, and directly, a skill he would use to great effect in politics. In 1937, while covering the Cubs' spring training in California, Reagan took a screen test with Warner Bros. The studio signed him to a contract, and he moved to Hollywood. He debuted in Love Is on the Air and quickly established himself as a reliable B-movie lead, often cast as earnest, likeable young men. His big break came with Newt Rockne, All-American in 1940, where he played George Gipp, the doomed Notre Dame football star whose line "Win one for the Gipper" would follow Reagan forever. During World War II, Reagan was classified for limited service due to poor eyesight. He served in the Army Air Force's 1st Motion Picture Unit in Culver City, making training and propaganda films. Though he never saw combat, he rose to captain and helped produce more than 400 films, honing his storytelling skills and cementing his patriotism. After the war, Reagan returned to Hollywood but struggled to find top roles as the studio system declined and his leading man appeal waned. He became deeply involved with the Screen Actors Guild, serving 7 terms as its president. During this time, he navigated fierce labor disputes and investigations into communist influence in Hollywood. Once a New Deal Democrat who had admired Franklin Roosevelt, Reagan was shaken by what he saw as the threat of communism and the divisive tactics of the Hollywood left. In the late 1940s and 1950s, Reagan's politics began shifting rightward. His personal life was also turbulent. He married actress Jane Wyman in 1940, and they had 2 children, Maureen and Michael, who was adopted. But the marriage foundered under career pressures and political disagreements, ending in divorce in 1948. In 1952, Reagan married actress Nancy Davis. She was loyal, protective, and deeply devoted, providing the emotional stability he craved. Their partnership was exceptionally close, even described by friends as a love affair that never dimmed. They had 2 children, Patty and Ron. Nancy became his most trusted advisor, fiercely guarding his image and well-being. As his movie career declined, Reagan found a new platform in television. From 1954 to 1962, he hosted the General Electric Theatre, touring the country as GE's spokesman and delivering speeches extolling free enterprise and limited government. These tours transformed him into a polished, effective political communicator, and his speeches grew increasingly conservative, warning of government overreach and the dangers of socialism. By the early 1960s, Reagan was a committed conservative and a rising star in the Republican Party. In 1964, he gave his famous televised speech, A Time for Choosing, on behalf of Republican presidential nominee Barry Goldwater. The speech electrified conservatives and raised over $1 million for Goldwater, even as Goldwater lost in a landslide. But it established Reagan as the new voice of conservative principles: smaller government, individual freedom, strong anti-communism. In 1966, Reagan ran for governor of California, attacking welfare bums and promising to clean up the mess at Berkeley, a reference to student protests at the University of California. He defeated Democratic incumbent Pat Brown decisively. As governor from 1967 to 1975, Reagan cut spending, raised taxes to close deficits, signed the nation's most liberal abortion law at the time, which he later regretted, and cracked down on student radicals. But he also worked with Democratic legislators and even signed the first no-fault divorce law, showing a pragmatic side beneath his conservative rhetoric. After an unsuccessful presidential run in 1968, Reagan remained a national conservative leader. He mounted a stronger challenge in 1976 against incumbent President Gerald Ford, coming close to winning the Republican nomination, which set the stage for 1980. By 1980, amid economic stagnation, inflation, and the Iran hostage crisis, Reagan won the Republican nomination and faced President Jimmy Carter. He promised to restore American strength, cut taxes, reduce government regulation, and revive the spirit of optimism. In the televised debate, he charmed viewers with his genial style and famous line, "There you go again," deflecting Carter's attacks. Reagan won in a landslide. Sworn in on January 20th, 1981, Reagan immediately signalled a shift toward conservative economic policy. He enacted major tax cuts, famously advocating supply-side economics or Reaganomics, claiming that lowering taxes and reducing regulation would spur growth. He also cut domestic spending while boosting defense budgets to confront the Soviet Union. Just 69 days into his presidency, Reagan survived an assassination attempt by John Hinckley Jr. outside a Washington hotel. Gravely wounded, he joked to doctors, "I hope you're all Republicans," cementing his image as resilient and good-humoured. The near-death experience rallied public sympathy and strengthened his political capital. Reagan's first term saw a severe recession early on, with high unemployment and interest rates. But by 1983, the economy recovered, inflation dropped, and growth surged, helping Reagan win re-election in 1984 in a landslide over Democrat Walter Mondale, carrying 49 states with the cheerful slogan, "It's morning again in America." In foreign policy, Reagan took a hard line against the Soviet Union, labeling it the evil empire and massively expanding US military spending, including the controversial Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars, missile defense program. He intervened in Grenada in 1983 to topple a Marxist regime and sent Marines to Lebanon, where 241 Americans were killed in a 1983 Beirut bombing. Reagan's second term was marked by historic diplomacy with Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev. The two developed a surprising personal rapport. Reagan softened his rhetoric and negotiated the Intermediate-Range Nuclear Forces Treaty in 1987, the first agreement to eliminate an entire class of nuclear weapons. His call to Gorbachev to tear down this wall in Berlin became an enduring symbol of the Cold War's end, but his administration was also rocked by the Iran-Contra scandal. Reagan officials secretly sold arms to Iran, then under embargo, and used the profits to fund Contra rebels in Nicaragua in violation of US law. Reagan claimed he did not know about the diversion of funds but took responsibility for the failure, tarnishing his legacy of strong leadership and transparency. Leaving office in 1989, Reagan remained immensely popular, credited by supporters with restoring American confidence, winning the Cold War, and unleashing an era of economic growth. He retired with Nancy to their ranch in California, writing his memoirs and maintaining a statesman's role until 1994, when he announced he'd been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. In a remarkably candid letter, he told the American people he was beginning the journey that will lead me into the sunset of my life, appealing for understanding and compassion for others with the disease. Reagan lived quietly in retirement, cared for devotedly by Nancy, until his death on June 5, 2004 at age 93. He was honoured with a state funeral attended by world leaders and mourned by Americans across the political spectrum. Ronald Reagan's legacy remains one of enduring debate and admiration, a charismatic communicator who reshaped conservatism, redefined the Republican Party, and helped end the Cold War, leaving behind an America both transformed and deeply polarized by his vision of freedom, individualism, and unshakable optimism. Next, we have George H.W. Bush, the 41st President of the United States. George Herbert Walker Bush was born on June 12, 1924 in Milton, Massachusetts, into a world of privilege, expectation, and service. He was the second son of Prescott Sheldon Bush and Dorothy Walker Bush. His father was a successful investment banker and later a U.S. Senator from Connecticut. Tall, athletic, dignified, and socially connected to the old Eastern elite. His mother was strong-willed, warm, and deeply religious, instilling in her children a commitment to humility, discipline, and duty. Though born in Massachusetts, George was raised mostly in Greenwich, Connecticut, in a stately but unpretentious home filled with books, sports, and serious conversation. The Bush family was wealthy but modest in bearing, prizing service over show. George's childhood was marked by competition with his older brother Prescott Jr. and a sense of familial expectation to achieve and to lead. He attended Greenwich Country Day School, where he was a standout student and athlete. He was nicknamed Poppy after his maternal grandfather, George Herbert Walker, a dynamic banker whose zest for life and business made a deep impression on the young boy. At age 13, Bush enrolled at Phillips Academy in Andover, Massachusetts, a prestigious boarding school known for its rigorous academics and traditions. There he excelled at sports, captaining the baseball and soccer teams, and was president of his senior class. Though quiet and polite, he was fiercely competitive, developing the understated toughness that would define him. On his 18th birthday in 1942, just months after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Bush enlisted in the U.S. Navy, determined to fight. He became one of the youngest naval aviators in American history, earning his wings at 19. Assigned to the Pacific Theater, he flew torpedo bombers off aircraft carriers, participating in dangerous missions against Japanese positions. On September 2, 1944, his plane was hit by anti-aircraft fire during a bombing run over Chichijima. Despite flames engulfing the aircraft, Bush completed his bombing run and flew his crippled plane out to sea before bailing out. He was rescued by a U.S. submarine after floating in the ocean for hours. His 2 crewmates died, an experience that haunted him but reinforced his sense of purpose and gratitude. He received the Distinguished Flying Cross and 3 air medals for his service. Returning from war in 1945, Bush married Barbara Pierce, whom he had met at a Christmas dance years earlier. Their marriage would become one of the most enduring and admired in American public life. Together they had 6 children: George, Pauline Robinson, known as Robin, John, known as Jeb, Neil, Marvin, and Dorothy. Their second child, Robin, died of leukemia at age 3 in 1953, a devastating loss that deepened their bond and faith. After the war, Bush attended Yale University following family tradition. He excelled academically, completing his degree in just 2.5 years. He was captain of the Yale baseball team, famously meeting Babe Ruth on the field, and was a member of the secretive Skull and Bone Society. Rather than remain in the comfortable world of East Coast finance, Bush moved with Barbara to West Texas in 1948, determined to make his own way in the booming oil fields. He started as a sales clerk for Dresser Industries before founding his own company, Zapata Petroleum Corporation. He made money, but also earned a reputation for integrity, humility, and treating everyone, from roughnecks to executives, with respect. By the late 1950s, Bush was wealthy and firmly ensconced in Texas society, but public service beckoned. He ran for the U.S. Senate in 1964 as a Republican in heavily Democratic Texas, losing to Ralph Yarborough, but gaining valuable experience and contacts. In 1966, he ran for the U.S. House of Representatives from Houston's 7th District, and won, becoming the first Republican congressman from Houston. In Congress, Bush was a moderate supporting civil rights legislation and fiscal responsibility. He quickly earned respect for his collegial style, detail-oriented approach, and internationalist perspective. In 1970, he made another bid for the Senate but lost to Lloyd Bentsen, a setback that seemed to end his electoral prospects in Texas. President Richard Nixon, however, recognized Bush's loyalty and ability. Nixon appointed him U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations in 1971, where Bush worked to repair America's image during the Vietnam War and China opening. He navigated Cold War tensions with cautious pragmatism and built relationships with foreign leaders. In 1973, during the Watergate scandal, Nixon appointed Bush chairman of the Republican National Committee. It was a thankless job. Bush publicly defended Nixon as long as he could, but ultimately urged the president to resign when the evidence became overwhelming. His conduct during this period earned him a reputation for loyalty balanced by principle. President Gerald Ford rewarded Bush's service with high-profile assignments, first as chief of the U.S. Liaison Office in Beijing from 1974 to 1975, during a critical period of thawing U.S.-China relations, where he biked around the city and made contacts with Chinese officials, building rapport in an era before formal diplomatic ties. In 1976, Ford appointed Bush Director of Central Intelligence. At the CIA, which was reeling from public scandals and congressional investigations, Bush restored morale and defended the agency's mission while accepting new oversight. His tenure was short but respected, showing his ability to lead with integrity in crisis. By 1980, Bush sought the presidency himself, campaigning as a moderate with deep foreign policy experience. He famously criticized Ronald Reagan's economic proposals as voodoo economics, arguing they would lead to massive deficits. Reagan won the nomination, but after a hard-fought convention, he selected Bush as his running mate to balance the ticket ideologically and geographically. The Reagan-Bush ticket defeated incumbent Jimmy Carter in a landslide. As vice president from 1981 to 1989, Bush was loyal and disciplined. He chaired task forces on deregulation and the war on drugs, travelled extensively as a diplomatic envoy, and supported Reagan through controversies, including the Iran-Contra affair. Though some mocked him as an overly polite wimp, his loyalty and experience made him a key part of the administration. In 1988, Bush ran to succeed Reagan, promising to continue his conservative policies while offering a kinder, gentler nation. His campaign was famously tough, with the Willie Horton ad and attacks on opponent Michael Dukakis's record. But it also featured Bush's memorable pledge, "Read my lips, no new taxes." He won decisively, becoming the first sitting vice president elected president since Martin Van Buren. As the 41st president, Bush presided over momentous events. The Cold War ended with the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. Bush worked skillfully with Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev and German Chancellor Helmut Kohl to ensure a peaceful reunification of Germany within NATO, showing restraint and diplomatic finesse to avoid humiliating the Soviets. Bush's defining foreign policy moment came with Iraq's invasion of Kuwait in 1990. He built a broad international coalition, secured UN approval, and launched Operation Desert Storm in 1991 to expel Saddam Hussein's forces. The war was a military triumph, restoring US confidence after Vietnam and cementing Bush's reputation as a master of coalition building and careful leadership. Domestically, Bush faced challenges. The economy fell into recession in 1990 to 91. Facing a ballooning deficit, he broke his no new taxes pledge, in a 1990 budget deal with Democrats, angering conservatives and damaging his credibility. Though the deal reduced the deficit and was seen later as fiscally responsible, it cost him dearly politically. Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1990, landmark civil rights legislation that expanded protections for millions. He also signed the Clean Air Act amendments of 1990, tackling acid rain and urban smog in one of the most ambitious environmental laws ever. Despite these achievements, Bush's popularity eroded as the recession dragged on, and voters felt he was out of touch with their economic pain. In 1992, facing Democrat Bill Clinton and independent Ross Perot, Bush lost re-election. Clinton portrayed him as detached and elite, while Perot siphoned off conservative and centrist votes. Bush left office graciously, writing Clinton a famously generous letter wishing him success and much happiness. After leaving office, Bush retired to Houston and his beloved seaside retreat in Kennebunkport, Maine. He stayed active in public life, giving speeches, raising money for charity, and occasionally advising his sons, George W., who became Texas governor and later president, and Jeb, who served as governor of Florida. In 2005, he partnered with Bill Clinton to raise funds for tsunami relief, and later for Hurricane Katrina, showing bipartisan spirit and grace. His friendship with Clinton, the man who defeated him, became a symbol of reconciliation and decency in American politics. George H.W. Bush lived to see his son George W. Bush elected president in 2000 and re-elected in 2004, a rare father-son presidential legacy. Despite declining health in later years, he remained sharp, witty, and gracious, famously skydiving on his 90th birthday. He died on November 30th, 2018 at age 94. He was mourned as a statesman of uncommon decency, civility and patriotism, remembered for his quiet heroism in war, his mastery of diplomacy and peace, and his lifelong dedication to family and country. George H.W. Bush's legacy is one of service above self, a steady hand at the end of the Cold War, and a reminder of the power of humility, loyalty, and grace in American leadership. Next, we have the 42nd President of the United States, Bill Clinton. William Jefferson Clinton was born William Jefferson Blythe III on August 19, 1946 in Hope, Arkansas, a small dusty town emblematic of the rural South. He never met his biological father, William Jefferson Blythe Jr., a traveling salesman who died in a car accident 3 months before his son was born. His mother, Virginia Dell Cassidy Blythe, was a spirited, fun-loving nurse who soon left Hope to study nursing in New Orleans, leaving baby Bill in the care of her parents, Eldridge and Edith Cassidy. The Cassidys were strict, devout Baptists who provided stability, discipline, and moral grounding. Bill adored his grandfather, a storekeeper who treated black and white customers with equal respect in a deeply segregated town. This early exposure to racial inequality made a lasting impression on him. When Virginia returned to Hope, she brought with her a new husband, Roger Clinton Sr., a car dealer from Hot Springs, Arkansas. The family moved to Hot Springs when Bill was 7. Roger Clinton was charming but abusive and an alcoholic, creating a tense, sometimes violent household. Bill eventually took his stepfather's surname in high school, but always remembered the volatility of their home life. He was fiercely protective of his mother and half-brother Roger Jr., who would struggle with addiction himself. Despite family turmoil, Clinton thrived in Hot Springs, then a bustling resort town known for its racetracks and gangsters. He excelled academically and was a born performer, playing saxophone in the school band and serving as a Boy Scout and student leader. His charisma, memory, and political instincts emerged early. At Hot Springs High School, he was elected class president and won national recognition as a delegate to Boys Nation in Washington, D.C. At 16, during that 1963 trip, Clinton famously shook hands with President John F. Kennedy in the Rose Garden, a moment immortalized in photographs and etched in Clinton's memory as the spark for his political ambition. He returned home determined to make a difference, seeing politics as a calling rather than just a career. Clinton attended Georgetown University in Washington, D.C., immersing himself in international affairs and student politics. He worked as an intern for Arkansas Senator J. William Fulbright, a leading critic of the Vietnam War. Clinton admired Fulbright's intellectual rigor and willingness to question power, and the experience deepened his understanding of foreign policy and political strategy. He graduated from Georgetown in 1968 with a degree in international affairs. Winning a prestigious Rhodes Scholarship, Clinton went to Oxford University's University College. There he studied politics and philosophy, but became increasingly absorbed by the anti-Vietnam War movement. He opposed the war but struggled with the moral and political implications of the draft. He avoided military service through a combination of student deferments and securing a draft notice cancellation in Arkansas, a decision that would later haunt him politically. After Oxford, Clinton returned to the US and enrolled at Yale Law School, where he met Hillary Rodham, an equally driven, brilliant student from suburban Chicago. They shared a commitment to public service, a sharp political intellect, and a complex, enduring bond. Clinton graduated from Yale in 1973 and returned with Hillary to Arkansas. He joined the University of Arkansas Law faculty and soon entered politics. In 1974, he ran for Congress in the conservative 3rd District, but lost narrowly in the Watergate-dominated Republican wave. Undeterred, he ran for Arkansas Attorney General in 1976 and won easily, quickly building a reputation for energy and reform-minded pragmatism. In 1978, at just 32, Clinton was elected governor of Arkansas, one of the youngest in state history. But his first term was rocky. He raised vehicle registration fees and mishandled the relocation of Cuban refugees at Fort Chaffee, angering voters. In 1980, he lost his bid for re-election to Republican Frank White, a humbling defeat he would later call the most painful of his life. Determined to learn from failure, Clinton rebuilt his political base, moderated his positions, and won back the governorship in 1982. He spent the next decade as governor crafting a new Democrat identity. Pro-growth, pro-education reform, tough on crime but socially moderate. He championed education improvements, raised teacher salaries, and emphasized accountability. He forged alliances with business leaders while maintaining ties to working-class Arkansans. Meanwhile, his marriage to Hillary faced intense strains. Both were ambitious and independent, and Clinton's infidelities caused friction and pain. Yet they remained partners, raising their daughter Chelsea, born in 1980, and presenting a public image of resilience and shared purpose. By the late 1980s, Clinton emerged as a national figure in the Democratic Party, chairing the Democratic Leadership Council, which sought to move the party toward the center after years of electoral defeats. In 1991, he announced his candidacy for president, promising to focus on the economy and bring a new generation of leadership to Washington. The 1992 campaign was brutal and transformative. Clinton faced accusations about his draft avoidance, alleged affairs, and controversial business dealings in Arkansas. He and Hillary endured blistering scrutiny, famously appearing on 60 Minutes to address questions about their marriage. But Clinton's political gifts were formidable. He exuded empathy, famously feeling voters' pain, and stayed on message with his mantra, "It's the economy, stupid." Facing President George H.W. Bush amid a recession and independent Ross Perot's insurgent candidacy, Clinton won with 43% of the popular vote, carrying a majority of the Electoral College. At 46, he became the third youngest president in history, bringing Democrats back to the White House for the first time in 12 years. As president, Clinton sought to balance progressive goals with fiscal discipline. Early in his term, he passed a deficit reduction plan that combined tax increases on the wealthy with spending cuts, laying the groundwork for eventual budget surpluses. He signed the Family and Medical Leave Act, expanded the Earned Income Tax Credit, and worked to reform health care, appointing Hillary to lead a controversial task force. But the plan failed amid fierce opposition and political missteps. In 1994, Republicans swept the midterm elections with Newt Gingrich's Contract with America, gaining control of Congress for the first time in 40 years. Clinton, facing a hostile legislature, repositioned himself as a centrist, declaring, "The era of big government is over." He worked with Republicans to pass welfare reform in 1996, ending aid to families with dependent children and instituting work requirements, a move criticised by many liberals but popular with voters. Clinton won re-election in 1996 in a landslide over Bob Dole and Perot, touting a strong economy and his centrist record. The late 1990s were marked by robust economic growth, low unemployment, and the first federal budget surpluses in decades. Clinton championed free trade, signing the North American Free Trade Agreement despite union opposition, and pursued financial deregulation that would later draw criticism. Foreign policy during Clinton's presidency was marked by both caution and humanitarian intervention. He sent US forces to help end ethnic cleansing in Bosnia and later to bomb Serbia over the Kosovo crisis. He expanded NATO, promoted Israeli-Palestinian peace talks with the Oslo Accords and the 2000 Camp David summit, and sought better relations with China. But he also faced criticism for failing to prevent the 1994 Rwandan genocide and for limited responses to growing al-Qaeda threats. Clinton's presidency was defined too by scandal. In 1998, independent counsel Ken Starr's investigation into various matters, from Whitewater land deals to the firing of White House travel staff, focused on Clinton's sexual relationship with White House intern Monica Lewinsky. After denying the affair under oath, Clinton admitted to it, sparking charges of perjury and obstruction of justice. The House of Representatives impeached Clinton in December 1998 on charges of perjury and obstruction, making him the second president in history to be impeached. The Senate trial in early 1999 ended in acquittal on both counts, with no conviction and Clinton remaining in office. Despite the scandal, Clinton maintained high approval ratings, with many Americans viewing the impeachment as excessive and politically motivated. He left office in January 2001 with the country at peace, unemployment low, and budget surpluses projected far into the future. He and Hillary left the White House for Chappaqua, New York, where they bought their first home together. Hillary launched her own political career, winning a U.S. Senate seat from New York in 2000. In the years since his presidency, Bill Clinton has remained a dynamic public figure. He founded the Clinton Foundation, focusing on global health, economic development, climate change, and education. He has traveled the world raising millions for causes like HIV, AIDS treatment, and disaster relief. He also served as a Democratic elder statesman, campaigning for candidates, including his wife's presidential runs in 2008 and 2016. Their marriage, scarred by betrayal but enduring, became a symbol of resilience and political partnership. He's also the first president on this list who is still currently alive today, being 78 years old. Bill Clinton's legacy is one of complexity and contradiction. He's remembered for economic prosperity, centrist triangulation, and a hands-on policy mastery that produced real results. But his tenure is also marked by scandal, impeachment, and policies like mass incarceration and financial deregulation, whose consequences are debated to this day. Yet above all, he is remembered as one of the most gifted political communicators in American history. a man who could connect with voters on a deeply personal level, feeling their pain and offering a vision of hope, opportunity, and pragmatic optimism that shaped a generation of democratic politics and the country itself. Next, we have George W. Bush, the 43rd President of the United States. George Walker Bush was born on July 6, 1946 in New Haven, Connecticut, while his father, George H.W. Bush, was at the time a student at Yale University after returning from his heroic service as a World War II Navy pilot. His mother, Barbara Pierce Bush, was strong-willed, sharp-tongued, and devoted to her family, imparting to George a sense of humour and emotional resilience that would mark his public life. Though born in the Northeast, George W. Bush grew up a Texan at heart. The family moved to West Texas when he was a toddler, settling in Midland, a booming oil town on the edge of the Permian Basin. There, George spent his early years in a modest ranch-style house, playing baseball with neighborhood kids, exploring dusty lots, and absorbing the frontier values of independence, optimism, and informality. He was the eldest of 6 children in a tight-knit, highly competitive family. His siblings included Jeb, Neil, Marvin, and Dorothy, as well as a younger sister, Robin, who died of leukemia at age 3 when George was 7. Robin's illness and death marked the family profoundly. His parents' stoic grief and determination to keep going left George with an early lesson about the fragility of life and the importance of faith. Bush attended Sam Houston Elementary and San Jacinto Junior High in Midland, where he was a popular, mischievous kid known for his quick wit and sociable nature. In 1959, the family moved to Houston as George H.W. Bush's oil business prospered and political ambitions took shape. For high school, George was sent east to Phillips Academy in Andover, Massachusetts. There he struggled academically and chafed at the strict discipline, but he played varsity baseball and cheered for his classmates with irrepressible energy. He graduated in 1964, earning admission to Yale University, following the path of his father and grandfather. At Yale, Bush was an average student but a gregarious presence on campus. He majored in history and was known more for his sociability than his scholarship. He became president of the secretive Skull and Bone Society and was a cheerleader, reveling in the camaraderie of Ivy League traditions while rarely distinguishing himself academically. He graduated in 1968, the same year the Vietnam War was at its height. With the draft looming, Bush joined the Texas Air National Guard, training as a fighter pilot. He served stateside, flying F-102 jets out of Ellington Field near Houston. His service later became the subject of controversy in his political career, with critics questioning whether family connections helped him avoid combat. But at the time, Bush saw it as a patriotic duty and an adventure, though he acknowledged his youthful lack of discipline and spotty attendance during his final months in the Guard. After completing his service, Bush entered Harvard Business School in 1973, becoming the first U.S. president to hold an MBA. At Harvard, he developed a practical approach to problem-solving and business management, though classmates remembered him as more laid-back than driven. In 1975, he returned to Texas, settling in Midland to follow his father into the oil business. He founded Arbusto Energy, a small exploration company. Early on, he pitched investors confidently but struggled as the industry faced slumping oil prices. His business eventually merged into Harken Energy, giving him a seat on the board but modest financial success overall. During these years, Bush's personal life was marked by hard drinking and drifting purpose. Friends recalled him as the life of the party, charming and funny but sometimes reckless. Everything changed in 1977 when he met Laura Welch, a quiet, sharp-witted librarian from Midland. They married just 3 months after their first date, forming a strong, stabilizing partnership. In 1981, the Bushes welcomed twin daughters, Barbara and Jenna. George's sense of responsibility deepened. By the mid-1880s, With Laura's quiet insistence and his own growing awareness, he quit drinking cold turkey the day after his 40th birthday. He credited his religious faith with helping him change, embracing a born-again Christianity that would become central to his identity. Bush's political career began in earnest in 1978 with an unsuccessful run for Congress in West Texas. He lost to Democrat Kent Hance, learning firsthand the demands and bruising nature of retail politics. He returned to business but remained politically engaged, supporting his father's campaigns and building connections in Republican circles. When George H.W. Bush was elected president in 1988, George W. moved to Washington briefly to help with the transition, but soon returned to Texas. He became managing general partner of the Texas Rangers baseball team in 1989, a role that transformed his public image. He charmed sports writers, fans, and fellow owners, overseeing the construction of a new stadium and projecting an easygoing, can-do style. The investment made him wealthy and cemented his reputation as a hands-on manager and savvy deal-maker. In 1994, Bush ran for governor of Texas, challenging incumbent Democrat Ann Richards, known for her sharp wit and popularity. Bush campaigned as a compassionate conservative, promising education reform, juvenile justice measures, and bipartisan cooperation. He emphasized personal responsibility, religious faith, and traditional values. He won decisively, surprising many with his discipline, message discipline, and ability to unite disparate Republican factions. As governor from 1995 to 2000, Bush built a reputation as a pragmatic bipartisan leader. He worked with Democrats to pass major education reforms, emphasizing testing and accountability. He signed a $1 billion tax cut and enacted tort reform favored by business interests. Though he executed more prisoners than any modern governor, he also promoted faith-based initiatives to help ex-offenders re-enter society. His approval ratings soared, setting the stage for national ambitions. In 1999, Bush announced his candidacy for president, quickly emerging as the GOP frontrunner. He framed himself as a compassionate conservative who would restore honor and dignity to the White House after the scandals of Bill Clinton's presidency. His easy manner, folksy humor, and evangelical Christian appeal resonated with Republicans. The 2000 Republican primaries turned combative, especially in South Carolina, where Bush and Arizona Senator John McCain traded bitter attacks. Bush's victory there cemented his nomination. In the general election against Democratic Vice President Al Gore, Bush promised tax cuts, education reform, and humility in foreign policy. The 2000 election proved one of the closest in U.S. history. Gore won the popular vote by over 500,000, but the Electoral College hinged on Florida, where a razor-thin margin led to recounts and legal challenges. The Supreme Court's Bush v. Gore decision effectively awarded Florida's 25 electoral votes and the presidency to Bush. He took office on January 20, 2001, vowing to unite a divided country. His early presidency focused on tax cuts, which he secured through Congress in 2001, and on education reform, culminating in the bipartisan No Child Left Behind Act. But everything changed on September 11, 2001, when al-Qaeda terrorists hijacked 4 planes, killing nearly 3,000 people in attacks on New York and Washington. Bush responded with grim determination, declaring a global war on terror. He created the Department of Homeland Security, signed the USA Patriot Act to expand surveillance and law enforcement powers, and launched the invasion of Afghanistan to topple the Taliban regime and pursue al-Qaeda. His approval ratings soared as he rallied the nation with speeches like his memorable address to Congress, vowing that, "We will not tire, we will not falter, and we will not fail." In 2003, Bush turned his attention to Iraq, arguing that Saddam Hussein possessed weapons of mass destruction and posed an intolerable threat. Despite failing to secure broad international support, he ordered the invasion in March 2003. Baghdad fell quickly, and Bush declared mission accomplished aboard an aircraft carrier in May. But no WMDs were found, and Iraq spiraled into sectarian violence and insurgency, becoming the most controversial and damaging aspect of his presidency. Despite growing doubts over Iraq, Bush won re-election in 2004, defeating Democrat John Kerry in a hard-fought campaign focused on national security, moral values, and Bush's image as a steadfast leader. His second term, however, was beset by difficulties: the bloody Iraq War, the botched federal response to Hurricane Katrina in 2005, and an increasingly polarized electorate. Bush promoted Social Security privatization, but failed to win support in Congress. He signed the Medicare Part D prescription drug benefit, expanding the program at significant cost. He also appointed 2 Supreme Court justices, John Roberts as Chief Justice and Samuel Alito shifting the court to the right. As the financial crisis of 2008 erupted, Bush authorized massive federal interventions, including the $700 billion Troubled Asset Relief Program, to stabilize collapsing banks. Though unpopular, these moves arguably prevented a deeper depression. By the end of his presidency, Bush's approval ratings had plummeted amid war fatigue and economic meltdown. Leaving office in January 2009, Bush returned to Texas, determined not to criticize his successor Barack Obama publicly. He focused on writing his memoir, Decision Points, opening the George W. Bush Presidential Center in Dallas, and pursuing humanitarian work, including partnering with Bill Clinton on disaster relief efforts. Bush also took up painting, publishing portraits of military veterans and world leaders. He remained active in veterans' causes, speaking at events, and supporting wounded warriors. He forged a warm friendship with Michelle Obama, surprising many with their obvious affection and mutual respect. He's still alive today at 78 years old. George W. Bush's legacy remains contested. Supporters credit him with rallying the nation after 9/11, keeping America safe from further attacks, and promoting democracy abroad. Critics fault him for the Iraq War's disastrous consequences, civil liberties concerns, and contributing to the 2008 financial collapse. Yet even his critics often acknowledge his personal decency, humility, and humour. He's remembered as a leader who made enormous, consequential decisions in extraordinary times, a man shaped by Texas grit and family duty, whose presidency changed America and the world in profound, complex ways. Next, we have Barack Obama, the 44th President of the United States. Barack Hussein Obama II was born on August 4, 1961, at Kapiolani Medical Center in Honolulu, Hawaii. He was the only child of Barack Hussein Obama Sr., a Kenyan economist from the Luo ethnic group, and Ann Dunham, a white woman from Kansas with deep roots in the American Midwest. His parents met at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, drawn together by curiosity and idealism, but their marriage soon strained under cultural differences and ambition. They separated when Barack was just 2 years old and divorced in 1964. Obama's father returned to Kenya, visiting only once when Barack was 10. Barack Sr. became a distant, almost mythic figure in his son's life, described in stories as brilliant, charismatic, but also stubborn and flawed. His absence left a complicated legacy of yearning, resentment, and eventual understanding that would shape Obama's self-conception and writings. Ann Dunham remarried in 1965 to Lolo Sotoro, an Indonesian graduate student. In 1967, the family moved to Jakarta. Young Barry, as he was called, attended local schools, learned to speak Indonesian, and experienced a new world of chickens in the yard, street vendors, and political unrest. Anne, a fiercely independent and culturally curious anthropologist, encouraged her son to see the world empathetically and question easy assumptions, concerned about Indonesia's instability and its effect on his education, and sent Barack back to Hawaii at age 10 to live with his maternal grandparents, Stanley and Madeline Dunham. They were middle-class Kansans who had weathered the Depression and World War II, embodying the stoic, practical American spirit. Madeline worked her way up to become one of Hawaii's first female bank vice presidents, while Stanley was an outgoing salesman with a love of storytelling. Obama attended Punahou School, an elite private academy in Honolulu. He was one of only a few black students, navigating questions of identity and belonging in a place of privilege and diversity. He was bright but at times disengaged, drawn to basketball, music, and hanging out with friends he called the Choom Gang, using marijuana and sometimes drifting. He would later write candidly about these youthful missteps, seeing them as part of a broader struggle to define himself between worlds. Graduating in 1979, Obama moved to Los Angeles to attend Occidental College, where he began to take politics and literature seriously. He made speeches against apartheid in South Africa and started to find his voice as someone who cared about justice and leadership. After 2 years, he transferred to Columbia University in New York City. At Columbia, Obama was more focused, reading deeply in political philosophy, literature, and history. He graduated in 1983 with a degree in political science, specializing in international relations. He lived on Manhattan's Upper West Side, working briefly at Business International Corporation and a non-profit focused on community organizing. Restless and seeking purpose, Obama moved to Chicago in 1985 to work as a community organizer for the Developing Communities Project. For 3 years on the South Side, he worked with black churches to improve housing, job training, and neighborhood conditions in the shadow of steel mill closures. It was difficult, frustrating work, but it taught him to listen, to negotiate, and to connect with people's hopes and struggles. He also developed ties to Chicago's black community and churches, despite his secular upbringing. Feeling he needed more tools to make change, Obama entered Harvard Law School in 1988. There he excelled academically, earning a reputation for his calm demeanor and rigorous thinking. In 1990, he was elected the first black president of the Harvard Law Review, gaining national attention for his ability to bridge ideological divides among classmates. During law school summers, Obama returned to Chicago to work at civil rights law firms, solidifying his ties to the city. After graduating magna cum laude in 1991, he declined lucrative corporate offers, choosing instead to work as a civil rights attorney at Minor, Barnhill and Galland, and as a lecturer at the University of Chicago Law School. He taught constitutional law with a Socratic style that challenged students to think critically. In Chicago, Obama became known as a thoughtful, charismatic figure with the ability to unite people. He married Michelle Robinson in 1992, a bright, ambitious lawyer from Chicago's South Side whom he had met at the law firm Sidley Austin. Their partnership was rooted in mutual respect, shared values, and a commitment to service. The Obamas settled in Hyde Park and had 2 daughters, Malia, born in 1998, and Sasha, born in 2001. Michelle balanced her own rising career with family responsibilities, while Barack worked on voter registration drives and entered politics. In 1996, Obama won election to the Illinois State Senate from the 13th District, representing parts of Chicago's South Side. He earned a reputation as a pragmatic progressive, building coalitions and passing legislation on ethics reform, healthcare expansion, and racial profiling. Though he faced setbacks, including an ill-fated 2000 primary challenge against US Representative Bobby Rush, he persisted, learning the lessons of retail politics and resilience. Obama's national breakthrough came in 2004 when he ran for the US Senate. His opponent was forced out by scandal, leaving Obama facing Republican Alan Keyes. But it was his speech at the Democratic National Convention that summer that catapulted him onto the national stage, declaring, "There's not a liberal America and a conservative America. There's the United States of America." He offered a message of unity and hope that electrified viewers. He won the Senate race in a landslide and arrived in Washington as one of the most famous freshman senators in history. In the Senate, Obama worked on ethics reform, veterans issues, and nuclear proliferation, building a bipartisan reputation even as he opposed the Iraq War from the start. In 2007, Obama announced his candidacy for president, facing the daunting prospect of running against Hillary Clinton, the heavy favorite for the Democratic nomination. He ran on themes of hope, change, and grassroots empowerment, mobilizing young voters and minorities with his eloquence and calm, cerebral style. The campaign weathered controversies over his former pastor Jeremiah Wright and questions about experience, but Obama's message and organization carried him through a bruising primary battle. He selected Delaware Senator Joe Biden as his running mate, balancing the ticket with foreign policy experience and working-class appeal. In the general election against Republican John McCain, Obama promised to end the Iraq War responsibly, reform health care, and rescue an economy in free fall amid the 2008 financial crisis. He maintained discipline and calm as markets collapsed, projecting steadiness in contrast to Republican attacks on his experience and background. On November 4, 2008, Obama was elected the 44th President of the United States, making history as the first African-American president. His victory was celebrated around the world as a powerful symbol of America's capacity for change. He took office in January 2009 amid the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. His administration passed the $787 billion American Recovery and Reinvestment Act to stimulate the economy, rescuing auto companies and stabilizing the financial sector. He signed sweeping Wall Street reforms through the Dodd-Frank Act, aiming to prevent future crises. Obama also pursued an ambitious domestic agenda. In 2010, after a bruising legislative battle, he signed the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, expanding health insurance to millions and prohibiting discrimination against those with pre-existing conditions. It was the most significant social welfare legislation in decades, but provoked fierce conservative backlash. His first term also saw the winding down of the Iraq War, an intensified focus on Afghanistan, and the killing of al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden in a daring 2011 Navy SEAL raid in Pakistan. He ended the military's "don't ask, don't tell" policy, allowing gay and lesbian service members to serve openly. Yet Obama's presidency faced fierce partisan gridlock, especially after Republicans won the House in 2010. His attempts at grand bargains on taxes and entitlements collapsed, and his approval ratings suffered amid a slow recovery. He became known for his careful, professorial style, sometimes criticized as aloof, but remained personally popular. In 2012, Obama ran for re-election against Republican Mitt Romney. The campaign was fierce, focusing on economic recovery and Romney's wealth and business record. Obama won a second term with a comfortable electoral margin, arguing that progress had been made and warning that Republican policies would roll back gains. His second term saw major achievements and challenges. He pushed through executive actions on immigration to protect dreamers, negotiated the Paris Agreement on climate change, and concluded the Iran nuclear deal to limit Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons in exchange for sanctions relief. Domestically, he faced crises including mass shootings, debates over policing and race, and the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement. He delivered moving eulogies, notably after the Charleston church massacre, singing Amazing Grace in tribute to the victims. His second term was marked by increased Republican obstruction, with the Senate refusing to consider his Supreme Court nominee Merrick Garland. He also grappled with the rise of populist anger and misinformation that would help elect Donald Trump, who promised to undo much of Obama's legacy. Obama left office in January 2017 with high approval ratings, handing power to Trump after an emotional farewell speech in Chicago. He and Michelle remained in Washington to allow Sasha to finish high school. They focused on writing, speaking, and philanthropic work through the Obama Foundation, emphasizing leadership development and civic engagement. He published a best-selling memoir, A Promised Land, offering an introspective look at his political journey, struggles, and hopes for America. He remained an influential Democratic voice, supporting candidates, speaking against threats to democracy, and promoting civility and dialogue even amid fierce partisan divisions. Barack Obama's legacy is layered and evolving. He's remembered as a transformational figure, the first black president who embodied the American ideal of possibility. He steered the nation through crisis with calm and intellect, achieved major reforms, and projected dignity and grace. Yet he also faced criticism for overpromising change, for the limits of incrementalism, and for leaving behind a polarized country that would swing sharply in a different direction after his presidency. Being 63 years old today, he remains a symbol of hope and the enduring struggle to build a more perfect union, a man whose life journey from Hawaii and Indonesia to the White House testified to the power of words, ideas, and perseverance to shape history. Next, we have Donald Trump, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States. Donald John Trump was born on June 14, 1946, in the borough of Queens in New York City, the fourth of 5 children of Fred and Mary Ann McLeod Trump. His father, Fred Trump, was a highly successful real estate developer who built middle-class housing in Queens and Brooklyn. Fred was disciplined, frugal, and relentlessly competitive, instilling in his children the idea that life was a battle to be won. His mother, Mary Ann, was a Scottish immigrant who brought a softer influence, though Donald would later describe her as having her own strength and determination. The Trump family lived in a large house in the leafy Jamaica Estates neighborhood, a sign of Fred's financial success. Donald grew up in relative wealth, but in a home marked by fierce ambition. He idolized his father and sought to prove himself from a young age, but he was also rambunctious and rebellious. At age 13, after behavioral problems in school, Fred sent him to the New York Military Academy, hoping its discipline would rein in his defiance. At the academy, Trump learned the rituals of military life, wore a uniform, and rose to become a student leader. He was described as competitive, tough, and eager for attention, loving the hierarchical environment that rewarded aggression and results. He excelled at sports, especially baseball, and developed a swagger and confidence that would become lifelong traits. After graduating in 1964, Trump attended Fordham University in the Bronx for 2 years before transferring to the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. Wharton offered one of the few formal real estate programs in the country. He graduated in 1968 with a degree in economics. Despite the social and political upheaval of the 1960s, Trump avoided Vietnam service through 4 student deferments and a medical deferment for bone spurs in his heels, a decision that would later be scrutinized. Returning to New York, Trump joined his father's business, Elizabeth Trump and Son. Fred had built thousands of apartments in Queens and Brooklyn, specializing in government-subsidized housing. Donald learned the fundamentals of real estate development from his father, including controlling costs, securing political connections, and navigating city bureaucracy. But Donald was restless, drawn to the glamour and scale of Manhattan. In the 1970s, he persuaded Fred to support his move into Manhattan's real estate market, which Fred viewed as risky and flashy. Trump cultivated connections with influential figures, including city politicians and media personalities. In 1976, he took over the family business, renaming it the Trump Organization, signaling his personal branding strategy. Trump's first major Manhattan project was the transformation of the bankrupt Commodore Hotel into the Grand Hyatt. With a mix of audacious vision, hard negotiation, and heavy reliance on tax abatements from the city, he turned the crumbling property into a shiny glass-fronted success, opening in 1980 to acclaim. It was a model of his approach: aggressive deal-making, heavy self-promotion, and complex financing. In 1983, he opened Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue, a 58-story luxury skyscraper with a striking bronze-tinted glass facade and a gleaming atrium. Trump Tower became both a commercial success and a symbol of 1980s excess, cementing Trump's reputation as New York's flashiest developer. He lived in the penthouse himself, adorned with gold and marble, reinforcing his image as a billionaire playboy. Trump expanded into Atlantic City's casino industry, opening Trump Plaza in 1984 and eventually building the Trump Taj Mahal, which he called the eighth wonder of the world. But the casino empire was built on enormous debt and risky financing. When Atlantic City's fortunes soured in the early 1990s, Trump's companies struggled under billions in debt. He narrowly avoided personal bankruptcy through debt restructuring deals that forced him to sell assets and cede management of his casinos. Despite these setbacks, Trump maintained his celebrity persona. He wrote The Art of the Deal with Tony Schwartz in 1987, portraying himself as the ultimate negotiator. The book was a bestseller and shaped the public perception of Trump as a business genius, even as his finances were far more precarious than he admitted. He courted the press, cultivated gossip columnists, and turned his life into an ongoing tabloid spectacle with divorces, affairs, and high-profile feuds. Trump also branded his name on everything from buildings to steaks, airlines, and bottled water. Many of these ventures failed, but the Trump name became a global symbol of ostentatious luxury and bold ambition. He licensed his name widely, turning Trump into a marketable asset even when he no longer owned the properties that bore it. In 2004, Trump debuted as the host of The Apprentice, a reality television show in which contestants competed for a job in his organization. With his signature phrase, "You're fired," Trump reintroduced himself to millions of viewers as a tough, decisive business leader. The show was a ratings hit and helped revitalize his brand after years of business struggles. During these years, Trump also explored politics sporadically. He flirted with running for president in 1988, 2000, and 2012, and he contributed to candidates in both parties. He registered variously as a Republican, Democrat, and Independent. He became known for his bombastic style and willingness to court controversy, including questioning President Barack Obama's birthplace in the false birther conspiracy, which boosted his profile among conservatives. In June 2015, Trump descended the golden escalator in Trump Tower to announce his candidacy for president as a Republican. He launched his campaign with inflammatory rhetoric about Mexican immigrants and a promise to make America great again. Many dismissed his campaign as a stunt, but Trump's populist message on trade, immigration, and cultural resentment resonated with many voters, especially working-class whites. Trump dominated the Republican primaries, defeating a large field of experienced politicians with personal insults, unorthodox proposals, and a relentless focus on media coverage. He secured the Republican nomination and chose Indiana Governor Mike Pence as his running mate. In the 2016 general election against Democrat Hillary Clinton, Trump ran a scorched-earth campaign marked by rallies filled with chants of "build the wall" and attacks on Clinton's character and establishment politics. The campaign survived scandals, including the release of the Access Hollywood tape, in which Trump bragged about sexually assaulting women. Despite trailing in most polls, Trump won a narrow electoral college victory on November 8, 2016, flipping key Rust Belt states. He was inaugurated on January 20, 2017, delivering a dark nationalist address promising to end American carnage. His presidency was defined by stark partisanship, unorthodox governing style, and relentless attacks on the media and political norms. Trump advanced hardline immigration policies, including a travel ban on several Muslim-majority countries and family separations at the border, provoking widespread condemnation. Domestically, Trump signed the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, slashing corporate taxes and offering mixed benefits to individuals. He rolled back environmental regulations, withdrew from the Paris Climate Accord, and dismantled parts of the Affordable Care Act. He appointed 3 Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett, cementing a conservative majority for a generation. His foreign policy was marked by a mix of nationalist rhetoric and unconventional diplomacy. He withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal, met North Korean leader Kim Jong-un in unprecedented summits, and pressured NATO allies to increase defense spending. He championed tariffs and trade wars, particularly with China, while courting Russian President Vladimir Putin, despite evidence of Russian interference in the 2016 election. Trump was impeached twice. The first impeachment in 2019 followed revelations he pressured Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden, his likely electoral rival. The House charged him with abuse of power and obstruction of Congress, but the Republican-controlled Senate acquitted him in early 2020. His re-election campaign in 2020 was dominated by the COVID-19 pandemic, which he often downplayed even as the virus killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. He clashed with public health officials, promoted unproven treatments, and resisted lockdowns and mask mandates. Simultaneously, racial justice protests erupted after George Floyd's murder, with Trump adopting a law and order stance and using incendiary rhetoric. Trump lost the 2020 election to Joe Biden, but he refused to concede, falsely claiming widespread fraud. His efforts to overturn the results culminated in the January 6, 2021, attack on the US Capitol by his supporters, an unprecedented assault on American democracy. The House impeached him for incitement of insurrection, making him the only president impeached twice. The Senate held a trial after he left office and acquitted him again. After leaving the White House, Trump retreated to Mar-a-Lago in Florida, continuing to claim the election was stolen and maintaining a dominant hold over the Republican Party. He launched relentless attacks on his critics, purged dissenters within the GOP, and held rallies across the country. He remained a polarizing figure, beloved by his base for defying elites, appointing conservative judges, and promoting an America First agenda, while critics condemned him as an existential threat to democratic norms. By 2023, he was indicted in multiple criminal investigations related to efforts to overturn the 2020 election, the retention of classified documents, and business fraud. Yet he then launched another presidential campaign in 2024, which was a long campaign filled with multiple failed assassination attempts, with the most infamous one being when Thomas Matthew Crooks, a 20-year-old from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, shot at the now President Trump at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. He was struck in the ear in a moment captured on the internet that will never be forgotten, but was otherwise safe from any serious damage. While sadly, one of the shots hit firefighter Corey Compratore, which left him deceased on scene. Trump went on to win the presidency after Joe Biden dropped out and Kamala Harris stepped in and was beaten. Now, he is the current standing president of the United States in 2025, with there being much more history waiting to be written. Donald Trump's legacy is among the most contested in American history. To supporters, he is the ultimate outsider who challenged a corrupt establishment, championed forgotten workers, and reshaped the Republican Party in his image. To detractors, he is a demagogue who attacked democratic institutions, sowed division and mistrust, and placed personal ambition over the country's well-being. He remains an indelible figure, a showman, businessman, and politician whose unorthodox, brash, and polarizing style transformed American politics in ways that will be debated for generations. Next, we have Joe Biden, the 46th President of the United States. Though he is not the current president, he is the most recent first-time president in the United States. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was born on November 20th, 1942, in Scranton, Pennsylvania, a tough blue-collar city defined by coal mines and working-class grit. He was the eldest of 4 children born to Joseph Sr. and Catherine Eugenia Jean Finnegan Biden. His father had once been well off but fell on hard times, struggling through the Great Depression and taking jobs as a used car salesman and furnace cleaner to support the family. From him, young Joe inherited a fierce pride in hard work, resilience in the face of setbacks, and an abiding sense of dignity. His mother was deeply religious, loving, and unflinchingly loyal, shaping his sense of empathy and moral clarity. As a child, Biden wrestled with a stutter that made him self-conscious and vulnerable to bullying. Determined to overcome it, he practiced speaking in front of the mirror, reciting poetry, and adopting a stubborn persistence that would define his life. His classmates remembered him as scrappy and competitive, someone who would never back down from a challenge. When Biden was 10, his father moved the family to Claymont, Delaware, seeking better economic opportunities. They eventually settled in Wilmington, where Biden attended Archmere Academy, a Catholic prep school. To afford tuition, Joe washed windows and worked odd jobs, developing an early appreciation for sacrifice and hard work. At Archmere, he was a solid student and a standout halfback and wide receiver on the football team, beloved for his exuberant leadership and Irish charm. He graduated in 1961 and attended the University of Delaware, where he studied history and political science. He was more focused on social life and football than academics at first, but found his calling in politics and debate. He also met Nelia Hunter, a beautiful, smart student from Syracuse, New York. They fell quickly in love, marrying in 1966 after Biden earned his undergraduate degree. Joe then attended Syracuse University College of Law, graduating in 1968. He admitted he was not a distinguished student, famously ranking low in his class, and even being reprimanded for plagiarizing a paper, something that would haunt him in future campaigns. Yet he was driven and committed to providing for his growing family, which soon included 3 children, Bo, Hunter, and Naomi. After law school, Biden returned to Delaware, working as a public defender and then at a private law firm. Drawn to public service, he won election in 1970 to the Newcastle County Council, quickly gaining a reputation as a passionate, energetic advocate for environmental protections and quality of life issues. In 1972, at just 29 years old, Biden launched a long-shot campaign for the U.S. Senate against Republican incumbent J. Caleb Boggs, a beloved figure in Delaware politics. With the help of family, friends, and tireless door-to-door campaigning, Biden delivered a message of generational change and fresh leadership. Against the odds, he won narrowly, becoming one of the youngest people ever elected to the Senate. But tragedy struck before he could even be sworn in. Just weeks after the election, in December 1972, Nelia and their 1-year-old daughter, Naomi, were killed in a car accident while Christmas shopping. Sons Bo and Hunter were badly injured but survived. Devastated, Biden considered resigning before taking office, but Senate colleagues, led by Majority Leader Mike Mansfield, urged him to serve. He was sworn in at his son's hospital bedside, commuting daily from Delaware to Washington for years to remain close to them. a ritual that became a defining aspect of his public image. As a senator, Biden built a reputation for empathy and personal connection, known for remembering the details of constituents' lives. He served for decades on the Judiciary Committee, chairing it during contentious Supreme Court confirmation battles, including the rejection of Robert Bork in 1987 and the controversial hearings for Clarence Thomas in 1991, marked by Anita Hill's testimony about sexual harassment. Biden also served on the Foreign Relations Committee, eventually becoming its chair. He traveled widely, meeting world leaders and shaping US policy on arms control, NATO expansion, and the Balkans. He was a champion of the Violence Against Women Act in 1994, which provided resources to combat domestic violence and support survivors. Biden's career was not without missteps and controversy. He was criticized for his role in crafting the 1994 crime bill, which expanded prisons and mandatory minimum sentences, and was later blamed for mass incarceration. He also faced backlash for his treatment of Anita Hill during the Thomas hearings, something he would repeatedly say he regretted. In 1987, Biden launched his first presidential campaign. He presented himself as a fresh, eloquent leader, but was quickly derailed by accusations of plagiarizing speeches, including lines from British politician Neil Kinnock. Combined with questions about his academic record, the controversy forced him to withdraw. In 1988, not long after ending his campaign, Biden suffered 2 near-fatal brain aneurysms. He underwent multiple surgeries and a long recovery, emerging grateful for the second chance and determined to serve. He continued in the Senate, building bipartisan relationships even as Washington grew more polarized. He was known for his loquacious style, folksy charm, and willingness to work with Republicans, including friendships with figures like John McCain and Lindsey Graham. Biden launched a second presidential bid in 2008, but failed to gain traction against the surging candidacy of Barack Obama. After withdrawing, he was surprised to be asked to join the ticket as Obama's running mate. Obama saw Biden's experience, foreign policy credentials, and working-class roots as an ideal balance for his own profile. During the 2008 campaign, Biden traveled extensively, attacking Republican nominee John McCain's policies while reinforcing Obama's message of hope and change. When they won in November 2008, Biden became the first Catholic vice president in American history. As vice president from 2009 to 2017, Biden was one of the most consequential in history. Obama entrusted him with high-profile assignments, including managing the 2009 stimulus package during the Great Recession and leading efforts to withdraw US troops from Iraq. He was a key advisor during debates over healthcare reform, helping to secure votes for the Affordable Care Act, famously calling its passage a big effing deal on a hot mic. Biden chaired the middle-class task force and led negotiations with Republicans on budget deals, using his Senate relationships to broker agreements. He also became known for his public empathy, consoling families after tragedies like the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting and supporting cancer research, especially after the death of his beloved son Beau from brain cancer in 2015. Beau's death was a crushing blow. Biden seriously considered a 2016 presidential run, but ultimately chose not to challenge Hillary Clinton, believing the family was still too raw with grief. After leaving office in 2017, Biden focused on writing, teaching, and public speaking. He published a memoir, Promise Me, Dad, reflecting on his bond with Beau and the challenge of balancing public service with private pain. In 2019, amid concerns about Donald Trump's presidency, and particularly Trump's attempts to pressure Ukraine to investigate him and Hunter Biden, Joe announced his candidacy for president. He campaigned on restoring the soul of America, promising to unite a divided nation, rebuild alliances, and bring compassion and competence back to government. Facing a crowded Democratic primary field, Biden struggled at first but surged after winning South Carolina, thanks to strong support from black voters. He secured the nomination and chose California Senator Kamala Harris as his running mate, making her the first woman of color on a major party presidential ticket. The 2020 general election against Trump was held during the COVID-19 pandemic, which killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Biden campaigned on science-based solutions, economic recovery, and national healing. He promised to be a president for all Americans, regardless of party. On November 7, 2020, after days of counting mail-in ballots in a record turnout election, Biden was declared the winner, defeating Trump by over 7 million votes and flipping key states in the Electoral College. Trump refused to concede, falsely claiming the election was stolen and inciting the January 6, 2021, attack on the U.S. Capitol by his supporters. Biden was inaugurated on January 20, 2021, on the steps of a Capitol still ringed by security, delivering a speech calling for unity and truth. Early in his presidency, he signed a $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief package, accelerated vaccine distribution, and pursued an ambitious legislative agenda including infrastructure investments and climate initiatives. He withdrew U.S. troops from Afghanistan in 2021, ending America's longest war in chaotic scenes as the Taliban quickly regained control. He forged international coalitions to support Ukraine after Russia's 2022 invasion, leading the West in providing weapons and aid while imposing harsh sanctions on Moscow. Domestically, Biden oversaw strong job growth after the pandemic recession, but faced high inflation and intense partisan division. He signed the Inflation Reduction Act, the most significant climate legislation in U.S. history, and secured bipartisan support for infrastructure investment and gun safety reforms. As president, Biden was known for his empathetic style, often consoling grieving families and invoking his own losses. Critics have called him gaffe-prone and too old for the demands of the office, but he leaned on decades of experience to navigate crises and legislative negotiations. Biden then ran for re-election in 2024, but while it's not known for sure, most believe that after Biden's June 27th debate struggles versus Donald Trump on top of being 82 years old at the time and seemingly lost during some press conferences and speeches, Biden dropped out of the race and is now another citizen amongst us. Joe Biden's life is marked by resilience, empathy, and an unrelenting belief in the power of government to help people. From overcoming a childhood stutter to surviving personal tragedy and political defeat, he has embodied perseverance. As the 46th president, he continues to grapple with America's deepest challenges, while promising to restore decency, truth, and unity to the country's public life. A mission shaped by decades of service, loss, and enduring hope. Well, that's all for tonight. If you're still awake, feel free to get comfortable and stay a little longer, as the sound of distant rain will now fall softly for you. Just relax, breathe, and rest as long as you need.